Pissed. Okay. Okay.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors down.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Target located. Bring them in. Do not let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Problem when you don't do this in Operator. And you're right in front of a turret.
Yes. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenor.
So I remember getting through the void and getting to the end of this without running out of time actually being difficult. Getting to this vault. Now you can just bullet jump across it. It's not an issue.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
So for those viewing, primarily what I'm testing here is a couple different variations on my normal prime not, my not prime and prime variation. These are the not pretty much Umbra unfriendly variations, and that just you can run these variations without needing Vazarin, which is primarily what I'm testing, seeing the extent of. I've changed one mod from that, so if you've seen my my video guide on that. I was just using my Warcry Fallout influence variation, and then this is the Nourish one. That's primarily built for dual Ichor. And so, what I've done though is remove Overextend, put on Augur Reach to try to mitigate the loss in strength and shields. So I'm heavily reliant on shield, on casting for shields, and probably Slash Dash in that as well. This is a variation that I'm going to be using actually Nariman with, as you can probably tell. That reminds me to change my lens too. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I hear one of the things, I've been on YouTube for a long time, so a lot of my videos, I'm pretty aware of what people would generally be trying to search, and that's what I try to target. Like I stay away from kind of clickbaity stuff. I figure if I'm asking a question, if there's questions that I ask myself and I go to test things and build for certain things, if my titles and in my description sort of answer those questions, and I'm targeting the things that I want to know, and then test them, then I'm assuming I'm not the only person with those questions. That's kind of my philosophy on that. I've been on YouTube for such a long time. It's been my primary source of media since probably like 2010. And yeah, so I feel like I know it decently well enough to be able to answer those questions. And ideally get enough reach, because still, my goal, and I think it's feasible. I think it's feasible. Is obviously providing build guides and stuff for Excalibur, but also, I think there is an opportunity to actually get DE to fix Umbra, or ultimately just solve the Umbra problem, and hopefully with enough reach and enough pressure, then that'll actually get done. That's a long-term goal, let's say. Short-term goal, provide build videos from the experience and testing that I play this game with. Knowing that it's been pretty much a hole in the community. People not really understanding how these builds work. Finding that out through some conflict with a particular streamer. But, yeah, that's kind of the idea there. Since the Fortuna just coming back a month ago. Yeah, since Fortuna, I don't remember precisely when that came out, but that was a long time ago, and the game is completely different then. Like, probably just the idea of Excalibur being S tier, even without like a melee only build, is pretty intense. Let's revive this guy. That was pretty much that was a massive change. So since really the year of 2025 has probably been one of the best years for Excalibur, because I'm gonna lump in 1999 into that, just because, you know, you're talking about the very tail end. I think it came out like similar, I think the same exact date or something, the 10th, if I remember correctly, whenever 1999 came out, but it was so at the very end of the year, and so I wouldn't consider that really 2024. You can make the same argument with Old Piece, but really it was like 1999 adding shield immunity on Excalibur, and then also the Tekra Encore obviously is probably one of the biggest buffs that Excalibur got probably ever, other than since like Veilbreaker, I would say. Veilbreaker was another time when Excalibur saw a pretty huge buff. Hitting millions. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I get a good idea of Nariman too before they hopefully fix things the coming week. I'm going to assume that DE will be off of their holiday, and they'll be putting out hot fixes for a lot of the problems that exist in this patch pretty shortly after the new year. Hopefully we see something on like Monday, Tuesday time frame. Yeah, Happy New Year. Remember to write 26 instead of 25. when you're writing date.
Mission complete.
The thing I figured out a long time ago is a lot of date formats, they don't like you to use just the 2-digit for the year. And so the trick I learned is every time I write the date, I write the year, or like all 4 of the digits. And it gives you just enough time to think about what year it actually is. That's usually how I do it. How many hours have I played Excalibur? We can go and take a look. You just do some math on the time played versus that. Yeah, we can go take a look at that. Doing the summation of all 3 versions too, because I don't really consider them different enough to justify saying like this much time on Umbra, this much time on base, and this much time on Prime. I think having enough of all 3, or like having some of enough of all 3, then is sufficient. But other than that, I don't really find it too necessary. So we'll see. Okay, so do a little bit of math here. 69.6, nice. Reminds me to start playing Umbra a little bit more. 4.6. I definitely don't modulate my time played to keep 69% on Prime. I definitely don't do that intentionally. By playing Excalibur Umbra, I don't do that intentionally. Okay, so that's my overall, and then it got like 25. So we'll times this by 0.01. Times 25, 26. So like 1,900 hours or so approximately on playing Excalibur. And I don't play a lot of level caps, so I'm not like milking this up with really high, like long missions and stuff. Most people do the metric for that, and considering how much time you spend in this game, like I've got 3 times the amount of time for that of shown in Steam. Like I've got 8,000 hours shown in Steam. That's just because you spend a lot of time doing this kind of stuff, not just AFK, but also just doing builds and stuff, which is important, especially when you're a buildcrafter and you spend a lot of time. You know, I should probably tabulate how much Forma I've put into all versions of Excalibur, but it's well over 200, and that's just when you're having to rebuild them every single patch. That's the consequence. So the thing I've wanted to try, I'll show you what I'm actually testing right here. So as I alluded to, I've put, instead of overextend, I've put an auger reach to kind of get a little bit more balance, because Furious Javelin and Nourish both obviously scale off of strength as much as they do range, and so the loss of 60 strength is not the greatest, but I don't know precisely where that limit is, and doing a diverse set of content testing between those 2 specific mods is kind of like a lot of stuff that I do. And I have like V1, V2, and V3 variations of stuff for that very reason, because I'll like, you know, I'm always trying to find that perfect middle ground on my builds, and other than spending 4 months doing it, putting out like some pretty quick variations, saying like, okay, this is what I've been running, this is why I'm running it, and then continuing to test those and sort of optimize around that is what I like doing. It's what I spend most of my time doing. Well, howdy there, Arthur. Glad you make it to the stream here. Yeah, so this mission is where the range increase from overextend really matters the most. And so here I got 590%, which is pretty good. So it's like I'm trying to find, there's probably someone's figured it out. It's like the average range or radius necessary for an ability to really hit the entirety of a space. Like the average tile set, probably someone's figured it out. If I had to guess, it's probably close to 40 to 50 meters, somewhere between there. If I had to guess. And I like to test things practically, and so that's where I'm testing this in this mission, because this mission is probably the largest map size in the game. Like right here, I just got 1,000% from that, which there's a decent amount of enemies within this tile set here. But also, obviously I'm testing Nairman, which this doesn't help me when we get a Dante in the group, you know, because I'm basically immortal when Dante's in the group. Help me. What's going on? I'm a hardcore Oberon main. Oh yeah. I don't blame people for, especially Oberon with his most recent update. Like the Oberon system of health or of defensiveness is something that I'm hoping they add to Nariman. I talked about this in my last stream, but in my opinion, the main way that DE could fix like melee only survivability without going insane with casting abilities and persistence and all that stuff is if they simply add a system of like overflow combo. So then your combo goes above 220. It goes from like 12 by 220 to like 12 by 300. And then those overflow combo would then be consumed when you get hit and negate that hit. So similar to the way Oberon's thing works with like health orbs. I don't know entirely how it works, but I played with enough Oberons to know pick up orbs, get damage mitigation, or get like hit prevention from that. And basically add that system, but then add it with a combo-based trigger. So then it would incentivize you to being able to build combo, and then obviously Excalibur would have a very big tool on being able to build combo and maintain it through surging dash, through his augment to his slash dash. That's my, like, if I had to make one choice or one major change to the game that would, I think, fix a lot of the downsides of this kind of gameplay, it would be making Nariman actually defensive for melee and giving it a feature like that, because it kind of doesn't make sense to me. You think most of the time I'm taking the most amount of damage in the squad, and you just take a lot of damage in melee builds because you're out there, you're in the enemy's face, and so adding having not any sort of damage mitigation as the like melee focus tool kind of doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, here Dante is giving my data. Actually, it's a problem in like level cap. I'll go to a level cap. I'll have like clan members or something join me for it, or I'll be joining them, whatever. And someone will bring like a Dante or a Revenant, and I'm just like, oh no. Well, I guess I'm only testing damage this time around because I can't really see how survivable this build is when I'm just immortal from a Dante or a Revenant, or even Oberon now. Not that it's a bad thing. It's just when you're testing stuff, it's a problem. This ship's being naughty. We're gonna do that. An example, this is my Affliction sort of dual ecker build using Nourish. It's primarily based around using dual ecker. And you can use any melee weapon on it. It's just the way the Nourish interacts with the clouds. It's just so powerful. It's hard to not use. Especially on Excalibur, obviously, who this build is built around. But the feature that you get that I talk about, but I don't show it very much, which is the fact that you can just pull it out real quick, heavy attack an enemy with it, with the Exalted Blade that is, and then just put it away. You don't lose a lot of utility in the build. You know, this build does run Energy Nexus to help maintain your energy, but it's not absolutely necessary to be able to stay alive or have enough energy to do stuff. Nourish does a good job in general with that. Okay, let me see. This mission is doing things. Let's see. There we go. I try to do best I can at paying attention to what the objective is, but I am a dumb Excalibur main who likes to just go for murder. If it moves, it dies. Oh, there's the hole. Fun fact with this part, you can capture with your Warframe and with your Operator. Hello there. Yeah, Nariman, but even then, it's like heavy attacks, or the heavy weapons, and being able to stack Dexterity Arcanes on that. It just kind of makes Nariman near worthless, which is where I'm trying to find where it's good. Like, I'm trying to really find a use case for it. Obviously, the big problem with it right now is the simple bugs that exist with its Taron Strike, and hopefully they fix that this coming week. So the simple fact that you're supposed to be able to charge... Did this thing already despawn? Wow, it's impressive. Steel Essence already despawned. New orders. Yeah, Narman in this build is pretty redundant because Dueliker does a plenty good job at building and maintaining its combo. Got the innate +7, and then with a heavy weapon, another plus 15. Even when you don't have primaries and secondaries equipped, which is how I like to roll. Yeah, look at that, 1100%. Just that extra range just helps so much. It's just I'm trying to see if it actually is worth running overextended. Because you think I'm also getting a little bit more shield or energy to shield conversion running Augur Reach. And I think if I had to choose between Augur Reach and the strength, that the Reach is going to be more valuable. Like the strength value is already above 300% baseline, and then I'm getting 6 stacks of impetus here. It's even there, 700%. It's pretty good. No. I'll say also not having that extra 90% is a little bit more comfortable. A little bit more comfortable than the super high value associated with overextend. So like 30 plus 30%, like the 60% reduced. I notice myself not hitting the walls as often. Oh, yeah, you're welcome for the ant build. As I think I mentioned it in that video, the ant build was something that I've had for a long time, and it was just waiting for some sort of trigger to make it meta, because it wasn't reliable, relying on your Astral Bond proc in order to maintain the 100% efficiency. So that's all it took, was that amp. That's all it took, was that amp mod, or the Taron Strike mod that gives you 30% efficiency. That's all it took for that build to just come out of the closet and be like, hey guys, guess what? This exists. Yeah, Narman buffing the way Maturai buff strength. Yeah, like, well, you think it would do that. Narman would actually be a lot better if right here. So take this as an example, if this will work. What's going on here? So lethal levitation shouldn't be... They should just redesign lethal levitation to not... It probably just worked better. I don't know. Maybe it's like kills. Maybe it's based on kills above at 12 by 220. Instead of making it based off of lethal levitation, like the way the ability works off of the one ability. Like, we should probably just do that. Just rework the way that works, make it more consistent, make it easier. And then having a 200% increased weapon damage, especially on Excalibur, is huge. That's absolutely huge. Like, my Dueliker build with that extra 200 is just nuts with how much elemental damage I have on it. You think if the Maturai strength value is about equivalent to a decent mod, then 200% melee damage is definitely worth it. But even there, like, trying to proc this, and I'm host, right? Or I'm not even host. That's why it's not working. Oh, but there we go. See, I got some right there. Got 3 stacks. Let's see. See if that'll reliably proc it. No. Yeah, see. It's not procking it even on that target. It's just unreliable. They should probably just rework the way it works. I have a feeling, really, I should be almost exclusively using Naraman in the type of build that I play. That's... If if I could simplify things. I should be like basically forced to use Narman for my type of gameplay because of how good it is, or how good it should be for melee only type gameplay. Where's this guy? Ember's showing up. Talking about active founders, I'm not sure honestly, because I think there are a lot of founders who don't really like the attention, and even for me sometimes it's like, even if I put on Arthur skin, people still notice in the, like over on the right side here, that I'm playing Excalibur Prime, and I'll be honest, it does get a little annoying sometimes, but it's an understandable reaction for a lot of people that have never seen it, because there's not a lot of founders that actually play Excalibur Prime. It's sort of a consequence of that. So really, it's a me problem than it is a problem with the community. It's a problem that there's not enough people playing Excalibur Prime, which I have a solution for. The probability of that happening is, let's be honest, pretty low. D is far more likely to actually fix Umbra before they ever re-release Excalibur Prime. As much as I might disagree with that, I think that's the reality, if we're being honest here. I think the fundamental thing, though, is that, kind of like what I talk about with my video of, if you've seen my Excalibur Prime is pay to win. To put it simply, I don't think that this should be a problem, and if there is a legal nonsense behind it, I think D just has to bite the bullet at this point, because it is a fundamental problem that always exists in the game. It's only going to get worse as the game gets older, and as people like me stop playing the game that played it 13 years ago, because I don't know, they have more important things in life than sitting and playing video games. It is what it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's not very many in the game still. I've noticed a lot coming back within old piece. Usually like day one a patch, I'll see a bunch of founders that are low MR. And I'm assuming those are actual people that have been playing this long, not people that bought accounts. That was in that video, some part of the topic that came up. I would hope D has figured out by now that it's pretty easy to figure out if people are, if there's some sort of problem with an account, like if someone went and bought a founder's account for a ridiculous amount, that turns out that point of sale from when you bought the founder's account, which was through their website, should have a legal name associated with it from that form of payment. And they should be able to cross-check that on a future account that says, oh, John Doe, who bought this founder's pack on this account, is no longer the person, or no longer the legal name, like anywhere close to the legal name, to the person using a card on this account now, and flagging it that way. Using it through GIP would be ridiculous, because even from then, I think since I bought the founder's pack, I've had like 12 different addresses all across the country. The consequences of being active duty.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Billing addresses, though, I think is different. I'm trying to think of how many billing addresses. There was a long time where I used one residency for my billing. Put it simply. Even think of that. It's still a lot. Like, you're talking about a long list of addresses from different places you live. So it's not like that would be a reasonable thing, or even GeoIP based on IP. But yeah, I hope that's the case, because it really shouldn't even be an incentive. Like, you think they shouldn't have gate-kept equipment for this long, and then not expect those sort of consequences. But you'd think at this point, over a decade later, that any stale accounts are probably deleted. Like, contact whoever it is and then delete them, because if these like people that happen to have a bunch of pseudo email addresses that they could just like email accounts and then founders accounts that they can sell, I guess that's how they'd have to do that. You could flag it on name change, on email change. You could flag it on payment, difference in payment, because all of those like point of sale sort of stuff should be logged and capped. So you should like, if you wanted to, they can see the fact that, like, from at least my account, as an example, has had the same alias, the same email address the same link or the same Steam account that's logged into it, the same name on point of sale, same email, to put it simply, on point of sale. So it's pretty easy for them to determine if there is a problem. Then, like I mentioned in that comment, if the name of the card being used for my account all of a sudden changed, I would expect them to flag that and be like, okay, is something going on here with this account? Like, did someone hack into this account or something? Like, I would hope that they would be doing that sort of level of check on your account in general. I hope founders at least get Prime parts updated. Yeah, so that's one of the suggestions I've had of whenever they, like, let's say they do re-release it, and we're talking like a heirloom system, or heirloom system, correct pronunciation there, like an heirloom system that includes Signas and includes Sindanas, and they could have like evolving ones based on what tier you are, so even the disciplined founders would actually get something worth. Like maybe a Signa with their emblem. So you're talking like a Signa that's got this emblem built into it, I think would be really cool. And then it can be different tiers, you know, depending on what you have. And it would match the heirloom skin. You have a Sindana for at least at a, you know, maybe the Grandmaster founders get a Sindana that's unique to them. Really set that apart for how much they spent in comparison to me. Spent literally 5 times as much as I did to buy that pack. I looked back at it. I spent $70 back in the beta because I bought 2 $10 packs. In hindsight, I didn't actually, when I was buying Platinum, I don't think I knew about the Founders Pack until later in the beta. And then I probably would have just bought the $100 pack if I would have gone right into it like that. I was spending a lot on free-to-play games at that time, like PlanetSide and Dota and such. This game definitely being the roughest out of all of them, to put it simply. But it had potential, and it was fun. Oh, yeah. The release Excalibur Prime to the public won't have the funny big numbers on the percent used for Umbra. And I remember looking at the stats for last year, and Excalibur Prime was the least most used Warframe in the entire game. So it even... It kind of puts it in perspective. Either how many founders are still playing, and also, well, how many founders are still playing, and then how many of those founders are actually playing Excalibur Prime. And I was probably, that's probably like double-digit percentage of the usage for last year with Excalibur Prime. Yeah, and I think, and I think it really does come down to like this. Obviously, I don't have to sit here and make the argument that the Founders Pack should be reworked. That's definitely one heck of a uphill battle. But I think just simply the nature of things and my opinions on it, the nature of my account and my play style and all that kind of stuff, on top of kind of the position I get put in, especially depending on growth, that being able to change the narrative. That's where I'm hoping to change the narrative when it comes to the Founders Pack, that hopefully gets distributed across the overall community's discussion on this topic. That's my hope. And that's where, like, putting out, I knew it would be somewhat antagonistic, because I know a lot of people share this opinion that even watch my channel, talking about the, let me see, I'm going to my videos to show what the actual title was. So as an example, my most recent video talking about Excalibur Prime being pay to win, I really want to drive it home that unless that's an argument, like in my opinion, unless this discussion of the Founders Pack is like fully separated from the Heirloom Pack, I don't think that the problems with the Founders Pack will ever be solved. Like, that's the important thing I want to make about that video, is like Excalibur, because he's equipment that's exclusive, is functionally pay to win. If you're trying to play Excalibur the way I play Excalibur, me having this is like functionally pay to win in comparison to someone that only has Umbra. Not only you have 2 versions of the highest in Warframe, but you also have one that simply doesn't have the fundamental issues that Umbra has. And then heirloom packs and all that stuff are all cosmetic. And cosmetic stuff doesn't impact gameplay, practically speaking. I know it looks cool. It's one of the huge aspects of the end game, but I think if, as much as someone might disagree with the importance of cosmetics, I think from a practical standpoint of actually progressing the argument forward, fundamentally looking at those things as separate is how that's going to actually happen. I don't think if the conversation keeps coming up of like equating the heirloom pack with the founders pack, I think it gives DE kind of a cop out to say, well, they don't understand these fundamental. They just want to have unobtainable stuff attainable a game, and to them it might look the same. Instead of making the argument of like, okay, yeah, back in 2012 and 2013, pay to win and free to play was common. That was like expected for them to be able to make money off the game. And then in free to play, there was this kind of cosmetic revolution that I remember being huge in Dota. Dota was one of the Dota 2, to be specific, had huge cosmetic industry, let's say, on being able to differentiate yourself in game visually with cosmetics. And Warframe really didn't have that early on. It was more of like the old school free to play when it first came out on modernization. And Excalibur Prime is definitely a relic of that. That's probably enough on that topic. That's one heck of a dead horse that, like I said, I think hopefully those types of videos help provide some different perspectives on this whole conversation to hopefully actually get some change. Even if that involves fixing Umbra, like putting enough pressure on DE to be like, hey, you should definitely at least fix Umbra if you're not willing to do that, which is making the pack obtainable again. I think that's the goal. I don't even remember that, to be honest. I kind of missed the very beginning of where they added trading, I think. Because there was, like I mentioned in a couple, I think in both my streams so far, there was a couple periods that I missed because being very busy while active duty in the military, especially where I physically didn't have access to a computer for like almost a couple of years, to put it simply. So there's a couple periods I skipped of this game's history. Yeah, abilities, back when abilities were mod cards. That's when, back in that day, the only ability I put on Excalibur was actually Super Jump. Because the rest of your slots were filled with stamina mods to be able to continuously sprint, or wall run, or melee. Because melee consumes stamina. Whole different game back then. That's like, no joke, the start of my melee-only gameplay. When I was like, hey, wait a minute. So, if you stack stamina, you can actually melee continuously, and meleeing is so much faster than running and shooting stuff, especially if you get a lot of mods and being able to pump up the damage of like Fang Prime or Orthos Prime, which is primarily what I used back then. So you stack a bunch of stamina mods, and it's like, okay, well, I think I remember trying it on Loki at the time, and was like, okay, well, Loki doesn't have enough base stamina to be able to do this. Who has really good base stamina? Oh, Excalibur does. Oh, and hey, look, there's a Prime version of him that you can buy for $50. So then that's what I bought it. What I bought him for. That's like no joke. Like, I'm not trying to be some, it's like the difference, I guess, of people like me who bought the Founders Pack versus people that were trying to support the game. It was me just literally trying to run my build and buildcrafting back in 2013. It's like, okay, I'm not going to play normal Excalibur. I already have Prime. I think I even had Frost Prime at that time. What's going on here? I even had like Frost Prime at that time. I was like, I'm not gonna play normal Excalibur. So just spent the $50 to get him. Oh, I can spend $50 more and get a Skana Prime. Oh, well, swords are worthless anyways. Like, they just suck. Like, base range sucks on them. Everything. I think he was even like, oh, I'm thinking all the way back. That's so long ago. But I think even, yeah, weapons had different base stamina consumption. Like, Orthos had really high stamina consumption. But then, like, Fang Prime didn't. And if I remember, even, like, swords didn't have good stamina consumption. Like the stamina consumption to damage to range and all that, like the balance between those wasn't very good for those. So I was like, I don't want a sword. Well, joke's on me. Me not spending $50 again back there means I'm stuck at LR5 for some time. As little as that actually matters. Like, oh no, I can't get LR6. But they're telling me to leave. Okay. You know what? We'll do that. Yeah, not everyone fancies the melee playstyle, and that's perfectly fine. That's just how I've enjoyed the game. And I've talked about this before. At that time, I was playing like PlanetSide, I was playing Battlefield. The gunplay in those games was a lot better than this game. And this game still doesn't have that great a gunplay, let's be honest. It's kind of a, I wouldn't say a secondary thing, but it, you know, like the gunplay in comparison to those types of games is just nowhere close. And that's where switching to the melee only was what I preferred. And clearly I've stuck to it. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing cool here. I think I already checked that. Conjunction survival. Yeah, I left that one so that I could ideally fix it for the rest of the group because I was host. Let me see, which one do I need? I don't need any of these materials. I'm just kind of playing this game mode to play it. It looks like I need Ren Hypercore. Yeah, I actually used to play it as a sniper way back in the day. So like PlanetSide 2, to talk kind of briefly about that. I was primarily an infiltrator. So back in this day, I was actually looking through my Steam purchase history. It's like I started playing PlanetSide 2 back in January of 2013 was when like I had my first purchases in that game. And I was primarily a stalker and forward scout. And then I even got to the point where I was leading whole platoons, where I was doing like, you know, you had your whole platoon and then you were in TeamSpeak talking to the two platoon leaders and you were like the battalion leader in that context. So you had like two full 48 squad or 48 platoons with you and you were controlling them. And then I was doing forward scouting. So I was back capping and doing all that kind of stuff before they added all the connection nodes if you played that game quite long. So that's what I primarily did in that game. And and then there was a while I was a Liberator pilot because that was a lot of fun. Nowadays I hop in and kind of just play around. I don't do anything crazy like that. The game's nowhere near how it used to be back in that day. Some of the most fun I ever had in video games was those early days in PlanetSide 2. It was just a whole crazy different experience in video games. Yeah, I've hopped in recently. I will say the most fun thing since I've hopped in is you run the infiltrator with the drone and you use the grenade mod so that you can you can drop grenades and then you use the grenade bandolier so you can have like 5. You can get so many kills. You have like a little safe zone where medics are reviving people and they've got like a whole squad is set up there and you just drop grenades on them and get like 10 kills. It feels so dirty. But it's a mechanic in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I miss the days of PlanetSide 2 being as good as it was. Hopping in nowadays, if you're on like weekends, so like right now time frame, I think Friday night. Is it Friday night or is it Thursday night? Oh, it's Thursday night. Okay, wow. Like Friday nights and Saturday nights are still really good on PlanetSide. They combined a lot of the servers. What I primarily run now that I really enjoy is actually the anti-material rifles. So I run New Conglomerate, so I have like the something head, forget what it's called, but it's the New Conglomerate specific anti-material rifle, and that's so much fun. I have that, and I've got the AMR or whatever, where I'm able to use a shotgun as a secondary. And then I have like either a sentry turret, I've got all the implants, spent a lot of money on that game, put it simply. And I've got all the implants I need to run like a crazy turret build. So then I have an anti-material rifle. I've got a shotgun. I've got a really powerful turret. It's just a lot of fun. Just yeah, always one of those games I played solo or way back in the day playing with actual organized groups. Yeah, it's still fun if you hop in it. You got all the equipment. It's fun to do some solo gameplay in it. I'd recommend installing it and trying it out, just seeing what the new changes are. They nerfed Infiltrator because there was a while too that I ran around doing melee only in PlanetSide 2 with a stalker, the stalker cloak, for and I have like 2,000 or 3,000 kills or whatever with knives doing that. It's so dirty. Such a dirty thing to do. So much fun though. You're sitting literally in front of people, stealthed, and they can't see you. You're just waiting for someone to turn around so you can knife them in the back. Oh, it's too much fun. Used to make compilation videos, yeah. There's a lot of stuff I wish I would have been recording way back in the day. Like, it would have been nice to have gameplay from way back in the beta and even like that kind of stuff, because there's so much I forget at this point. There's like so much. It's insane. You think it's almost a lifetime ago at this point. It's coming up to like a third of my lifetime ago. Well, before the most intense parts of my life, I will say, and that kind of... I'm trying to remember back to high school in comparison. Even back to my original schooling in the Navy. Let's see. Why use Grendel's skill? So Grendel's Nourish in this build is so powerful, it's kind of dumb. Like, it's not just for it's not just for the viral, it's not just for the energy regeneration, but also the pulse. Like, every single layer of Nourish is beneficial in this build by a lot. Like, the pulse helps you maintain impetus stacks. You obviously get an increase in damage here from the Nourish, or from the viral damage that's added, but it also applies that damage bonus to Radio Javelin and almost makes it viable in a lot of content. You see here, it actually crits when it's not supposed to, and it does pretty valuable damage. Like, sometimes you've seen it hit like 100 plus K, which is kind of insane. So it's a really good ability, but it's not as friendly on Umbra without running his stuff, you know, without running Warrior's Rest. Ideally, they fix that. Hey, getting camped by enemies on the landing pads. Yeah, I wasn't ever one of the crazy ESF, like the ESFs being like the small craft, the single player crafts. I was never crazy good at that, but I did play it. I was primarily a Liberator pilot when I did do flying. And then pretty much only playing either Infiltrator or Engineer. I think if I got Steam, I don't have like crazy amount of hours in it, but I got like almost 1,000 hours in PlanetSide 2. And most of that was way back in 2013 and 14. Before the game really, like, you know, before they started doing all the server combinations and all that stuff. Oh, they got it. Okay. My Warframe hours. I did show that a moment ago. Got like 2,500 hours or something like that in game. Like 25, 27. And then like 75% of that is Excalibur. I mean, if you combine the versions of Excalibur that I have. So I got like 1,900 hours in mission on Excalibur and then like 8,000 hours in Steam from what Steam logs. And remember, that's over like, you know, since July of 2013. Yeah, Umbra is still a good Warframe domain. It's just, obviously, I have the problems that existed with him that everyone knows about. And you can run Bribe on it and work just fine. For the most part, you still run into bugs, even with you know, abilities 1 and 2 bugging out randomly, at least for me, which is a problem that they still haven't fixed. That I do have a bug report on. from like a few months ago. Since my Radiation Fallout build, yeah, that one's a fun one. I have that set up. I actually have my video. I didn't really do a good job at naming the title of this because it is also an update to using Warcry with Fallout. But it's my like not Umbra friendly Prime and normal Excalibur build video that I released recently. I know it wasn't named properly because I wanted to go find it again because like I'm pretty sure I did a video on that with a comment asking for update for it. I was like, okay, well, pretty sure I made a video on this and actually had to go find it. It's like very recent. When I have to find my own video, I know I did a pretty poor job at naming it, but it probably warrants a rename. A burnout phase, yeah. I would say if you get burned out on Excalibur, one of the ways that you can probably spice them up a bit is if you run that the Persistence Gloom build. Because you can just use his abilities as normal and then just use gunplay. It's probably the only like gunplay viable version of Excalibur that you can really run, to be honest. You think the problem with doing gunplay on Excalibur is as soon as you stop pressing W and like mailing and going towards the enemy, you really only survive through killing your enemy and controlling them. And so if you're sitting back doing gunplay, you can run into some pretty major limitations that way. I remember what I was going to do here. So what I usually do on this guy, if you have the like a Contagion Zaw thing, like just one-shots it, but otherwise I use Operator to kill it. It's a nice part about the Operator rework for a melee-only build is my Operator amp is a viable primary weapon if I need one. It's kind of how I've always used it, so I have like Rop Lock for so long. It's a really powerful option, and the 153 amp that I showcase in my video is definitely quite powerful. With the new sort of rework on adding all those extra bonuses to Operator. I might as well save my Taron Strike now. Yeah, and just keep in mind, the fluidity of Slash Dash did not exist until Veilbreaker. I'm pretty sure it was Veilbreaker. That's what comes to mind, was when they reworked Slash Dash so that you could actually move like ladder, like you could move up and sideways, like in more than just a single direction, and being able to go up in height. Because I don't remember it before that. If I remember, Veilbreaker was when they added the slash proc, the guaranteed slash proc as well. It wasn't useful in damage, but it was useful in mobility, which going back to having to equip mods for your abilities. It wasn't, Slash Dash was awful back when the game first came out, and it really wasn't until Veilbreaker. It was useful when they converted that system. Like I remember the most useful thing that I was able to use Slash Dash for after they converted the way abilities work to where you don't have to equip mods for them was slash dashing through barriers for vaults. So I didn't have to actually do the vault. I could just slash dash through the barrier and just race the timer. That's what I primarily used slash dash for a long time. Otherwise, it just wasn't worth it. It was just a bad ability. Yeah, see, like right here, look at this. 81% damage taken. That's what I expect to see in a melee-only build. So, you know, in melee builds, you're taking the most damage by far, most of the time. So I don't see why Narman can't have a built-in defensive that's melee-centric. And I think centering it around combo generation, with how absurd combo generation is on Narman, then I think that's a nice value add. So you could even run it if you're like, you would even be running Narman if you're running a heavy attack build, because you know, you could build combo that way. You can get higher heavy slams or whatever the heck you run heavy builds for. So that's what. Yeah, and just as a reminder, this is that video I was talking about, the not Umbra friendly one. That's primarily, this was built around the idea of using this on base Excalibur. If you don't have Prime, if you want to have a difference in playstyle, this is what I'd recommend. You know, I'm testing this to see if it's better to have the extra strength with slightly extra range rather than having the extreme amount of increase in range from overextended. And the Parita Rebellion mission is like the most effective with how large the scale is for it. So then comparing that to here, let me make sure I have this build set up properly. That reminds me, I gotta change this. If I'm gonna be running Narman on both of these, I might as well use an Narman lens. Sorry, Mr. Duelicker. You are getting rid of your 120 platinum lens. Definitely not worth buying those. But going to this build, like, Narman's a nice quality of life here, but this can run into some pretty significant survivability limitations if you're relying on Arcane Blessing. The solution here is you can not run Arcane Blessing and just simply run Expertise instead and get a high amount of shields. But I think the synergy between Warcry, getting that extra armor, getting your armor to close to 700 in combination with that is kind of worth it, because it's like the problem I have. I absolutely wish I could run this build with Persistence, but there's like no way to fit it, because you think, unless you're going triple Umbral, which you could do, Persistence is going to take up an Arcane slot. Universal Fallout, at a minimum, is taking up an Arcane slot. So then you can't run Blessing. And Blessing it works so well with Fallout. It stacks so easily that it kind of feels painful not to use when you are using Fallout. So like, you could run a Persistence variance of this. Obviously, Persistence would have to take up this slot, and then you'd have to mod in enough. You'd have to mod in enough health in order to do that, and it's just so hard without running Blessing. It's so hard to get your health high on Excalibur. This is something I've been playing with, and I need to test this, I think, on Umbra, where I have 2 Umbral polarities. By running Gloom and Exalted Blade build with Arcane Intention, because this would be a way for you to get another 500 health, be a whole extra second of survivability. That's probably worth it. Because you think if you're getting nullified and these abilities are getting decasted, then you don't get Persistence anyways. So this is something that I haven't really tried yet. It would probably be worth just getting rid of Furious Javelin on this and then just focusing on increasing strength. That would probably be worth it. So then just getting rid of that and then running. Yeah, I haven't really hard tested this build. It's still sort of in a theory craft stage. And then I think if I were going to do it, we'd get more health. Triple Umbral. Oh, we need armor. That's what we would need. But yeah, like I said, you can't really fit Fallout into this build. We could try it. And then run health conversion. Dang it. That's rude. You know what? Let's do it. Let's try it. Let's find out. We're going to switch this, though. Oh, this is my influence build. Okay, never mind. We're going to try it. We're going to find out. Persistence, health conversion. Obviously, we'll be getting a lot of orbs to maintain stacks of this. Probably going to be worth it in that scenario. And then the 2 things that I would still like to be able to fit into this build is Furious Javelin and increased range. So can't get Stretch in there. That's where our friendly neighborhood, where is it? Friendly neighborhood Stretch comes in to fit in the build. I could stop being bad and just not run Prime Sure-Footed on this build, but yeah. 237 strength, not great. Not great. And that's with before. Actually, let me think. Do I need to change anything here? I should definitely give myself some extra max energy. So I think just in case, we're going to remove 2 of these. Yeah, let's cancel that. I think I can save one of those. Yeah. And give ourselves a little bit of max energy. This isn't terrible, as long as you don't have primed rage on. If you have primed rage, then yeah. So we're at 200% strength. That's not great. Yeah. Furious Javelin required for running Raffle Advance. The general rule I have on that, going back to this, there's 3 things you want for level cap specifically. So if your standard is level cap, then everything below that will be easy. You want 300% strength and or Wrathful Advance and or Furious Javelin. So then if you look at a lot of my builds, the ones that don't use Furious Javelin, I try to hit 300% strength, and then I have Furious Javelin equipped. So that's where Wrathful Advance really makes building easier. Like, you can go down to 200% strength with Wrathful Advance, Furious Javelin, and be just fine. So if you don't want to use Furious Javelin, try to hit 300% strength. It's kind of this break point. I've evaluated that recently, and like 250 might be somewhere between 250 and 300 that you need in order to really seal the deal. But that's my recommendation there. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of these because I want some. I'm gonna get Gladiator Vice in there, so then I can meet my crit damage by my single Gladiator mod, and then I can also add extra attack speed since we're using Gloom here. This is some real first-hand build crafting right here. Let me top off my tea real quick, and I'll be back in a moment. Freshly reloaded tea. Doesn't take me very long. I just have to go over there. Okay, health conversion. Let's find out. Yeah, the downside here is increasing the range on Gloom negatively impacts this build, kind of-ish. Depends. But if you wanted to make an argument, if you're running into low-level problems with staying alive, this companion's going to do just fine at keeping you alive, more than likely. So you could just not use Gloom when you're in really low-level missions. And this is kind of there as a backup for when you're in higher-level missions. Just as a reminder, Gloom will allow Radio Javelin to heal, so then casting Radio Javelin for Furious Javelin actually makes sense. So what I'll do is my normal mission. Oh, my tea? I'm drinking lavender tea. That's what tea. I drink a lot of herbal teas. I don't drink black or green tea anymore. I have coffee for that if I'm feeling really frisky. So mostly what I have right now is peppermint tea and lavender tea.
They have just shut down all systems.
What is my most hated mod? I hate's a strong word that I don't really use that often, but if I had to choose, it would probably be Rolling Guard. Rolling Guard to me is so antithetical that I would describe it like hate's still a strong word. But at the same time, like, I don't like that idea, because you think you don't want to have to... You basically have to conserve your rolling to not run into issues with it. I ignore my pet doing things. But you basically have to conserve your rolls, and then you're preventing yourself from rolling in order to save this feature. And I don't like that. The couple times I've tried to use it over the years, I just really hate it every time. There might be some little bias within there, but I really don't like it. So I wish they would change that mod. I wish they would just change it. I wish they would make it so, like, instead of it giving you invulnerability, add it to be like Oberon's system. Like, rolling gives you 5 stacks of damage mitigation and then puts it on the same cooldown. So instead of it being like immunity, you're incentivized to roll every X amount of seconds rather than just rolling in order to proc this immunity that has a uptime of like 30% or whatever the math comes up to. Like, you can get 100% uptime if there were stacks. So you could roll and then slash dash, and you wouldn't be consuming stacks, but then when you take damage, you would be able to, maybe be able to stack it higher. Like, you'd get 5 stacks, but it could go up to 20 stacks. So if you don't take damage, as long as you're rolling every few seconds, then you can stack it up. So that's my off-the-fly. That's not something I've had a thought on before. That's my off-the-fly recommendation on how I would rework rolling guard to be something that I would actually think is usable. Because right now I don't find it usable. I would rather use a plethora of different stuff. Oh, this definitely might work. So, this is clearly working. I don't know how much armor this is giving me, though. That's the hard part. It's saying I've got 1 stack of it. But... no, that's not the stack. There's the stack. Health conversion. So I have 2 stacks. And there's a stack consumed. But this will probably work. I don't know how well this will scale at level cap, because the 200 strength is definitely going to be a limit without running something else. So that's a... Might take a little more tuning. I still think if you're running this, Gloom is probably your better option. Maybe the other option you could do is like maybe you could run Elemental Ward. Elemental Ward would probably work, but I feel like Gloom in this setup is just so convenient that you might as well run it. You definitely do not want to have this decasting all the time though in Umbra. So Warrior's Rest, highly recommended. Oh, howdy there. Oh, well, as you can probably tell, what I'm running right now is a slight variation I just thought of that we'll probably just run this for the rest of the night, let's be honest here. Well, it's really test to see how well this slots in. Obviously, a limitation here for us to get more strength. Equipping Blind Rage is not going to be worth it, because you would functionally never be able to cast Furious Javelin or Radial Javelin if you were running Blind Rage. And you could probably get your 300% strength for that, but I don't think that would be worth it still. So we might be kind of stuck here at this 207% strength on this. This is one of the things, if you've seen my rest, is a bug patch that mimics a mod. Yeah. Warrior's Rest. So the funny thing about Warrior's Rest was, what was I doing? It was like when Whispers on the Wall first came out. It was like the first day of the patch. I didn't go through the patch notes as deeply as I do now, back when that patch first came out. And I missed where they had talked about adding Warrior's Rest in the patch notes. Well, I'm on the wiki looking at augments for some reason. I think I was looking at subsumed augments, like trying to find particular ones, and then I see a new tab that was created for Excalibur Umbra Oh, thanks, kitty. Look at that. 8 steel essence there. And I happened to see that they had added. There was a new augment. I was like, wait a minute, what? And so I went to the patch notes and found it. They had like just snuck that in there, added this augment, and I was like, oh, okay, wow, okay. So now I can actually test Excalibur Umbra, because before that, like before they added Warrior's Rest, I never even touched Excalibur Umbra because it was pretty obvious that he had these bugs. There was no advantage to running him, and that was when like having Excalibur Prime was a big deal, and probably why Excalibur hasn't been as popular as he is nowadays. Just adding Warrior's Rests, as band-aid as the solution that is, that was a huge development in Excalibur's usability. So we gotta at least give D credit for doing that, because they could have still never done that. They at least did that. So that's ideally they just fixed the problem though. Yeah, but it's a trade-off that people don't have the choice to make, especially with persistence. I think persistence really just fundamentally makes Umbra, the whole problem with Umbra, even worse. When you think about it, like, more people are going to be playing Excalibur with Tech Rod Encore, with the quest where you get to play Prime, and so this conversation is just going to get worse. Like, DE deciding to ignore this as long as they did has just made this argument worse, and made it hard for them to solve it without looking like they're going back or something. I don't know. I feel like they can just admit their mistake, and then if there are legal consequences to that, then they can soak that. You know, it's not like DE's an indie company that's barely surviving anymore. They're a pretty big company. So unless there's like an explicit legal reason why they physically can't do it, and not even like, you know, the difference between resale, like they don't have to sell it again. They could just make it an in-game reward. Yeah, see here, you tell the little limitation on killing these Eximus, but these are pretty hard to kill no matter what. Just a map full of Eximus. Unless there's like a particular reason they physically can't do it, then they should really just do it at this point. Oh, so here's a limitation that maybe I don't need to solve. I'm wondering. I haven't used health conversion that much. I've used it primarily on Inaros or on Necros, because of how much that synergizes with him. But I don't know if I need to have health damage to be able to do that. So if it would be worth me putting one Violet Shard on him. See if I can find out. I think the limit, like having Universal Orbs drop probably prevents that from being a necessity. Universal Orbs, obviously, if I pick up a Universal Orb, it should count. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And the only reason we're running health conversion is to get above 1400. Not to get to 700, but to get above 1400 and sort of mitigate health damage as best we can. So here's an example. So now I got 3, and it looks like it picked up a health orb. Wait, can I trigger this with the... No, I cannot. Oh. I can. There we go. Okay. Dang it. We're going to see if I can trigger this. We're going to... Okay, we got full health. We got 2 stacks. And yeah, it'll pick it up. So it'll pick up health orbs regardless. You don't have to have health damage. It'll pick up a health orb for health conversion. That's good to know. So there's a slight limitation here, but you're talking about conditional health. We're not relying on health conversion to stay above 700. We have 700 by default, but it'll help us stay above 1400 for like health or for the stacks. You know what I mean. It'll help us do that. 1.4 mil. That's not bad. And see, we can heal off of Radio Javelin, which is very nice. Fully Towed, your second Caliban. Nice. Yeah, I've never really played Caliban. a lot of these Warframes, I look at their abilities when I'm leveling them in SO or ESO, and then I'm like, this is too complex for my dumb Excalibur brain, and I go back to nice, simple Excalibur. That is genuinely a thing that I go through. That is not an exaggeration. Keeping things simple at this point. Trying not to reinvent the wheel. Finding what I enjoy in this game. I think using the specific mod configuration I did here is definitely beneficial here, I'm thinking. So we can still get our orange crits, guaranteed yellow, some orange crits, higher crit damage. And then using the extra attack speed so that... Oh, okay. I actually get an Acolyte. Ooh. I know exactly what to do to this Acolyte. It's like a Scarface moment right here. Except that's definitely not my little friend. That's quite a big friend right there. And look at that. Like I said, when you treat your kitty good, your kitty treats you good. 18% my ass on Resourceful Retriever. Feels more like 40% for me. Yeah, I'll tell you, like, don't let my how long I played this game and my mastery cap status make you assume that I know the difference between an ortholist and a concholist for Caliban, because I don't. I don't know. Caliban Prime. Let's link him. The only ability I know is this one. Well, not this one. Which one is it? Which ability is it? Oh, no, that's Revenant I'm thinking of. I sometimes know the assumes, the subsumes. If the subsume's good, then I at least know what it is. And I'm thinking of the Sentient Wrath one, or whatever it is. I don't know. Like I said. Naming it Selena Kyle? Well, I named this one Selena Kyle. That's my my Panzer for a couple of reasons. My cat's name, if you've seen my kitty cat, her name is Selena. That's the name they gave her from the shelter, which is spelled how you spelt it, with an E instead of an I. But I'm also quite a fan of DC and the character Batman, and then obviously the character Batman has a lot of conflicts with Selena Kyle, also aka Catwoman for those who don't know. And the sort of the joke here is that this is quite toxic and viral, and she is quite toxic and viral for Batman, because Batman doesn't really know how to handle Selena Kyle most of the time. Is she good? Is she bad? Is she worth his time? Is she not? It's kind of one of those funny push and pulls with that character, and I enjoy that. Defense. So this is another place to usually test my builds. Oh, hey there, Mr. Bigfoot. Yeah. I thought, because so when I went through the forums, when I was recording like the things that I found out about Veroxic, I always forget the spelling, Vexoric. The things I found out about Vexoric, so I made sure before I posted my own thread that I noticed if there was anyone else doing it. And I think having more threads while also kind of feedbacking to one another is definitely useful and definitely the best way to do it. So that's why I did that. So I thought, create more threads for it because it's a huge issue, but then also make sure, hey, there's another thread that's already got a lot of popularity on it. Let's kind of synchronize those together and give this a nice upvote, and hopefully DE fixes it, because like as you can see here, I'm running Nariman because I'm trying to figure out before and after they fix it how it feels. Like, want to get a really good feel. I've used it quite a lot. This was the first school that I fully maxed out. It was the first Harn Strike that I bought, and so Really want it to work. This is also really good in this build, running Merriman for this build. Which, as you can tell, like, looking at my energy consumption, because we have base efficiency, this is perfectly fine. Unless I'm ridiculously overcasting stuff, this shouldn't be a problem. And we don't have to cast Slash Dash to heal. We're gonna maintain stacks of health conversion here. With or without a bug on health conversion, this should work just fine. But it's a kind of convenient thing when you're running Universal Fallout and health conversion. They kind of synergize with one another. What's going on? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of my hope. I'm obviously not like a big content creator, and I don't even think it's even going to be possible with the nicheness of my content. Like, I'm primarily making content about Excalibur, and there's only so popular that's going to get. It's not really my objective to become a huge content creator. It's just kind of one of these fun things that I can do. This definitely does help me figure out how to explain things better. It's something I've mentioned in another stream, especially when you're sitting there and recording. So here's a pro tip. If you would like to become better at explaining things and providing, I guess, concise and accurate descriptions of your ideas, recording yourself, presenting those ideas, and then reviewing that and critiquing it is probably one of the best things you can do. So if that's something that you believe you struggle with, I would highly recommend trying that. And I will say it is useful. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a particular problem I've had for a long time, but I find myself... I'm probably overcritical of that for myself, of my ability to explain things, but that kind of drives me to try to always become better at it. And I personally think one of the things you guys don't see is sometimes on some of these videos, especially those like a little painful ones talking about Excalibur Prime and all that stuff, those ones, sometimes I'll record like 3 or 4 full-length videos and not upload them because I review them and I'm like, this isn't good. Like, I didn't do a good job at explaining this, or sometimes I'll completely miss an idea. And so a lot of times I'll be making 3 or 4 versions of the same video without and then those get deleted because I don't want to edit. Yeah, I don't want to have to do editing. And I think if I can explain, I don't know, I feel like my my overview of Excalibur is probably a good situation where as long as I have a little syllabus and I get the intro right, like I get the, like I don't meander too much in the beginning and I get right to the point, that I can sit and record for an hour and a half and be just fine and stay pretty decently on point without having to do any editing. Just a little ridiculous, but
Objective is secure. Let's go home.
yeah, I try. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're always your harshest critic, and it's definitely a skill. It's one of those things you don't want it to become like a certain level of neuroticism is healthy, but you don't want your own neuroticism to then negatively impact like how you improve yourself. So that's the simplest explanation I have for that. You definitely want to be self-critical. You want to evaluate your positions. You want to test your positions, but you obviously don't want to be so neurotic that you don't have any self-confidence. That's easy to do when you're pretty self-critical.
Tenno, there's a time-limited mission alert available. Check navigation.
Like my channel, it says thought process and any build, and you can aim and survival. One of the things I like to try to do in my builds is I think, personally, if I explain how I come to a conclusion, then that allows other people to potentially reach their own conclusion and build craft on their own. Like if I explain my process, I'm sort of, it's kind of the idea of teaching someone to fish rather than just giving them fish. Like if I explain my process, I feel like it helps people make their own conclusions on how they might be able to manipulate this build. Because like the builds that work for me, I don't assume are ideal for everyone. But if I explain why I'm using something, like why I'm using this mod versus this other mod, I feel like it makes it easier for people to translate that to how they want to build Excalibur or how they want to build Cullervo. Like I think on my Kalervo build, I think I pretty thoroughly explain why I don't use his augment, and I do know that some people do still like to use the augment. That's perfectly fine, and I explain why I don't use that. It's primarily because you want to take some health damage, so you don't want to always have this thing constantly giving you overguard. You kind of want to like cycle that as needed. Okay, this one I can race, I think. I definitely don't want to fail one of these when there's a... I usually solo these so that I can ideally obviously not fail them, but so I don't have to worry about other people failing them. I usually just solo them, but like right here, I can probably do this one without triggering the alarms. Yep. Oh no. I did trigger the alarms right there, but let's see, did I? I can actually look. There's enough of a delay. Yes, I did trigger the alarms. Usually I just slash dash through that. Oh. Sometimes I can race. There's been a few of these missions where these sortie ones where I do them so fast that I actually get to all 3 vaults before someone can do one of them. Because sortie, sometimes you're running into players that don't have Steel Path yet. So you're talking about really new players. And if you're fast enough, you can do all 3 vaults before... Even with Excalibur, you can do all 3 vaults before someone's able to do one. So see here is the host is a console player. So the mob density in this is not as good as it could be. But I have not run out of energy. Even using slash dash here and there. But 2 channeling abilities up. I think that's kind of the hope. If I can get enough, I think my goal is to help fix Excalibur Prime. Obviously, providing builds, but I don't want to. I don't want to have to make any videos on the whole topic of Prime and Umbra. I wish that was just solved, and then it's no longer a topic, and then it's like, okay, cool. I can basically rest easy on that whole topic, and it's no longer a problem. I can simply put out one build variation for everything, and then boom. But I think in the meanwhile, hopefully, I am helping change the narrative of the topic in probably a very crucial time. I think this is a pretty good time in the game's history to be able to do that. People getting to play Excalibur Prime. So potentially a lot of people literally seeing him for the first time in the entire game, playing Old Peace Quest. And hopefully DE actually fixes that. And they're only going to fix it. We know this because of the Heirloom Pack. The Heirloom Packs were probably going to be once-a-year packs. And they changed that because there was enough community feedback that said, hey, this is dumb, locking these even though they're cosmetic packs, locking these packs behind a like time-gated paywall for kind of an absurd amount. And like I don't even have like Valkyr as an example. I don't even have that heirloom pack because it's not worth it, like, to me. I think it's Valkyr. Yeah, I think it's Valkyr. The most recent one they just added. I never even bought it. I don't care about it. Like, I don't like the Signa. I don't like anything. But I will tell you, I am someone that bought the heirloom 10-year support pack because it was time limited. So, you know, same idea of why I bought the Tenocon packs of, well, these are cosmetics that even if I'm not using now, I might find myself using later. And that FOMO sells. And personally, I don't think selling cosmetic FOMO is a big deal. I think if that's the way DE keeps the game from being pay to win, then it is what it is. Because, I don't know, I come from the era of free-to-play games where pay to win was the standard. So the fact that in Warframe you can pay $0 and get everything in the game is amazing. And as long as they keep it that way, I think that's a good thing that they have cosmetics behind paywalls. I think it's the healthiest way to monetize a free-to-play game. Cosmetics behind paywalls. And if they need to make them FOMO in order to make that work, go for it. I'll tell you, I probably if you could buy all of the heirloom packs and everything like that at all times and all the Tenocon packs, then most people probably wouldn't have them until they feel like they need them. So that FOMO does sell. And if you care about it, then spend money on it. Have I ever been to Tenocon? No, I've not. I've considered going. My schedule now is a little bit more flexible to where if I wanted to go to Tenocon, I could. But I don't remember if I need to get a passport. I live in the United States, and I'm not terribly far away from where TennoCon's usually held. To not, like, truly dox myself. I'm not the longest distance away, but I'm not the shortest. And I've thought about going. I thought about going at one point just to experience it. I'm not a very, I guess if this might not come across on video or anything, but I'm a very introverted type person. So a lot of this is kind of new, but even just streaming and communicating like this is something that I really wouldn't have even done like 6 months ago. But sort of, you can fix your problems through brute force if you need to. You sound like you're in upstate New York. Well, I won't say that I've ever not lived in upstate New York. So you're definitely onto something there. That's all I'll say. If I'm too specific, I risk doxing myself, but there has been a period in my life where I've lived in upstate New York. I need a passport. I'm in Florida. Okay, yeah. And it's one of those things that I thought about getting, just to have it. The only passport I have is when I was a literal baby, because at one point I did live in Germany. And I have a passport. I still have a passport, and the photos in that are from back in the 90s, to put it simply. Let's see, what else next? Just keep testing this. Maybe I'll just go into like see, this is like, I don't care to test things in this kind of mission because I know it'll work and I know it'll kill things. So I don't really see the necessity of it. It's mostly the lower end missions that I'm worried about. But technically, I'll show the build. Is there a country you want to visit that you haven't already? I'm not really a travel type. If you can speculate by how I play Excalibur, I do like engineering type things. And so the things that I enjoy the most aren't necessarily the traveling aspects, but I did get to travel quite a bit this year across the US into some areas I haven't been before, and it was kind of fun. It's not one of those things I'll actively seek out, but when I get the opportunity to do it, I'll do it. A country that I haven't been that I would like to go to, if I had to choose like one place that I would love to see that is unfortunately not very possible, is there's a couple of different cool spots like in Siberia, like in the northern part of Russia, like in that deep woodland area. That would be really cool to see. Some of that really deeply unexplored parts of that ginormous country. I don't know if there's anything similar in Canada that I could see. But the thing that comes to mind is there's that big river that dumps into the Arctic. It's like one of the few deltas that dump into the Arctic. I think that kind of place would be pretty cool to see in a place like Russia. That deep woodland would be really cool. Looks like there's at least one spot, the Horton River Delta in the Arctic, Canada. That would be pretty cool. That'd be an easier spot to go to and get to see. But that's if I had to say one spot, I think that'd be pretty cool. Some of those more northern spots. I've been not that far. I'm trying to remember if I've gone south of the equator before. Most of the time I spent in the Navy was in the Atlantic Ocean, to put it simply. Let me see map. And I don't remember if I went past the equator there. No, I did not. Just looking at a map real quick. Yeah. So I don't think I've ever been to the southern hemisphere, put it simply. Want to go again to Moscow. Been 15 years. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Not getting into politics here, but it's unfortunate. I think there's a lot of cool history in that part of the world that, like, you don't experience being an American or even Canadian, of like the old world that you get to see when you go to Europe, when you go to Eastern Europe, when you go to places like Russia. Unfortunately, parts of like the Middle East, a lot of that stuff has been getting destroyed. A lot of that ancient history, but yeah, it's Yeah, we'll see. Thallus. So I think I can get rid of this. So Thallus. Let's look at what I've done for Thallus. I've tested it here and there, but I'll be honest. This is me speaking honestly here. I don't really understand the way the shards work to really understand how to make them better. I think the one thing that I did look up, because I did play with this not that long ago, I've at least polarized it how many times? Like 4 times in order to get a full build in it. I really don't understand the way they work, and I haven't found enough things that click that in my brain to get how they work. I know if you give them Wrathful Advance, it works really well. So on Kalervo, the shards scale really well if you give them Wrathful Advance and like crit damage shards. So for him, it seems like a really good option, but I don't really find it that useful on a Warframe like Excalibur with some of the other options. Like here, this would be like I should be using Dual Liquor on this. Because you think I've got a dual approach to health regeneration or energy regeneration. You've got Universal Fallout and you've got Hunter Adrenaline. Although I don't necessarily know if Hunter Adrenaline is necessary here. There's definitely an argument for me dropping Hunter Adrenaline and using like Primed Flow instead, and then using instead of these guys, just using more strength. That's a potentiality there. I can't fit it because I'm bad at the game, so I'm using Prime Sure-Footed. And I don't have double Umbral. And I don't have any Umbra Forma to fix that. Here, let's see. Do I have Umbra? Let's see how many Umbra Forma I have. I have 0 Umbra Forma to fix this. What I could do is obviously use it on Excalibur Umbra. Because I have... There's my test. Don't know if I have Gloom on him. I don't rename these as often as I should. So what I think I'll do is change this one from Roar to Gloom, because I don't need to test Roar anymore. I have 2 Umbral polarities on him, and for this build, I'm obviously going to have to run. So we're going to run this on Umbra instead, because I can test a little bit better with his dual Umbral polarities. Ideally, I just had another Excalibur Prime so that I could test this, but that's not how any of this works, unfortunately. I can at least test with between Prime and Umbra for the most part. So we're going to give him Dual Liquor. I'll go change this subsume. Yes, and no matter what, by far, the most useless ability on Excalibur Umbra is Radial Howl. And that just has to do with the fact that Radio Javelin does Howl's job kind of better. Kind of does it better. And then also, if you need to use the augment for it, you have that always available to you. Because if you go around subsuming off one or the other, and then you try to have different builds with like Warcry, you try to have like 2 different builds with Warcry, unless you're chopping and redoing this all the time, you're going to run into problems where like, if you just subsume 2, because you can't subsume off 2 for Warcry in one build, and then 3 on Warcry for another build. It has to be just the same subsume slot. And so that's where I think subsuming off his 2 out of like some very niche cases is always going to be better. There's potentially 1 or 2 subsumes I can not think of off the top of my head that would be better to subsume over Radial Javelin, because you just won't use it, and it's probably better off not spending the energy for it. But what we're going to do here, actually, is we're going to go Narman. We're going to not run Knockdown Immunity, and we're going to find out. Fallout. Yeah. And triple Umbral. I do usually put these in the same exact order every time. It's the way God made me. So on this one, we can actually run this version, because I'll have the ability to do that. Okay, we're going to mimic it for now. And then I'm trying to think of what the last slot was. I can figure it out. I can do this. I know I can. Oh, health conversion. Okay. Okay. I do also sometimes order these based on color so that they kind of... A little bit of OCD there. So we get a little bit more strength because we're running Warrior's Rest. But I will need to fix Exalted Blade. I don't know if I actually have a... Definitely don't need 2 versions of that. So we're going to make a version right here. And I do put these in the same slots for consistency's sake too. Trying to make things consistent and easy to switch. That's not for you guys, that's for myself. Put it simply. Focus radon. And then combo mods. There's definitely at some point an argument if there was a necessary thing to chop, dropping out Weeping Wounds to really not care about the heavy attacks, because that's primarily what this is here for, so that the heavy attacks actually have some status, so that they can proc electric and or radiation on the heavy attacks. In this case, it's just radiation on the heavy attacks. So just increasing the probability of you putting radiation on target. It's entirely the reason it's there, because chromatically doesn't apply to the heavy attack at all, including the IPS conversion. If you test it in Sim, though, it might work. I don't remember if that one works in Sim or not. Unlike the /dash one, which does work in Sim when it really shouldn't. Let me think. Let me make sure I have this all right. And then we need to make sure we have our Selena Kyle. We have Catwoman here to help us and stay alive. I did find, I think I mentioned this last stream or in my video on this. I did find that running Tech Assault and Prime Pack Leader was just better than running Panzer De-Evolution. Because this mod, when it's in its Sentinel form, it doesn't proc Hunter Recovery. So you don't get that additional source of healing. Is that necessary when we're running Gloom? Maybe not. But in theory, if we're getting knocked down every once in a while, then you would probably want to have some other source of healing. I think having multiple sources of healing and not dying is useful. As a reminder here, we use a Gladiator mod because if we're not running the Sacrificial set, this guarantees we yellow crit. Instead of being like 97.5%, it takes you to like 106% or 111%. Something like that. 113%. Gets you over 100%. And so you have a chance at orange critting with guaranteed yellows. And then our crit damage will actually be pretty high. Let me change his Archon shards. Don't need that. Well, that was actually pretty convenient. Usually I will actually spend the resources to make these. I actually do this. I will waste the materials just to make these next to each other, and then I'll separate them. So if I have a blue that's a different one, I don't have it next to a blue that's the same one, because I don't want to give the illusion that these are the same. So separating them to differentiate them. Like the strengths are the same here. I would rather have the energies the same. You know what? Like I said, this is the way God made me. We're doing it. There you go. There you go. Fixed. About heavy or Siam heavy scaling with no CO multiplicatively. I haven't really tested that too much. I've been told that that's the case. I haven't tested it to verify it, but I generally don't like condition overload and I might have been you that I'm trying to think of. Someone mentioned that in my radio javelin, furious javelin build, that CO doesn't appear to scale off of furious javelin, and that Siam is sort of similar. I can show you my Siam build. My Siam build, I think, still requires a ribbon. And I think someone was trying to buy that. Yeah, someone was trying to buy that. But this is the heavy attack build, and I actually have an Umbra polarity on it and run the sacrificial set. So I don't run CO on it. You kind of can't fit it here without losing something. And I'd rather have that extra crit damage or crit chance on this because of that. Notice this is a negative slash ribbon. And so Dowdy actually scales nicely. And it's weird because Dowdy will scale but not eliminate the heat multiplicative bonus or like the heat damage. So it'll like change as you heavy attack. It's weird. I can actually show it. Might as well. I think this is all correct. We're going to find out though if it's not. The problem here, and this is just a general disclaimer about the wiki. The wiki's wrong on a lot of stuff, even the official one, because when DE made their official wiki, they clearly just copy and pasted from, like, there's not a lot of curation on that. I've never gone on the wiki and changed anything. I think making a video demonstrating the way something works or doesn't work is probably better than going to a wiki for it. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, notice here the Dowdy. It goes from, like, look at how much that changes. So we're at max combo. It goes from, in this case, it's at 10.4. And then it goes to 18 when we heavy attack. It's like the way the heavy attack scales for it, Dowdy's a really good option. So if you can find a negative slash ribbon, I think I rolled that one. I think that's one I rolled, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's fun. The problem I have with Siam in general is the way the wave works. It'll get, like, eaten by stairs and stuff, and it's just annoying. Like, I think the alternate, so when you heavy attack twice, the wave goes from on the ground to kind of vertical. It goes from horizontal to vertical. And I find that one a better version. And I kind of wish that it was just more of a Exalted Blade type projectile rather than something that runs on the floor. But I do highly doubt they're going to change that. You know, it's the Siam's one of those weapons where they're probably never going to touch it because it's just not popular enough for them to, like, rework the way it works. They would probably rather make, I don't know, Dragon Akana Incarnate and have the effect work like that. But you can see it clearly works pretty nicely. And I think it's a good Dowdy host if you find a negative slash ribbon, because you're not worried about negative slash making the heavy attack worthless. You can actually do this though, and then the heavy attack is worthless. If you slide into it, you can actually get normal, like, guaranteed slash procs with it. And this is negatively impacted by a negative slash ribbon. Like, it didn't even hit 1,000,000 there. It would probably be hitting a lot harder without the ribbon. But you can do it. It's definitely a play style. I don't kind of like how slow this is, but I won't say it's a wrong play style. I think there's a certain level of subjectivity involved here, but I have played around with Siam quite a bit. It works pretty well. Yeah, like right there. That should have hit him. Well, having these viral procs on them is definitely making this more powerful than I was expecting. Because it turns out when they're primed with viral, those heat stacks do a lot more damage. Like right there. Or when they're armor stripped and you hit in the tens of millions. They're armor stripped with viral because Panzer is dumb. See, no viral. Oh, let's do this. Let's give it even more status. See how high we can get this. Bam. I will say, out of all of the strikes, the Taran strikes, Naraman is so much more satisfying to use than any of them. Pulling out a big sword and then just cleaving the map, the sound, the feel of it, it's just so good. And I really hope they fix its bugs. I really hope they don't give it a... I almost cursed there. I really hope they don't give it the lethal levitation treatment where they just never fix it when it comes to the spectral blades. Like, it is so much fun. I would expect now to me to already have it if the spectral blades were already working properly. Like, I would expect the spectral blades to give you enough charge to where if you're playing melee only like I am, and like I primarily do, that you can constantly maintain spectral blades up. That it's like 30 seconds comes up, you've got it again in this type of heavy melee gameplay. That'd be so good. Being able to cast Taran Strike every 30 seconds, that would make Naraman worth it. That's what I'm hoping. That's the optimism in me. Yeah, it's Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon... I really wish they would have done the thing they should have done with Sun and Moon, which was give it the, like, heat... It's like heat and cold treatment, where, like, each blade has a different elemental type. So basically what it was like in the new War quest, I think. Was the quest where that was, where you played Teshin and did the thing with Teshin's Sun and Moon. I feel like that is how they should have made it. They have an opportunity to fix that if they give it a... Oh no. Mr. Torment was doing splashy splash when I was trying to Taran Strike him. But yeah, if they give it an incarnate adapter, I feel like that would be worth it. Because you think a lot of people really like it. It just got a skin as well with the whole, like, I think it's like one of the Chroma or something. Or not Chroma, Wukong. Like, deluxe edition or something. They at least fixed most of the orb spawn rate. So, like, from my original video that I did about Taran Strikes, they have I think it was the 0.5 hotfix that they fixed most of the issues with charging Taran Strikes. Most of them, not all of them, but including they didn't fix Narman. But it's a lot better now than what it was before that hotfix, and they specifically addressed that there. So yeah, this is that build once again. It is actually a negative slash Dowdy build. Is this better than not negative slash? I don't know. It's been a while since I've tested it. I definitely didn't test it before with viral procking from Panzer, so that's making a huge difference. But it is something you can run because it is cool. The other thing that this has that I think you only can find it in the wiki is it has reflect built into it. So when you parry stuff, this reflection mod where it like reflects stuff back at your enemies, it does have that built into it, which is really cool. But it's not necessarily necessary. It's just a cool little feature. Something definitely to run on this build. Just as an example, running Skia Jadi on this version of the build. Because my Skia Jadi is set up for a, like, you know, you're proccing this with heavy attacks and some of the stance combos. Like, there's one of them, the normal... Where is it? Yeah, you have lift on that one. The forward one. Forward block has a lift attack. So you got a lot. Even the base one has a lift. So afflictions on Nikana is really good. Obviously, because the guaranteed slash proc on the heavy attack is just insane. Like, yeah, just insane amount of damage. So if you have like an 8 viral, like this is one of those Riven mods that I talk about being just exceptionally sleeper, and where like a crit or like the meta version of this is simply worse, and that's where Rivens are a lot more complex. Before the days of galvanized elementalists and elementalist mods in general, and some of the combinational mods, it was like a whole different story. But there's a lot more competition for mod slots now than just stacking stuff. This came up very recently, like twice, about how just stacking multi-shot on things just isn't always the best. Like, it used to be the best. If you can fit multi-shot, then sure, but most of the time it's like you have some stiff competition for multi-shot on a lot of weapons. Oh, here, we'll do this. Nope, wrong, we'll go incognito mode. Unless someone looks at my title. We won't change that. And we're going to find out how many times we get knocked down from the arson Eximus, because this is going to be full of Eximus. You know, it's the event one. Yeah, I feel like if there's one weapon that unironically deserves an Incarnon, it would be like Sirocco. I would love to see Sirocco Incarnon. So we can proc our double combo. There's a knockdown. Oh no. No, it is seriously a problem. Like that's pretty bad against a bunch of Eximus. And I really hope they just fix it. Then this conversation's dead. There's a nullifier. We're gonna pull out Exalted Blade here.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Part of my hope is oh, and by the way, nullifiers don't always remove that ability. You can actually see it right here. It doesn't always remove it. Here, we're gonna get in affinity range of this. And we get knocked down. Help this guy out.
Area completed. Move on. I need access to a terminal.
Healing with Radio Javelin feels really good. Okay, so we at least got credit for that. 8,000 affinity. Because I don't max that out every day. I'm not someone that maxes out all of my stuff every day. I don't sweat that hard. I play Excalibur.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that could get an Incarnate Adapter. I think Sirocco would be the memeiest of all of them. It actually makes Sirocco like the best amp. It's just, you know, you would have to... It would get an Incarnate Adapter probably through a different mechanism. Like, it'd be some future quest. So then you'd be able to take... Like, maybe if they did that, it would be a series of Incarnate Adapters that are for quest items. Like, you'd get one for Skiajati, you get one for Nadaruk, you get one for Sirocco. Like, some of those big, actually very popular quest items, and make them more powerful so that, you know, you've gotten to the point where you're at the absolute end game and you can keep using these original quest items. The fact that Warframe has quest items that are as good as they are is really a powerful indication of DE and their support for the game in general. Except for Excalibur Umbra. I haven't noticed that most of the time that doesn't disable your persistence doesn't disable on those types, like the nullifier fields. There's a few things that don't nullify on those anymore, and I feel like that was a recent change that they made.
Location reached. Drop me in.
Hi, as well. I have like 140 Forma, so I would generally prefer people give gifts to people that need them. But yes, I'm thankful. Thank you. I will say I do like the sound of Radio Javelin on Umbra a lot better.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
It's a meteor sound.
Continue to defend.
That makes sense. I'd say this working pretty well. So if you happen to be watching this while streaming, and feel free to modify your build to run this. Can't say if it's gonna work at level cap because it doesn't meet my like arbitrary criteria for what would work at level cap, but there's only one way to find out. I think the difference that might make or break it is the fact that your companion is putting potentially 10 stacks of viral and everything. That might be enough. Like, that alone might be enough to make it actually viable.
The odds were against us, Tenno. But we did
Oh.
it. Mission complete.
Time for a break.
Okay, that was Malice doing his thing right there. Where is he? I was just looking for this guy. I don't think I've ever tried to last grass off of him, but my teammate's not going to let me do that. Remember, you gotta roll on Malice. If you see a little bubbly around you gotta roll. Otherwise, he will murk you pretty easily. And there you go. Like I said, your cat's nice to you. When you're nice to your cat, it becomes nice to you and gives you double drops all the time.
It is done, Tenno.
3 more Forma, go for the 99 Forma Excalibur build. Well, the problem with that is my Prime's already at 170 some Forma. And my Umbra and base Excalibur are fully Omniforma'd. So there's not much more I need to Forma on them. For those that haven't seen it. So like, on Umbra, I've got 22. Which involves 2 Umbral and then the rest Omni. And then on Exalted Blade, if you put at least one, or if you keep at least one of his Umbral polarities, you can fit every build. That's all you need. Just one of those, and then the rest can be Omni. Just fine. You can't Omni this. I've already tried. Doesn't let you. And then on base Excalibur, I've got 12 on him. And he's fully Omni. I keep no Umbrella on him so that I can keep him sort of not running Umbra mods, because I figure for the most part people needing to run builds on him are not going to have Excalibur Umbra yet, but that's changed a bit since Old Peace, unfortunately. Same thing here, full Omni. That's on base Excalibur, and then obviously you guys have seen my Prime where I've got 1 Umbral polarity, sum total of 145 on just him. Because when you've had to rebuild him like every single patch, turns out that has consequences, and Omniforma has dramatically slowed that down. Because I just simply don't have to polarize to fit builds anymore. Like all these build variations that I run, Omniforma have like really changed the game for me. And then obviously same thing here, single Umbral polarity, and then the rest Omni, and you can run every single build on Exalted Blade. So there's basically zero reason for me to ever polarize Exalted Blade ever again on the main 2 versions of Excalibur that I play. This, though, I've even put on like 20 since Omniforma because I changed these 2 a lot. I switched these between Umbral and Omni way too much. Even Old Peace, I had 3 Umbral polarities, and I removed all of them and put 1 back on. So that's you could say I have a problem with polarizing on Excalibur. Yeah, I buy them. Like I've genuinely spent probably 15 or 16,000 platinum on Omniforma. That's how many Omniforma I've bought. It's absurd. They are well worth it. They're definitely a way that people like me have been draining their platinum because of how powerful the lenses are going to be. The same thing. Lenses were clearly, I would make an argument that lenses were probably added as this functional component to building for the sole purpose in that it's another way to get longtime players like me who even though I have all of these base ones, Like most people aren't going to spend the time to sit there and build them all the way up to the highest version, to like Lua. So then, you know, like I've already spent probably like 600 or so platinum on lenses buying these Lua ones, whatever the math comes out to. I've probably at least bought 5 of them and then replaced them and bought 5 and bought more and replaced them. Dumb. Not worth it. You can just use the base versions and it like the conversion isn't going to get you there. It was mostly testing. I was mostly testing to see if the conversions actually mattered, and it was like negligible. So even just using base versions is better. I would just use base versions on everything. Just don't even bother with the Lua ones. It's not worth the cost, including building them. Okay, how about we'll do the Parita? We'll see if this is enough. Parita. I was doing Daclylist. Let's see. Incarnants as Syndicate weapons? Yeah, that would be interesting. Rekka Dark Dagger Incarnate. Talk about meta breaking. That's the problem with Incarnants, is that when they add arcanes and they add all these extra mods, it's like a delicate balancing act of making something not like required. Because I agree with DE and Pablo when they talk about this, where it's like you don't want something so powerful that it feels required. I think Pablo talked about that. Like people had that problem with Slam, where Slam was so powerful that people felt it was required to run Magistar, and that shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't have that problem. They should balance the game so that things like that aren't meta breaking and required. Like having that, making something not so overpowered that it eliminates choice, if I can simplify that. Dual Liquor almost falls in that territory for me, where it's like it's so powerful on Excalibur, especially the synergy between Vortex and Furious Javelin and all that, where it's like it almost feels required. But I still obviously run other things and other builds here and there. You clearly can see that. I would say a slight advantage here of this build, like right there, I just got staggered. I was ironically just talking about to mention that. If your companion's able to heal you, it's like getting knocked down isn't the absolute worst thing in this scenario, but still, as I mentioned in almost all of my videos, it should simply just not be a problem. Shouldn't have this problem of not being able to run the same exact builds I run on Prime. As small-ish as that can be, it simply shouldn't be an issue in 2025. Yeah, I use that. I use the knockdown immunity per Taran Strike for your operator on like everything other than Unaru. Unaru doesn't have it for obvious reasons. But on every other, on every single one of them, it's like your amps. Most of your amps knock down. So you probably should have knockdown immunity on your operator. Mostly functional knockdown immunity. It's not perfect. Sometimes you still get knocked down. Like, it's weird. It might be bugged a little bit. Haven't spent a lot of time testing it to really figure it out. I would say our energy economy is pretty good. And there's really no one here I can think of that would be giving us a lot of energy. Unless someone's running a Death Cube by chance with its mod. It affects your Warframe too. See, I am getting. I'll show this, but I should have the knockdown operator Taron strike mod equipped. We'll take a look after this, but I have been knocked down a few times, is what I'll say. And I'm pretty sure I have that equipped. I'm getting a little bit used to the timing for running 85% attack speed on Exalted Blade, but Exalted Blade's a lot more friendly to like a lot of times when I'm doing this slide for momentum and mobility and I'm not proccing the radio blind effect. I've obviously spent a long time doing it and getting good at it, but that's something I hope I demonstrated accurately in my comprehensive guide. It's something that I do. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Hit markers. The nice part about running Narman in this mission is you get the extra crit. Got nullified. You get that extra crit, so then I actually start red critting with Exalted Blade. Giving me 100% right now. Melee damage and crit damage and crit chance. That would be a really nice buff to have, just baseline for Narman. That would be nice. Maybe that's a hint. I wouldn't doubt it, and I hope. Maybe this is the optimist in me speaking. If this is like part 1 of Taron Strike, sort of operator revamp, because yeah, that would be nice. That would be super nice. Yeah, I guess even to point out here, I'm not running out of energy in this build. So like kind of a two-prong approach. You take health damage, and we're dropping universal orbs, which is helping stack health health conversion to get our extra armor. And it's a good amount of armor. You know, we're getting well in excess of 2,000 armor from this. Like right there, I got knocked or like staggered, which I'm not used to seeing with how long I've had Prime Sure-Footed. I'm not used to seeing stagger. A lot of enemies. We'll do the thing. See a lot of enemies. I wish it would. That would be nice. Think of that as like Prime Sure-Footed, but better. That would. The only problem with that is it would make Unaru's one of Unaru's biggest feature, or the largest part of one of its biggest features, kind of obsolete. If that mod affected both. They could do this. Now, here's an interesting idea. Here's an interesting idea. Make that Archon mod give your Warframe immunity if you're playing Umbra. There you go. Gives Umbra-type Warframes knockdown immunity. While sentient as well. That would be interesting. That'd be an interesting, like... really simple solution to the Umbra problem. Give your new Taron Strike mod knockdown immunity 4. I would say that would fix the problem. That would just run it on your operator amp mod, Taron Strike mod. Really talk about making Prime Sure-Footed obsolete. Yeah. bad fake Caliban. I did watch Siege's video, I think yesterday or last night. Oh, there, I got knocked back. I did watch his video on it, and he didn't answer a lot of questions, it seems, in that video on the lore behind Old Peace. I feel like there were some holes in that video, but I don't know enough about the lore to talk authoritatively on it at all. I know enough from watching YouTube videos and what I deduce in game, but I'm no like story-driven type lore person. I know still a lot of the lore on World of Warcraft, because that was quite interesting for a while. It's not very interesting now, but it was quite interesting for a while. Wait a minute. No. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Because I thought I saw the heavy attack proc electric, which it shouldn't be, unless they stealth fix something, or unless it's different in this zone, which I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing. But in the most, I think, we'll have to do like probably 3 missions of this, just to make sure it's not my teammates doing it. But being able to sustain energy economy in this mission is actually pretty good. So I think a good balance here might actually exist. The companion might be a requirement for the damage to really make sense. You thinking all that extra viral? It's a self-correcting issue in that context. If my companion's able to put viral on everything, then I'm probably not doing enough damage to kill them quickly. So then, kind of the same idea with combo. Hey. But what, really? I don't know how a slam here didn't kill it there. That was a heavy slam. With Tennokai. Maybe that's the next forum thread. Maybe we can dogpile a forum thread asking for knockdown immunity for Umbra Warframes on that mod. On that arcane, or on that operator mod, whatever you want to call it. This would fix the problem with Excalibur Umbra. One of the major issues with Excalibur Umbra. So to like maybe get little victories at a time if they're not willing to actually fix the root of the problem here. Make sure I get full energy before we go into this mission. Has the best to test energy economy. Like, are you talking about testing it and see if it's limited? Or if you can get the most energy out of it? Like, it depends on which direction you're thinking. Yeah, let's see if I can read your question a little bit easier, too. This feels really good, I'll say. Yeah, if you were to talk about the missions that have the worst energy economy, it has to do with low density. So if you wanted to try like a sortie, I think doing normal star chart is not, like if you're in Steel Path, testing around normal star chart is worthless. Just run Steel Path. Like once you're in Steel Path, like your goal should be to never leave Steel Path. So testing things like sorties, Archon hunts. This mission has like notoriously bad energy economy, so the fact that we were maintaining it is pretty good. Okay, so we're gonna see this because I got knocked down a few times. Upgrade. So I do have it here. I'm pretty sure this only affects your operator. And it kind of is buggy too, where sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does. But that would be an idea. That would be a dogpile forum post thing of like, So, because of this problem with Excalibur Umbra, the biggest thing he lacks is knockdown immunity. How about we just give this mod knockdown immunity for Umbra type Warframes? Just make it so a little bit of extra thing there. Also applies to Umbra Warframes. Except for the Void Mode part. Gain knockdown immunity. For your Operator and Umbra Warframes. There you go. Problem solved. It is still really good for your Operator because amps knock down like crazy. Amps do a really good job at knocking you down on their alt fires. Yeah, the biggest gap, by far the biggest gap on Umbra in this build is the fact that you can't run Prime Sure-Footed. And that's not to say that other Exilis mods aren't powerful or important, but I will say, in comparison, like the other options being Coaction Drift, like you get a little bit of range from that. Sure, you get a little bit of energy. Like these pale in comparison to Prime Sure-Footed and Warrior's Rest, and some of the other Warframe Exilis augments, obviously, not just Warrior's Rest, but those are like dramatically better than any of the other options. To where if they had to choose one, it would still not fully close the gap if they did it, but if they had to choose one, like one of my original forum suggestions before Old Peace, which is just give us a version of Warrior's Rest that has, instead of ability strength, that has Prime Sure-Footed, and make it like the same cost and everything. So make it like a noob-friendly Prime Sure-Footed for just Umbra. And they didn't clearly do that. Maybe it's in the pipeline. You know, some of these things on Warframe take a long time. Maybe this will be like a, you know, not the Old Peace update, but the next update coming up. I don't know. That forum post got taken down because apparently you can't talk about upgrading or giving Umbra a buff without getting PP slapped by a forum mod. We're going to put Dual Liquor on him because I want to go back to Dual Liquor. It's fun. That's where you got to be careful on the forums, apparently. When you talk about anything involving Excalibur Prime, apparently is a big no-no, even when you're a founder. I didn't get any negative points on the forum for having them take down 2 threads, which is kind of ridiculous. Like 2 threads I started, I got 0 warnings. 0 warning posts. But then I also put in an email or put in like a request when it said like can't see this and you can send a message. I haven't gotten a reply back on that. So if they do give me a reply back, I will in fact like if I do get a reply back on that message, I will in fact provide that and probably a post on my YouTube channel with a screenshot of it. Because I think if they did take it down and they're like, hey, you can't talk about Excalibur Prime at all or in any context whatsoever, or talk about buffing Umbra, then that's a big revelation. Or maybe they'll give me something useful. Is there any reason they don't like you mentioning Umbra? No, I don't think so. I think it really does come down to a lot of people will, in the past, they will circumvent talking about Excalibur Prime by talking about Umbra, and I don't think that's a problem. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. And DE clearly is a little bit more heavier on the censoring of posts talking about Excalibur Prime at all in any context, that it trickles into talking about Umbra sometimes. But it's like, let's be honest, if I was making posts as a founder just talking about Umbra without mentioning Excalibur Prime whatsoever, the probability of it staying talking about Excalibur Prime or Excalibur Umbra is pretty low. The probability of that post getting derailed and talking about re-releasing him, which I think is a reasonable thing to talk about, DE clearly doesn't, is pretty likely. I'm going to top off my tea once more, and we'll keep going into this. I'm just going to throw this up here in the meanwhile while I get more tea. All right, it's time for a celebrity cameo. Kitty. Oh, who's a good kitty? Meow. Here's IRL Selena Kyle, who is not entertained. Meow. You gonna say something? You gonna say something, kitty? She's a very talkative kitty, unless I put a microphone in front of her, and then she gets very shy. Right, kitty? No. Want me to put you down? Okay. She's annoyed. She's such a good kitty, though. Very sharp. Oh. She's camera shy. I will say, you might not believe it, but I was camera shy before I started making these videos. It was a problem I always had. Turns out, start making YouTube videos and you'll be fine. Trial through fire, put it simply. Cat hair. Okay. This is all proper. We're going to go back into that mission. We're going to keep finding out. Check which one. Okay, here we go. Might as well do the lyric one. This Hunhalis. Does she claw me much? Yeah, she does claw me quite a bit. I wonder if I have any current scars on me. Oh, I've got some on my thighs. I obviously won't show you my thighs. I've got a decent one on my chest, as she did. She doesn't have good claw inhibition. She was a stray, and so there was a long time for her entire childhood, at least the first year or two of her life, that she didn't have to have claw inhibition, and she clearly struggles with that. She tries, but she clearly struggles with it, and she's very sharp too. I don't trim her claws. I let her trim her own claws and keep them trimmed, and she does a pretty good job at it. But also, I find dull claws make worse cuts than sharp claws. Sharp claws are really good at making a nice little puncture wound or a nice scratch that heals pretty quickly. She does not like me touching her paws either. She's it's like here's a little bit of claw clipping theory here. If you get more scratches trying to trim her claws than you get not trimming her claws, then the net result is it's better to not trim her claws. That makes sense. I would rather not disarm my cat too, because my cat, although she's not a U.S. citizen, she has the right to bear claws. I don't want her to not get political here, but she has the right to bear claws, and I would rather her be able to be sharp and dangerous when she needs to be if she ever gets out, than trim her claws. Obviously, declawing cats should be illegal everywhere. I think it's illegal in a lot of places, but luckily that's a practice that's not done anymore, because from the studies I've seen and the data I've seen, cats are more likely to bite when they're declawed, and cat bites are far more dangerous than cat claw marks. Cats don't have the exceptionally clean mouths that dogs apparently have, outside of some fringe scenarios when they're not vaccinated and stuff. Let me put in this battery and do my part. Yeah, declawing a cat is definitely abuse. I feel sad every time I see a cat that's declawed, because they definitely have different behavior. They're more likely to bite, supposedly, when they're declawed than just using their paws and their natural defensive mechanism. They got to resort to their backup, which is their mouth, and that is not safe. Especially, it's like if you had to choose between getting clawed by a cat and getting bit by a cow, I would choose being clawed any day. Don't get rid of the poor kitty's murder mittens. Yeah, I did 1.8 million on that guy with with a radio javelin. A little big. I do have companion numbers enabled, so who knows what's getting. Yeah. Yeah, one that left their mother too young. I think rescue cats have really good personalities. They obviously have some. They're probably gonna have some trauma, but I would take that trauma over a pampered house cat, like a house cat that was born into never having to really fight for anything. Like, I think their personality is just better. I think they're more appreciative of the environment they're in when they were a stray or lived on their own for some time. Not to say that's a good thing, but if I had to choose, I think if I get another cat, not another one before this kitty, whenever my kitty perishes or whatever, you know, they don't live forever, I probably find myself another shelter cat, and I'll probably get another black cat. But I think vocal cats are needy cats, and needy cats are more likely to have a better temperament than cats that aren't needy. I think needy cats are fun cats, and they're nice cats to have. I'd rather a cat be too needy than not needy enough and just like hide from people. Like, my cat greets me at the door every day. She greets people. There's like, I'll take an example. When I refinanced my house within the last few months, and when the lady came over from the titling agency to like do that, she was all over her. She was like trying to sit on her lap. She was crawling on the armrests and stuff, and it's like she was absolutely loving it. The lady. It's like, her owning cats and stuff, but yeah, it's like I would rather have a cat like that than the opposite. I'd rather have a cat with a personality of a dog than a cat personality, like what you would usually consider a cat's personality. It's just, yeah, she's great. You probably see her all the time. She goes, I have her little scratchy thing set up here for her to be able to. She uses it quite a lot. She really likes that toy. She likes it a lot more in my new house. My old house did not have level floors, to put it simply. It was a slab type. It was an older slab type, and it had settled, and the spots that I would put it in, it would never really roll consistently, and this house does not have that problem, to put it simply. And so she really loves this toy when the floors are level, and she can just sit there and play with it, and she does that quite often. But she's almost always nearby. If she's not sleeping in her tree or something like that upstairs, she's always nearby. Cats can grapple into the ships to yeah, I do know. In the Exalted Blade build, it also doesn't work reliably sometimes. You'll go to grapple it, and it'll grapple one of the grapple points instead, or it won't actually connect with the ship, so then I don't always do it, especially when I have Exalted Blade out and I can just melee them with Exalted Blade. Let's see, there's a Grandmaster Founder here. Let's see how much he plays Excalibur. So, Grandmaster Founder, he's LR2. Let's see. His third most used Warframe. That's not too bad. That's higher than what I usually will see. Oh, wrong hole. Nope, right hole. Just kidding. Yeah, I just spent a lot of energy, remember? So I was at full, but I am no longer at full because I spent a couple energy radio javeling and then also a bunch just slash dashing. And so got kind of low there, 33, but with 2 channeling abilities. but now we're getting our way back up. So yeah, two energy, max energy shards. Definitely not viable. You definitely need primed flow whenever you're running blind rage, but we are in fact not running blind rage here. And we seem to be working fine, even on what I would consider one of the most energy limiting maps in the game, or game modes. Yeah, let's be honest, it is really cool to, like, it's satisfying when you heavy attack, especially with the Tennokai proc on this, one of the ships, and it blows up. The sound and, like, that sort of detection just feels really good. Oh, there's a knockdown. Like, right there. You know, when you one-shot him with a heavy attack, it feels really good. That is, I agree. That one's bugged. Or is it a latency thing? There you go. Seems like it was fine. Yeah, the damage from this build is definitely not accurate because of this. 200% crit chance and melee damage. That doesn't seem to be additive to base. It seems to be like the standard multiplicative, because otherwise I would be red critting guaranteed right now. So it seems like it's not additive, it's multiplicative to your base crit chance. Trying out Warcry, and it's been working well. One major thing I struggle with Excal is dying. Okay, so Skylar, I will show you this build variation that I'm testing right now that I think is definitely a different version worth giving a shot. That is, I'm definitely liking. I think it's definitely working nicely. But yeah, if you're not running Persistence with that Warcry, I do have that Persistence Warcry variation. It can be a struggle sometimes with having to cast, and that's kind of the way around it. That's where you noticed I haven't used Molt Reconstruct with any of my builds. That's a question I've gotten with any of the Persistence builds. Because Molt Reconstruct, you think theoretically Molt Reconstruct would work. It doesn't work nearly as well without Warcry, or not without Warcry, without Blind Rage to increase that energy cost. And the balance for it isn't reliable. Like, if you're taking a lot of damage, sure. But then also you think theoretically, if you're using Molt Reconstruct on this kind of build, you're really just using shield gating with worse steps, like with more conditional requirements. So I don't really find it as good. Like, if maybe on other Warframes, but on Excalibur, it's like I'd rather just use Brief Respite and use shields in order to soak hits rather than using Molt Reconstruct with Persistence. Like, I think there's better options, and Gloom is definitely one of them. I think this variation is definitely working quite nicely with the viral. I think the viral is really what's making this work, to be honest. Without that viral damage from my Panzer, this would be a lot more painful with how low the strength is. Is Dragon Akana better than Prime? I don't think so, but also I don't really care too much for an Akana Prime. I don't find Akana Prime really that good. I think there's better options now. Like, I would rather run Skiajati than Akana Prime. I think the difference here is Skiajati is more interesting, or I'd rather run Siam, or I'd rather run like a Zon Akana. But if I had to choose, the most useful version of Akana is actually Dex Akana, because Dex Akana lets you, like, you can get to max combo on that without special ribbons, without having to do anything. You can get just straight to max 11 by 110 on Dex Nikana. And they just got a disposition upgrade. And I probably next week's Kuva, I'll roll more Nikana ribbons so that I can try to get another... I'm trying to get an IC crit chance ribbon with a negative so that I can... I think it's good enough now to where with Dex Nikana, you could get to 30 IC on a ribbon mod, and then you could take the normal Dex Nikana 11 by 110 build and replace it with a ribbon that's upgraded. So basically like a corrupt charge +2 -1 with crit chance, or a heavy attack efficiency, something like that. Trying to avoid this beam because I will die very easily. I don't see stacks. I'm wondering, I probably can get health conversion stacks in this. That's something worth trying. I might be able to test that. In Arcwing, you might be able to keep persistent up with health conversion sort of passively.
Chaos has lost this battle.
Yeah, if you don't have persistence yet, it's very cheap. And I would highly recommend picking it up. You can even technically pick up the rank 0 version and it works. It's not like one of those ribbon or one of those arcanes that doesn't work unless you have the max rank of it. It's obviously better at rank 5, but it's not required. Let's see what the price is if you went to forums or if you went to Warframe Market. Oh, those went up. I'll tell you, it was kind of nuts. Day 1, I was able to pick up a lot of, or day 1 or 2, I was able to pick up a lot of the arcanes because they were like 20 platinum a piece, and now they're, you know, they're not crazy expensive, but they're, you know, 70 platinum for a rank 5 persistence. Hey, kitty. Kitty wants my attention now. Hey, kitty. You're a good kitty. Oh no, she doesn't want that kind of attention though. She'll like sleep under my desk and stuff while I play. I have to be careful because I'll like accidentally kick her. Unfortunately. She learned not to stand or sit in the middle of dark hallways. Thankfully. Because you literally can't see her in the dark hallway. Okay. What was I? Oh, I was going to show this build. So yeah, Skylar, if you're curious about what I was just running, you're running Gloom, but we're running a influence build with Universal Fallout in order to get our conditional armor increase to at least give us 1400 fairly reliably. You think you're probably riding between 2 to 3 stacks of this most of the time. So 900 increase armor is actually almost getting you, you're basically jumping between the threshold for being able to soak both a heat and corrosive stack simultaneously and still have 700 armor. So this is probably worth it in this because of Universal Fallout. That's kind of what's dubious is this worth running versus just running like in this scenario? Like this is some math that's important to consider. We're getting 30% strength here when we could instead be getting, what, 450 armor? And that 450 armor isn't going to be enough. But, like, how many Archon shards is this worth is kind of the question here. And it seems like it's worth more than what you could get from armor shards here. Because you think, you know, maybe instead of running health conversion and max energy shards, we just run Archon Flow or Primed Flow instead. You know, we're getting energy economy here, so maybe we don't even have to run Hunter Adrenaline and health conversion. We just run Gloom. We get enough energy from this. We have higher max energy, so then we're less dependent. Let's try that. I think I can actually fit it on this. That's the major thing here. So... even running Equilibrium, that would be an interesting option. So here's the theory. We instead run Prime Flow. We can even get rid of that, and we can run energy, or some sort of strength, some sort of strength bonus. So how about we throw in Blind Rage? So we're not reliant on health conversion for energy. We're using this to heal. We're using Universal Fallout for energy and healing. That's kind of where, like, is this even worth it at that point? Questions definitely to consider. And then what I could just run instead is I could just run full armor. So you think full armor, 225 times 4. I don't feel like doing the math in my head. That's 900. 882. So then you're getting to 1700 armor, which you wouldn't need. You could use like just 2 or 3 of them. What's our starting energy like? Yeah. So that's where, like, some of these choices you can make, whether or not blind rage. Like, if blind rage isn't required, I think. Oh, the thing I didn't even change here. Notice I'm running brief respite, which is worthless in this build. So let's change that. Literally worthless in this build. So I might as well change that here. Didn't even notice that. Yeah, really wish we could fit in blessing into this, but doesn't look like that's possible. So I'll probably just run Steel Charge, because Steel Charge is cozy. This obviously is really... I think this is better than what you would normally consider, because you think Steel Charge, value-wise, isn't very good. But the way it gets buffed by Furious Javelin, kind of like what I showed my Furious Javelin Mythbuster, that this plus just raw melee damage scales really well with Furious Javelin, and so it's a viable option. Summoner's Wrath would be a cool, interesting addition here too. Stand United doesn't scale very well. It's not worth it just to meet a breakpoint either. You're better off getting a different like getting a better source for the breakpoint. Hey, kitty. Yeah, that's where, like, aura mods, there's not a lot of choice. Like, Growing Power would work here too. This gets proc from Exalted Blade and Slash Dash. So Growing Power does work quite nicely, but unless you're proccing this and then snapshotting it into these abilities, which is a viable thing you could do, that would also be an option. But Steel Charge is just nice and cozy. I like it for that reason. It sucks if you're trying to run Brief Respite, though. If you need to run Brief Respite, this is worthless. In this case, with Persistence, that completely changes the game. I don't really want to run Blind Rage on this, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. I think I'll keep trying that other variation. Something about 100 Adrenaline feels really good. You think in a sustained mission, if you're not getting kills, and as long as you're not getting heat stacked, then this and these are assisting in opposite directions. So this is assisting in normal, against normal enemies, big, giant amounts of normal enemies. Same with this. So this and this are synergizing. And then Hunter Adrenaline and this are for, like, missions or scenarios where you don't have a lot of enemies to kill, and so you're not getting health orb drops. So it's kind of like a two-prong approach here, when you think about it. There is a bit of redundancy here between Arcane Universe of Fallout and Gloom, though. I don't think you could replace Gloom, though, with some sort of health orb drop system to help keep this high. You might be able to replace it with, like, Elemental Ward and health bonus, like some other way of giving you increased amount of health. I don't think there's too many options for that. Let me check. Like, I don't think there's many options for you to get increased health for subsumes other than Elemental Ward's heat, and that's not very good, and you actually can't run it on this without breaking it, because if we're running Influence, you need that emissive to be electric, and emissive electric on this is worthless with Persistence. Yeah, see, that's where I don't think that's really worth it, because you think the Lycan's Hunt, you need to have 5 or more status effects, and generally we're going to have 2 to 3 on this build. So it's... I've tried playing around with this way back when it first came out, and it just wasn't worth it because of that 5 or more status effects condition. I just didn't like it. I will say I have used Fractured Blast for some time. Fractured Blast is actually quite nice. The health orb and energy orb scale with strength, so then you can actually have a pretty good chance if you're running this with equal, like with a single violet shard. It's actually a good amount of. I ran it on Necros. That's where I ran it. I actually ran this on Necros to just send your orb drop rate to the moon. You're sitting there spamming this as Necros. Let me see if the search function works. Yeah. Yeah, there's not anything that increases your health. The other thing we could do here, we could always use health or Archon shards. You think we don't need these max energies. It's not great. 225 health. It's an option. It's not a great one, but it is a possibility here. I'd rather just have more. Like, if I had the choice between increasing my health and just adding more strength, I feel like the 2 seconds is probably fine because you have slash dash as a backup that, in this case, you can heal with slash dash. So it's not like you don't have a defensive ability on Excalibur to use as a backup. This is, in fact, a defensive ability. So I'd rather just have more strength. I think 2 seconds. Maybe if you tune this, if you drop 2 more of those shards in, you would still not get to 3 seconds. You would still be less than 1500. Yeah, we'll try this with Steel Charge, because I didn't have Steel Charge in before. I still had Brief Respite on this build. It's literally worthless. Well, let's see. I don't know why I'm getting more of these materials, but I might as well. So we'll do the Ren Hypercore. I think I haven't gotten the daily. Just as a reminder, they have a daily shop where you can pick up the material. If you go to Marie. Yeah, and Power Blade does in fact not work if you don't have shields. It's like the same for... There's another mod that's, or another arcane that's similar to, or another aura that's similar to that. Yeah, see this right here. Boom, because we totally need this. Could use this though. Yeah, see, I don't need any of this because I already have. They're all fully ranked too. I've already bought this. I actually fully ranked this up, too. This is fun. If you haven't done this... well, not this one. This right here. No, not this one. Where is it? It's in the surplus. This guy. This Insignia bundle. If you haven't done this already, this is a lot of fun. And I'd recommend doing it. It's challenging. I didn't do it all with Excalibur. I'll tell you that now. I didn't do it all with Excalibur. I used Clervo quite a bit. Just to make this easier. Because I wasn't going to try to struggle my way through doing, like... all 3 of the hard mode bosses again on Excalibur. It took me like basically a night. The hardest thing is you do need to do a survival arbitration, and obviously there's not always a survival arbitration up, but you need to do like a survival arbitration for 30 minutes or whatever in order to do that. I guess I'm saving up for the arena as my next one because I already have all these weapons. Yeah, breaking news. I do have a video on Clervo because he is very powerful. He is very good. And it was so dumb. He was so easily able to cheese those hard mode bosses. I just used that and my, like, Nakana Za with Contagion. Like, just one-shot everything with that. It was dumb. What else did I do? Oh, the ETA. I tried to do the ETA, the solo ETA this week is nuts. We'll go look at that. I had to do it. This is dumb. So, I had to do the solo ETA. The solo ETA is the last part of this thing. So to just point out what I'm talking about, it's this chest metal. So this is the fully ranked up version of it, which is cool. You know, it's kind of it's very dictator metal type large. Like you're a dictator of a small country and you just make whatever metals you want, like that kind of meme. That's kind of what it gives vibes off of, but this is the fully ranked up version. and it was a lot of fun to do. It was a decent challenge, not too crazy.
Hiya, freaky space friend. Okay.
But the ETA this week is kind of nuts. And I actually had to do it twice because I started with Excalibur, and I like literally on the last wave of this defense, I couldn't kill the thing in time, and it was annoying. So I was like redoing my build. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna run Dante. So then I just ran Dante for it, and it was a joke. But joke's on me because I didn't put the medallion on my Dante. And so I was literally on after I defeated the tank boss, and I happened to look at my chest and I'm like, oh no, I still had a Zenrook badge on my Dante, and so I had to redo the whole thing again. So I actually did the ETA solo twice this week because I was dumb and I didn't change my chest medallion, and it didn't count having it on your operator. Fun fact: you can't put it on your operator and extract his operator and have it count. It has to be on your warframe. Yeah. So don't be dumb. Make sure it's on there. I made sure every other time it was on there, so I didn't mess it up. Especially the ones that were time gated, like the survival. You don't want to like do a 30-minute survival and then realize you didn't get credit because you didn't have the stupid chest armor on. Yeah, hardest part is equipping the metal and tracking it and making sure, like, did I just equip the right one on this build that I'm using? But I was using a combination of Excalibur Warcry and Excalibur with thermal transfer because this thing is nuts. You use Eternal War, you have a free arcane, like a free mod slot because you don't need his recompense augment to survive now. But you can switch that between basically the same build, but with thermal sunder and thermal transfer, and get yourself like 500 extra blast damage and really make him insane with collective curse and stuff. This is a little ridiculous. It's kind of annoying to maintain. Dumb melee prime type person, so Eternal War is just such a nice quality of life. You just click it once, and as long as you keep going murder with melee, then you're fine. Especially with some increased base duration, which feels good with Wrathful Advance. 10-second base duration doesn't feel that great, even if you're used to recasting it all the time like I am. So that's there's your Excalibur. I'd still like Warcry on him, but if you wanted a Warcry, or without Warcry, you're not using him primarily for melee, then Thermal Sunder is extreme on him with how much increase. You're talking 522% extra blast damage on your weapons. Doesn't count on Exalted Blade, so it's not a good subsume for Excalibur. But on a weapons platform like Excalibur, who is in fact a really good weapons platform, including melee weapons, it is extremely powerful, and I enjoy it. Okay. Can I even run this build on Prime? Let me check. So we have Gloom. Oh. I say that, I'm dumb. The only thing I can't run is our unnecessary Archon stretch, which is not necessary, and I'll be honest, this is probably worth less than it provides. So it's like let's see, the starting energy, 150, or I could just get more starting energy. Yeah, get another that 15 extra starting energy is probably worth more than Archon Stretch's effect when we have literally 2 channeling abilities. We at least always have 1 channeling ability up. So yeah, that's probably worthless. It's not going to help you with recovery. Even if you get fully energy. If you get fully energy drained, then you're doing something wrong in this build. Because you're either alive to regain it, or you're dead. Because you don't have enough energy. Oh. Might as well do that. Okay. Hop into a normal. I'll just do a test mission. Well, how about we'll do a solo work in survival, so we don't have someone messing up our testing here. Best melee in the game, in my opinion. That is, in fact, Exalted Blade. But if we talk about non-exalted weapons, equipable weapons, it is definitely Dual Ichors, but I'm speaking about Dual Ichors in the context of Excalibur. It is by far the best melee weapon on Excalibur by a lot. And that just has to do with the really nice interaction between Dual Ichors Clouds with a Vortex build and Furious Javelin. Furious Javelin just get like, look at this. Like, look at that. So like this can propagate. Like I do this here. And this can propagate and then just keep grouping in enemies. It doesn't work as well against all of these like overguarded guys, because the overguarded guys don't get dragged by it, but the fact that we're running a toxin magnetic build on this means that you do a lot of damage to those. See, we're at 3 stacks here. And we're not even using Exalted Blade. So you can make an argument, like... Oh, see, I got knocked down there. You can make an argument that setting up Chromatic Blade and all that stuff and having that as a nice secondary here, it's like... Our Dual Liquor setup with Gloom is going to help keep you healed pretty easily, because your clouds will actually be healing you. So it's a nice little... Maybe for a persistence build, like this sort of setup is probably the most universal. If I had to speculate, because you could run into health issues or energy issues because you're not taking enough health damage at lower levels, and ideally Fallout assists with that. Provides a pretty powerful source of energy regeneration. Oh, look at that. So we ran out. We actually lost persistence there. Huh. There was no sort of nullifier. Let me see if I can look at that. Oh, it's already too late for me to look at this on with the delay. Huh. That was interesting. We lost persistence because we went from full health to 0 with just a heat stack. And I don't think that was long enough for us to lose all of our health conversion stacks. Here, I can actually rewind. This is the convenient part about having this up on my iPad. I got a different stand for it so that I can actually watch this simultaneously. I can show you. Yeah, I got the, instead of the magic keyboard that bugs out and makes it too deep when you're playing games, I've got the little folio. That's what I've been using to read the chat. Alright, I'm looking at this. Let me enhance. Okay. So we had heat. Here, we'll make sure our companion doesn't die. Give her some overguard. So I'm looking at this again. We did lose persistence with just a stack of heat. But I ran out of health conversion shards, or like health conversion stacks. So that's all it took there was that. That's kind of why I've talked about, like, you definitely don't want to rely on conditional armor in order to get your 700. Like, you definitely don't want to do that. And that's kind of a perfect example of why. So it just took one heat stack for me to lose that without any stacks of health conversion. And that can be easily done in like bosses and stuff. Like, you think there's probably a bunch of bosses where they're going to put a heat stack on you and you're not going to have enough orbs dropping because there's no enemies to kill, because you can't drop universal orbs from not killing enemies. And the solution around that would be having like dispensary, I guess you could run, but that's like not going to be fluid at all. I'd rather just run, in that case, I'd rather just run something that gives me more strength and then run Archon shards for plus armor. Like, if you can at least get the 1400 with Archon shards, then you simply don't run into that problem until you're nullified. I see right here. The Jade's Light. Turns out the Jade's Light, sort of Eximus, will in fact put heat stacks on you and will kill you if you don't have 1400 armor. In that scenario, though, you think it would take 9 seconds for you to lose that conditional armor with health conversion. assuming you have 3 stacks. But it only takes you losing 2 stacks for that to occur. Alright, well, we're going to extract from this. You think value-wise, too. If we don't need the energy from... Oh, look at that, get knocked down. In this case, Umbra is not only not getting energy from death orbs, but he is getting knocked down by death orbs. Yeah, the problem there, though, is that... yeah, exactly. Arcane Reaper is conditional. And that does actually help with Arcwing, because you can proc Arcane Reaper with Arcwing, melee kills with Arcwing, and give you enough for your Arcwing to actually have enough. But in that case, that Hunhless mission, there's no ads. It's not like you can kill an ad and then keep Reaper up. So that's another scenario, though, of like, well, is it worth running this and this just to get that effect if you don't need the energy because you're running Hunter Adrenaline? And then instead of running this, this, and this, you could probably just run Augmented, get 60% strength. That's conditional. Yeah, it'll take some time for it to build up, but it'll give you plenty of strength in that scenario. And then, I guess you could even run more strength here if you wanted to. So that's kind of where this works for the most part. Just be aware that you're not going to have a guaranteed 1400 armor. You have a conditional 1400 armor, and that can actually get you killed sometimes. Like, that's a problem. And you're talking about extended missions where you lose health conversion stacks. This is a variation that I feel like some people would really enjoy, but personally, I probably wouldn't run it. We're really trying to force Fallout into this build that's somewhat redundant because of Hunter Adrenaline. So let's look at some other options here, and we'll try some more things. I think this is where this is cool, and I was playing around with this. You probably saw it, but using Arcane Intention, if we're running 2 channeling abilities, we get another 500 health. That's a whole extra second on your immunity. Like, that's pretty comfortable. And then because we're not going to have armor here, like maybe we could run something like this, because that's still useful. It's not high value, but you could do that. And then this would probably get us if we ran 2. So we're getting 450 plus 960. That would get us 1400. Boom. So then you could do that. Sorry, materials. Don't mind my 1500 tellurium. I remember when that was actually a problem. I remember having to farm tellurium and I remember literally having to buy tellurium from the market way back in 2014 for like something. Maybe like building Arcwing or something. I don't remember. It was so long ago. So in this case, we're going to run plus armor and plus armor. So this is a great example of where when you're build crafting, this is going to build crafting 101. I've actually thought about making a dedicated video on this, on explaining some of this logic and build crafting, especially around persistence, because persistence is so complicated. Like, this is a great example of that. So we don't run primed flow, so we free up a mod slot, and we don't run modded on armor except for triple umbral, and therefore, like, the value here is massive. If this is enough energy and this is enough armor, this is like replacing a mod slot and replacing a mod slot. So 3 mod slots are being replaced here. My Tellurium farm is daily login rewards. Yeah, well, fun fact, those daily login rewards go up as you get more login days. Like for me, when you hit 2550 login days, you get 80-hour login bonuses for like boosters and stuff. So then it's like I'll get boosters on the start of the patch, and then they'll just keep going up because I'll keep getting daily logins. And then they take like more than 30 days to expire. They'll be there for like 40 plus days, all of them, just because The more you log in, the better your rewards get, including materials like that. You'll get more materials when your daily logging goes higher. So yeah, we're down to 207. Even with Fury Warrior's Rest, we're down to 207 because we are using this, and this is probably not necessary, and we have this kind of relatively low value. You think this 25 armor to get to 1400. If we wanted to change some of the value proposition here, this is where you could run United and then get more strength if you don't care about the Amar's bonus. This is where Stand United, if I can... Oh, it's because I'm in that. Big dumb. If we did Stand United, we would still get our 1400 because that was 25%. This is a scenario where this is useful. Just to get slightly over that breakpoint. And remember that we're not using Unaru. With Unaru, you would be pretty tight thinking about it. That might not be sufficient. But we're not using Unaru specifically here to sort of replicate what I run on Prime. And then we have a free mod slot. And we can run some sort of strength on here if we wanted to. The other thing we could do is, well, what's more valuable? Running Augur Secrets, or running like if you're not running Augur Secrets and you have a mod slot here free, then you could run Prime Flow. You could always do that. And then switch those Archon Shards from max energy to strength. Or we could really find out how bad this is. And we could use something like Anticipation here. We could use something like Blind Rage. We could really see how bad this is. So we're getting like pretty high strength values there. But then our drain and everything's going to be tight. And we've only got 375 max energy. And every time we cast Radio Javelin, we're consuming nearly a third of our energy. And it's not going to have a high duration. But here's an example of that. I'm going to try that. That's probably where, if you had to choose, value-wise, it might be better modding in that strength, or modding in that health, instead of relying on channeling abilities. You get that with Arcane Intention, and then getting 60% strength from Bolt Augmented. Because you think in theory, too, yeah, running conditional strength like that isn't that great, but the missions where you need it is where you're going to have it. Like, you're talking missions with high enemy count and high endurance missions, you're going to have that 60% strength. And yeah, you'll have to snapshot it in. Oh, I didn't remove radiation from this. I obviously don't need radiation on this, which is going to lower the damage a bit. But now we have over 3 seconds because we have 2 channeling abilities and we're using Arcane Intention. Yeah. It's kind of dumb. Is there anything after 300% crit chance? Yes. Yeah, the crit tier scales indefinitely. But you do hit like DRs or something. I'm not too certain about the math on that. That's where I'd recommend watching a Kenjineer video on it. Because he definitely gets... He either does very particular type of testing, or he gets information from DE on that. Which I wouldn't be surprised if it's a combination of both. So we're gonna remove radiation from that and switch to a normal. Oh, here, I'll scroll back up here. Looks like I missed some comments here. I'm sorry. A hot shot. So hot shot is pretty bad because of the base 15%, and it's simply not worth it. I've tried making this work so much. I've tried using duplicate. If you see on my Prime, here, I'll actually go to my Prime here for a moment. I do have a duplicate build, and I've tested a bunch of stuff on it. I've tested blast, I've tested heat. So in my build, I have like my exploration video that sort of loosely show some of the testing I've been doing. In that variation, I tried it with heat. Heat simply wasn't worth it. I even tried it to get to that nice 100% with hot shot. Simply not worth it. It has to do with the fact that when you think about hot shot on Exalted Blade, it's basically worse than Arcane Avenger. Like Arcane Avenger, you at least get crit chance on like Radio Javelin, and it's like easier to maintain. Let's be honest, it's easier to maintain Arcane Avenger even if you're not using like combat discipline. It just procs so often. It's very easy to proc on a melee build. That's kind of where that video, when I get into Arcane, when I get to hot shot, or we're talking about duplicate, why I don't use hot shot. So I did in fact test that quite heavily when I did use it. I'm gonna remove the radiation, and this is where I'm just gonna add this is called Fallout Influence, but it's not going to be Fallout Influence. So maybe I shouldn't break this one and just switch to my other variation. Luckily, I have all this stuff memorized, because it's the way it is. Now, I think the combination of running Prime Pressure Point and Galv Steel, and then if you're trying to get your attack speed higher because you're not running Warcry, which I think feels really good on Exalted Blade, the combination of Gladiator Vice and Prime Fury is a good option here. Obviously, if you don't have Prime Fury, just run Quickening. I think Berserker Fury is grossly overrated, and it just has to do with the fact that it's conditional. And same idea. Like you're on a boss or you have downtime, you lose a stack, you lose 2 stacks, and it feels awful. So I'd rather have this consistent, controllable amount of attack speed than have this like annoying conditional one that really isn't much more. Like 20% more over Prime Fury isn't worth the conditional nature of it. So I've never liked it. Let me go to live here since I figured that out on my iPad here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, the health conversion, I think most of the time it's going to be fine if you tolerate that version that I was just showing. If you can tolerate that conditional amount, which is not really that big of a compromise, you have a whole 9 seconds to get another health orb, then it is an option. But that's where we're going to try this and see how viable this is. Unfortunately, we can't, like when we talk about Archon shards and value, there's really no other way to get, because of 315 base armor, it's not like you can replace 2 Archon shards or get that mount 450 armor with another mod other than something like health conversion. There's just not enough to get you there. So then when we're talking about value trades, you can't really get your armor from here, so then blind rage, and you can't get 99 strength through Archon shards. You can only get like at max 75 or whatever. You can't get range. They need more options for range. If I had to say one mod that is worth it, well, one thing they need to expand upon more is more options for range, because it's just simply limiting. Like we should probably have an arcane for range by now. So there's really not a lot of options here for you to fit in stuff. Other than getting more strength here and removing the health. But even you consider this, 500 health is very valuable. And there's not really anywhere else that you can get health from other than adding Archon shards, which you could do that too. You think? You could do it here. So then you could trade Blind Rage for Flow, put Augmented here, and then do 30% strength here instead of armor. Or whatever. Instead of these. Instead of health and max energy, you could do strength. There's some of the trades you can do. So it really depends on like this is that kind of tuning where I try to do. And you try to find these like nice sweet spots. And where things get complicated. And very difficult to really like sometimes come to an actual conclusion outside of just trying to test it in every single variation of content, trying to find that nice sweet spot in the middle where it can work at level cap and it can work at base. We'll see, though, how painful Blind Rage is, even in a mission where we should have insane amounts of energy regeneration from taking health damage. Okay, let's scroll back up here. Sorry, I'm playing catch up.
Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
Venatro Prime. Venatro Prime's interesting. I think it's really solid if you like glaives and you want to run my impetus build, because Venatro can particularly get you to 14 stacks in impetus without having to rely on like a Caliban in your group. That does feel good, getting up to 1500 health. This is the variation that I thought about, and I couldn't really justify some of the compromises to have an arcane slot occupying just to get 500 health. But I don't know, maybe it's a sweet spot. You know, we haven't run out of energy yet. There's enough. There's a single cast. If you're not going to use slash dash very often, this is definitely going to work. You know, you're getting a pretty fat energy drain per second between these two channeling abilities with no duration bonus and negative efficiency. But yeah, it's an option. There's also, this is where a lot of that subjectivity comes in. There's so many ways to build these right. Whatever you find more comfortable or more tolerable, I guess is another word for that. Okay. Best melee weapon that works with every warframe? Probably like... Oh. This one might be controversial. But probably just Furex Wraith. If you honestly wanted to just have the Furex Wraith build that I'll show it. I have a video covering it. It's my like top melee for Excalibur. Furex Wraith is just so powerful, especially with its especially before the days of heavy weapon arcanes where you couldn't get combo duration. That 15 seconds for the Amalgam mod. I'll show you that. It's a nutty build. It's a lot of fun. It's probably one of the best influence hosts in the game. For the way that, because of the way that the Amalgam mod synergizes with it. And I cover that in that video. So I'd recommend, I do have timestamps for each weapon if you're curious about like a particular weapon and it happens to be in that. I've done a refresher on some of them, like I cover Dual Liquor, I cover Okina, I cover Hate. Yeah. Furex Wraith is covered pretty in depth in that. The other advantage of Furex Wraith is as a combo pause, as double combo and as combo pause. So if you were using it just as like a stat stick, it's what I use on Dante because I use Grimoire on Dante, and then that gives you extra, the Amalgam mod gives you extra firing rate for your secondary. So I get a lot of extra firing rate because I also use your pretty standard Worm Prime with increased shields to get reinforced bond to get the extra firing rate on it. It's a really cool combo there. My Dante build probably deserves a video because it is way too good. It involves using Gripe on it, which works very well on him. I've considered making a video on it, but yeah. I will say the extra 500 health feels pretty cozy. And you think, unless you're getting nullified and losing those channeling abilities, it's not going to be a problem. And we don't have conditional 1400 armor, so then, yeah, as long as your companion's doing murders, this might actually work. We're going to go on the Parita mission to see. And I don't think I can run this on Prime without not being able to use Prime Sure-Footed because of the cost of some of these mods, but we'll see.
I'll be here.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's hiding. I think in this build too, having low duration to have like very low overall duration or base duration of radio javelins, furious javelin isn't that bad, because you think you're probably recasting this quite often in order to. And look at that. Like I said, treat your kitty good, your kitty treats you good. Feels a lot higher. If you do the math on this, it's a lot higher than 18%. That's all I'll say about that. Oh, approximately 40 hours boosters. So you're probably at like 1,200 login days, approximately 1,250, if I had to guess. If you're at 40 hours boosters, just better than baseline. But like telling you, it feels good. Oh, I actually ran out of energy there. It's a self-correcting issue in this game mode, though. Something drained all my energy. I didn't get the arcane somehow either. That arcane I totally need. Yeah, in this case, range is far more impactful than duration, especially for Furious Javelin. If you didn't want Furious Javelin, then yeah, you can get rid of that, but I would say it's worth it. So yeah, that might actually work. Double with Gloom running Intention to get that extra health. You get an extra 500 health. That's a whole extra second, theoretical second of extra survivability. Okay. Yeah, when you go over 400 or 300% crit, it keeps scaling. Like you keep getting increases in crit tier. Or you can go, like, you think Calervo gets into obscene territory. He gets into, like, 1,400% additive to base crit chance and, like, fissure missions and stuff. I think it has diminishing returns, if I remember correctly, the higher you get. And so it's like there's a balance between how much crit damage and how much crit chance you kind of want to get. That there's, like, sweet spots. I don't care to do that kind of crazy, absurd math. You don't need to do it anymore, to put it simply. You don't need to hit that hard anymore in order to survive or to do crazy enough damage in level cap steel path. It's simply not. If you can get that's where the kind of a balance occurs. Like if you're sacrificing crit damage for crit chance, once you get to like red crits, you probably want to see like, well, if you're making that compromise, you should probably get more crit damage instead. So what I'll show is my Furex Wraith. I'm running on this build. We're going to change the color. There you go. This is the Conclave skin, which looks better in my opinion. And this is the build. So it's an influence, pretty standard stuff here. What I do run is this Riven that I've had. This was a stat stick Riven, so kind of my previous before Tekrot Encore, pretty standard stuff. Crit damage, melee, and then an elemental. That's what I made basically all my platinum selling, that and Verglass Rivens. This is still probably better than the latter option though. The extra crit damage, melee damage is really good here. And then electric because this is influence. But the key thing that I'll demonstrate is the way this amalgam mod works. So even without the firing rate secondary weapons, even without a secondary equipped, the melee kills, blast, and stagger enemies is absurd. And maybe this is not just covered enough, but this is an absurd Riven or absurd mod for just like a standard influence build. And I'll show you how. Oh, also looking at the evolutions, you get increased combo, which makes it really easy to maintain combo. You can get extra attack speed if you really want, if you want to free up a mod slot. If you were replicating this build, just to reiterate, I would just put 60-60 or 90% electric here. That's really all you're doing. This is just a better version of this guy. So it's, do that if you don't have a Riven for it. And it's going to be probably just not as good, obviously, because that's not the way that math works, but it should be plenty sufficient because you'll see how ridiculous this is. But you get combo pause, which is even useful when you're running an exalted weapon, because this works when you pull out exalted blade. So if you're running a hybrid build between exalted blade and this combo pause while holstered does in fact count when you're pulling out exalted blade. And then the increased base status is just going to be the better option. The other ones, this is interesting. You can actually spread slash this way. We'll show this. Because this really shows you why this thing is so as powerful as it is. So we're going to get reduced status just to show you the meme value of this. This is where Lycan's hunt might actually be viable, to put it simply. Especially if you mod it on like magnetic and or radiation, anything other than electric, because you're gonna see why this is so good. I'm gonna get viral actually here.
Choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
And we're gonna get a bunch of impetus stacks. So I'll get the. So the important thing to understand, you notice how these enemies have impact on them. They have blast, impact, and now slash. And that's because, simply put, that amalgam mod, the stagger and such is actually blast and impact. So then if you run that evolution that gives you slash on impact, it will in fact also apply slash from that impact, because the stagger isn't a stagger, it's actually impact damage. So Furex Wraith with influence can actually spread blast, impact, and slash natively if you're using that evolution. Now the slash doesn't do any damage, you can see it just hits a bunch of ones, but that is in fact putting blast damage on them. Those numbers are from my companion, by the way. When you see those big multitude of stacks, that's Contagion doing its thing on my companion. Which, this is my crit kitty. This isn't... I don't see the point in running Panzer when I'm running Nourish, so I don't run Panzer with Nourish. It's pretty redundant. But you see all the little ones, because it's applying impact and slash, and it's doing blast procs on them. That's what you're... It's kind of hard to see. Obviously, I'm not even running the right focus school for this sort of thing to test this without going absolutely sweat. Yeah, like that's my companion. That's why I like Adarza, because it does absurd damage. But yeah, this does, in fact, spread IP, like impact and slash, if you use that option, with influence. It's the only way I found to do that. Where that can actually be useful, and this is something I've used in the past. Spreading all that impact helps you get Escapist, if you're familiar with Arcane. Here, we'll go to that. So this is one of those really cool things that if you're running this build for like Janus Vor, which is when I did Janus Vor, I kind of helped with this. Even though I use Haradu for that. But because you're able to spread impact, it helps get mercy kills a lot easier on Eximus units, because it lowers, impact lowers that threshold for a kill. So that's a part of the useful way for it, but, putting 5 impacts and putting a bunch of blasts and all that stuff really helps with the area control for Furex. So we'll go back to this guy, because I want to test this more. See, the problem with the question, do I make my melee weapons viable without melee warframes like Excalibur Calervo, is that I don't really play other warframes. So, like, to put in perspective, that Furex Wraith build isn't designed particularly for any melee warframe. Like, you can drop that on there. Like I said, I use this on Dante. Not primarily for melee, but as, like, a stat stick-ish for getting the extra firing rate, but then it's also extremely useful because you think this is sitting there building combo in the background and it's going to help boost the firing rate of Grimoire. Like here, Grimoire is at 4.66 because I also have Worm Prime Reinforced Bond. And this does a lot of damage. I feel like I think on my last stream I was showing off this Dante build. But to put it simply, you put Bright Bonnet on him, and it's very good. It kind of, like, Bright Bonnet amusingly fixes the energy economy on his kit, and it gives you a bunch of more strength, which is then just really easy and really good for him, having extra strength. And then if you run Concentration and Impetus, Concentration you're basically always going to have up because you're constantly casting abilities. Impetus you can maintain with Secondary Encumber on this guy and just using normal attacks. Once you get the stacks up using Grimoire and normal attacks with Word Warden procced, you can maintain those impetus stacks by just casting Dark Verse, since Dark Verse will proc it. It'll only stack once, but it'll keep refreshing that if you get this to 13, which is pretty easy to do. Okay. That red crits do sometimes less damage than orange or yellow. I guess it would depend. I guess it would depend on like what the frame of reference for that is. It could be that there's armor targets that have other damage mitigation on them. So then you red crit a heavily armored target versus yellow critting an unarmored target. That would probably be my suspicion there. Is some of the conditional bonuses or conditional damage reductions that are being applied to a target. Nautilus Verglass do more damage than a Darza. Well, here's the problem with Nautilus Verglass. Nautilus Verglass does not get Resourceful Retriever, nor can you keep it alive as easily as you can with Prime Pack Leader and Tech Assault, and you also can't use Hunter Recovery. And you also get Vicious Bond, you also get Viral. Like, this is peak. Honestly, this Panzer build, and this has been something I've avoided for a long time, Panzer build like this is just exceptionally good for basically anything, but if you're running Nourish on a melee build. Like, this is really peak melee. You can't get Tandem Bond on Verglass, and this Tandem Bond is absurd in your ability to generate and maintain combo, since this means your companion can help maintain your combo counter. So especially if you're not running Nairman and you're running Unaru, this single-handedly can help build and maintain your combo. Yeah. And, you know, I should probably test this. We're going to go to Unaru. I'm wondering, I don't think I tested this yet, if Quills is considered melee to trigger Tandem Bond. I highly doubt it, but I might as well try it. Which Tennokai mod do I use? So I standardize on Discipline's Merit because it's consistent. And also, I don't remember if this is still a problem, but if you have Discipline's Merit on like Exalted Blade or equipped melee, and you have another Tennokai mod, it breaks Tennokai on one of those. So like the one that doesn't have Discipline's Merit, if I remember correctly, breaks. So I just standardize on Discipline's Merit. It's consistent. As you probably notice, I like pretty regularly use it because I'm used to the cadence of like 4 attacks, boom, 4 attacks, boom. And it includes some of the interruptions to cadence that occurs when you use Exalted Blade, because Exalted Blade waves will actually trigger as well. Yeah, I do in fact play Dante sometimes. I do have, I've talked about it a few times during my stream, but it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, like it breaks Tennokai on that weapon. So I can actually show this. So let's put Discipline's Merit, and then on Dual Liquor, we're going to put one of the other ones. Now, they might have fixed this. I haven't tested this in like, how long has it been since I tested this? Probably not since Undermined, I think. Before Undermined was probably the last time I tested this. So maybe they fixed it, but we're going to find out. So from what I was explaining, then I shouldn't be able to proc Tennokai on one or the other. I think in this case, it would break it on Dual Liquor, but we're going to find out, and then we'll reverse them. I meant without using abilities, how well did melee work without such buffs? So without some of those increased melee buffs, I'd say Rhino, with Roar and stuff, scales pretty well. So unless you have some other way to buff melee, it scales really well at base Steel Path, but when you talk about going up, you really do want to try to use a melee Warframe, like something that's... Okay, so let's see how long it takes for us to get a Tennokai. So there's Tennokai. So we'll see if it works on Exalted Blade. Because maybe they fixed this. Like I said, I haven't tested this in a long time. I just got so used to using Discipline's Merit that I stopped doing variability on them. So it looks like they fixed it. Let's find out. We'll switch them. So yeah, I am in fact getting stacks. So they fixed it, looks like. And we're going to switch them. Make sure it doesn't break it the other way. But yeah, that used to be a bug. That was really annoying, and you couldn't use variability in that. There was a period too where they nerfed it, because if I remember, it was like if you had Discipline's Merit, this was before Tekrot Encore, I think, where this was an issue, where if you had Discipline's Merit, or it was at Tekrot Encore, it was one of those where if you had this on any one of your equipped melees, it applied to both. So if you had this on your Exalted Blade, then you would basically always get Discipline's Merit, and you'd get super Tennokai procs. And then they broke that, and they made it so that when they broke that, they basically broke your ability to run different Tennokai mods if you're running Discipline's Merit. It was specifically Discipline's Merit that was the bugged one. It's just dependent on where you had it was where it broke it. So we're going to switch those. Because if they fix that, then yeah. I'm probably still going to just use Discipline's Merit because I really like it. But it looks like they actually fixed that. Wrath. Discipline's Merit. Okay. Tennokai is really fun. I think when it's consistent, like with Discipline's Merit. It's where I would recommend using that one. If you had to choose one, Discipline's Merit. So, we'll find out if this is the case. That's really nice, though, if they fix that. That was a huge problem for a long time. Okay, so it works here. And it clearly works there. Does it proc doubly? No. Okay, so yeah, they changed that. So the fact that we're stuck at 3 stacks. So I think what more than likely they did. Yep, and see, oh no, it didn't reset. Okay. So they just fixed it. Oh, see, it counted. Counted. No, it should usually count down. So yeah, they fixed it. Cool. Good to know. I got so used to running just both Discipline's Merit to prevent that bug that all of my weapons have always used it. This is probably one of the first times I'm using not Discipline's Merit in like 6+ months, probably. Sweet. Alright, back to Discipline's Merit on both. Yeah, that definitely used to be an issue. I will tell you that for certain. That used to be an issue, and it was like, it went from overpowered for you to have different Tennokai mods with one Discipline's Merit, because then it would you could double dip Discipline's Merit, and then you could use Discipline's Merit and also another Tennokai mod like stat sticked on your Exalted weapon, and then they broke that. And then after they broke that, you basically couldn't use different Tennokai mods if you were using Discipline's Merit without it breaking Tennokai on one or the other. And there was a while where people were using if I remember, there was a while where people were using their equipped melee as a Tennokai stat stick, where they would just put nothing but Tennokai mods on it to buff their Exalted weapon. And probably what they did at some point within the last 2 patches, either Old Peace or Undermined, where they had fixed that. We probably worth looking to see which patch that was. I wouldn't doubt it if it was just Old Peace where they fixed that. I don't remember that in patch notes, though. Let's find out. Old Peace. Tenno. Nope. Okay. We'll go to Undermine. That's not one of those things they hotfix. That's in big patches. Nope, not in that one. So maybe it was even one into the Owlweaver? We'll check Owlweaver. That's another patch that was between this and Tenno. Nope. Yeah, at some point they fixed it. Excalibur Prime. All I'm doing is just Control F searching Tennokai, because maybe it wouldn't be under that. Maybe it would be under Discipline's Merit, because it was specifically an issue with Discipline's Merit. Just doing a little searching here. Not seeing it. Okay. I don't know when they fixed that, but they did fix it at some point. Okay. Back to this build. Yeah, so we'll try this in the new mission. See if our energy economy is an issue. Because blind rage is usually one of the differences between like advanced builds. All right, let me top off my tea before we do it. Okay. Do you have like 3 monitors? No, I have 1 monitor. So there was a while where I ran dual monitors. When I say a while, I mean there was a good 10 years I ran dual monitors. And when was it? It was... Okay, so when I was moving out of my old house and kind of getting rid of some stuff. And when I got this, like I got this monitor, I ran dual monitor for like a month. I had a desk set up to do that. This desk is not, like, without using monitor arms and all that, it just isn't wide enough. You know, this desk is only this big. The problem I ran into is when I upgraded from my 1440p ultra wide to this 4K 32-inch, the second monitor to me started to become more of a problem, like more of a distraction, especially with how it wrapped, than a benefit. And then I was like, okay, well, let's do single monitor for a while and let's see how I like it. And really it came down to that I ended up liking the lower amount of distractions from gaming. Because you think like sure, you can have a secondary monitor and you can have like YouTube or whatever up there. And I found that to just end up being more distracting as I went back to a single monitor. And I've just stuck to it since. So the last like 3 years I've run single monitor after running dual monitors for years. And at work though, I run single monitor sometimes, like if I'm just on my work laptop. But if I'm at my workstation has, technically it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monitors. It has 8 monitors on it. But that's because it's an operations job, and you need to be able to constantly monitor everything. So it's, you know, multi-monitors are great and all, but I think in the context of gaming, it's not a requirement. Technically, right here, I am using, no, not security, to put it simply, but I don't want to develop too much because it's a very small industry that it would be very easy to dox myself by telling you precisely what I do, to put it simply. But it's a technical field, to put it simply, not something like security. But yeah, 8 monitors, and to keep in mind, these are 42 to 60-inch monitors. These are big monitors. So yeah, see, there you go. There's a problem. This is where blind rage becomes an issue. I'm running out of energy. So the nature here is, though technically right now I'm using multi-monitor. I have my iPad set up. It's a touchscreen. It's set up in front of me. So I have this like below my monitor, and I'm using that to monitor the chat. No, I am not a nuclear plant operator, but you're not far off. That's the most I'll tell you there. But I have operated nuclear reactors in the past, to put it simply. That is a previous job that I did do. But technically right now I'm running multi-monitors. I'm just not running them on the same computer, and this is arguably better. Like if I had to choose right now maintaining a stream, I would rather have this iPad sit up below me where I have a touchscreen that I can do this, and I don't have to tab in and out. I don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. It's sort of like it really is more of a secondary monitor in this context, but I don't do this often, if ever. So my phone is actually set up with a MagSafe attachment below my monitor, and it's mostly just an alarm clock unless I get like text. But I will say, if you had to choose, for those of you who have Android, a feature I miss on running Android, which is primarily what I've used over the last, since I got my first smartphone way back in the day, like 20 years ago at this point almost. More like 15 years ago. There is a feature on Android called Messages for the web, and it's basically just a URL you go to. It's like messages.google.com, and it lets you text from your PC, and you get notifications from your PC. You can accept calls from your PC, and it is a very, very nice feature. So if you're like, you never want to sit there and tap your phone while you're at your gaming PC, simply just have that, and you can install it as like a Chrome app, or you can just run it from the browser, and it works very well. You can send screenshots that way. It works basically as well as iMessage does on like an iPad like this. It's definitely one of the features of an Android phone that I miss switching to iOS. But ultimately, I'm not a power user on my phone, to be honest. And an iPhone has been a better... It's a better OS for phones, the better ecosystem if you're not a power... Like, you're not a crazy power user. The thing about iOS, for those unaware, is that you can get some pretty crazy... You can get some pretty crazy customization on here. I won't show you my home screen because then I'll dox myself because of the weather app. But you can get some pretty crazy customization here, and that's a lot of stuff. iOS has caught up. iOS has caught up to Android on customization finally. Only took them like a decade to do it, but they have. And Warframe runs very well on iOS. On an iPad, I will say, if you want an easy way to run iOS, or to run Warframe, look at one of the iPad Air M3s. So one of the M series iPads. They're like $400 some right now, I think, for the base storage version. And that would run Warframe very well. Like when I run Warframe on the tablet, it doesn't even heat up. Like that's how little power it's consuming, and it's like a 4 to 5 hour battery life sort of situation. It's a very, very good option. This one's an M5 because OLED. When I was buying an iPad, I actually bought this for a particular reason, but might as well use it while I have it. But yeah, I would recommend, even if you're an Android user. Weird noise. It was my HVAC. Yeah, see, we're running out of energy here. This is what I was hoping to test. Blind Rage is too costly. Not worth it. And putting on Transient Fortitude is also simply not worth it. Yeah, no, the wind isn't that loud, to put it simply here.
Enemy in the area.
Yeah, I like Apple. I think my opinion on Apple is like, put an example. I was pretty vocal against Apple, especially for a long period of time, and their MacBooks were awful for such a long time. I still think their MacBooks are a pretty awful product. Like, most of the things that you can do with a MacBook for most people that would be buying a MacBook can just do it on on iOS and iPad instead. And that's where the probably the reason why iPad OS is really the major limiting factor on most iPads is so that they don't cannibalize their MacBook market. Because really, it's like MacBooks, like why don't we have touchscreens on MacBooks? Because it would cannibalize their iPad market. And why don't we have full-fledged Mac OS on iPads, like iPad Pros, with the silicon to be able to fully run, you know, with the literal M5 chips that can run on MacBooks. And that's because it would cannibalize their market. That's the unfortunate part of it. But if you do get an M series MacBook or an M series iPad, you will get some extreme power when it comes to its ability to run iPad OS with 3D games and everything. They're pretty impressive little devices, to put it simply. The engineering behind them. They're definitely not the most ruggedized thing, so some sort of folio case or something is definitely nice. But the only MacBook I own is a hand-me-down. When I upgraded my mom's for like Christmas present. I upgraded my mom's iPad Air that they did like all of their banking and stuff on. It was one of the like the really old 2012, 2013 Intel ones, and so I bought her a MacBook M1, like MacBook Air M1 as an upgrade. And so she gave me her old MacBook. So I have one. Don't use it. It's mostly a part of the tech drawer, or the tech part of the closet. There's your Arson Eximist. Yeah, MacBooks, they're like previous job managing networks, I had to deal with Macs, and I actually a couple previous jobs in IT I had to deal with Mac, so I had to learn Mac OS at least to be able to fix it. And it's impressive how little most Mac users actually know about like doing basic level troubleshooting, but that's just the reality of it. Most people aren't going to take the necessary time to learn even the basics about troubleshooting on their platform. It's no different than most of us with our vehicles, basic level troubleshooting on our vehicles, as simple as it can be. It's like if you don't have the mind to do it, you're probably not going to ask the right questions or seek the information or enjoy doing it. It's just easier to offload that to someone more knowledgeable. And that's kind of the nature of macOS. It's like, unless you've been using macOS for a long time, it's kind of terrible. And even the people that have been using macOS for a long time don't know how to do like the basic level troubleshooting that if you've done troubleshooting on Windows, it just takes a few Google searches for you to figure out how to fix something on macOS. Like it didn't take long for me to learn how to fix macOS, to be like professionally fixing macOS. Yeah, and I had to know iPhones, even though when I was like helping with iPhones and fixing iPhones and had to manage iPhones, I didn't know iOS, because the previous time that I'd used iOS was actually one of the first iPad or iPod Touches. I had one of the first gen like iPod Touches, and so outside of that, it was like the last time that I used iOS. I've had 2 iPhones, including the 17 Pro, and the previous one was just an SE 2020 that I used for quite a bit. But I used the Z Flip series for a very long time, the Samsung's folding phone, and that was nice. That was a pretty cool quality of life upgrade, but it had some sharp limitations, and sharp is kind of a pun there. Luckily, all of mine survived, but by pretty much a miracle did all of my Z Flips survive over the 4 years that I was using them. I had 3 different ones. Basically a Z Flip 3. After 2 years, I got a like one of the $200 full replacements just to have it in good condition, and then I bought the Z Flip 5 like a few months after that. And used that for 2 years. Hi, kitty. Ooh. We have Unaru on this. And yeah, I've been doing a pretty poor job at maintaining Unaru's immunity.
Relay their tormented ghosts to us.
We're gonna do this to get the slam for the next ones. Bam. Yeah, see the hitting the slams in the millions on that because of the extra procs you get, the extra slam. It's like, ironically, Unaru is kind of a better melee, focus school than Narman because its special feature actually works, which is the ability for you to hit slams in the millions from the shockwave, and also dropping orbs from that too. So it can kind of work as an energy recovery, like in a build like this where... Oh, I think I'm all out. And it hits hard. I don't know if it scales off of melee damage, but it hits in the millions. The shockwave.
The indifference lies. It wants you to doubt yourself. But you have triumphed.
Yeah, I wouldn't switch to Android if you're that used to iOS. The 17, sorry team. The base 17 is actually really good. The reason I got, if you want to play Warframe on iOS though, like the 17 Pro and the Pro Max are probably worth it because the aluminum chassis for this prevents this from thermal throttling. Like the thermodynamics behind this phone is one of the major reasons I got it. The cameras on it are amazing. I've been using them more often because they're far better than my previous camera. But if you're not like a power user, it is really a true pro, like non-pro versus pro. If you want to have those extra features, if you want to game on it, if you want to play like Warframe on iOS on it, using something like this, like you clip your controller in, just go to town. I have a video showing that. It's basically on par with like a handheld, with like an Ally X in terms of performance and quality of the experience. And it's locked at 60 FPS. But it's a pretty smooth 60 FPS. It's ridiculously smooth on the iPad. But the iPad has a completely different type of silicon in it. But I have Warframe Mobile only to collect my logins and not get... I would say, like, even me, I've played a decent amount of Warframe on iOS and on controller and handhelds and stuff, and it's enjoyable. Like, if you're traveling or something and instead of carrying around a laptop or anything like that and you just want to do it, it's as simple as just traveling with one of these guys. I actually have a little small carrying case that came with something else that fits this guy and a 140 watt Asus ROG charger and a couple of cables. So then I can travel with just this thing. I don't need to travel with the iPad. I probably won't next time I travel. And it's a very, very powerful option. Like I would argue you don't even, if you're mostly playing Warframe, then there's no need for a handheld unless you're trying to play other PC games. And if you're trying to play other PC games, it's like comes down to, well, what's actually enjoyable to play not on your high-end desktop or your desktop setup with mouse and keyboard. Warframe is at least one that is pretty nice playing it that way, playing as like, you know, as a handheld, basically as a handheld. And if I don't tolerate the larger phones, like this was a large phone coming from a Z Flip, this was a large phone, and the problems that it has in my pockets and all that stuff, and the annoyance, that was the nice part about the Fold, is it didn't matter what type of pants that I wore. It didn't like impact my like legs when I bent down or anything like that, or was doing something. So this is just right. But if you wanted an even better experience, you consider the fact that a 17 Pro Max has a very similar screen size to an Ally X, except you're also getting a really high-end OLED, and the experience is just as good. Yeah, and you have cellular built in. This is the other thing you consider. Like, instead of a handheld that you have to connect to Wi-Fi, this game will run, if you run solo mode, it barely needs any data for you to be able to actually play the game. Like, you just need that server connection. You can run it on like 2 bars of 2G and still be able to play the game. Now, you won't matchmake with that, but you can solo play and still get credit. It just needs an internet connection. Doesn't matter how bad it is. Within reason, obviously. but even as low as like 1 bar of like 2G or 3G is enough. A Pixel 2 XL sounds pretty large if you don't care about your phone. I'd consider, if you, as long as you don't work around metal, as long as there's not like, you know, doing some sort of metalworking or being in an industrial environment isn't part of your daily life, then the Flip series and the folding phones are really good, especially because you can basically never pull out your, like, never unfold it, and you can just go from the front screen quite a lot. I even would watch YouTube videos and stuff on the front screen. Because it was acceptable. Like, you're mostly listening to it. You kind of are sometimes looking at the screen. And so being able to just run it folded, this little compact tiny thing, the Z Flip series makes so much more sense than the Fold. The Trifold, if you've seen the Trifold, does make sense. Like, I think the Z Fold series is like the worst out of all of them, because it's like, well, it doesn't really make your phone that much more usable because of aspect ratio and stuff, and it's a normal brick size phone. If you go smaller with the Z Flip, you at least get a smaller, physically smaller phone that's easier to carry around, easier to transport, and everything. And then it folds to a normal size phone. And then the Z Fold is like, or the Z Trifold is more like the Z Fold but better, because it's an actual tablet replacement. As impractical as all of those are, with magnets behind the screen that will attract metal shavings and potentially kill the screen, or like shards of iron, like magnetized shards of iron will be attracted to it and potentially kill the screen. That's why I say, as long as you don't work in a somewhat industrial environment where metal shavings might be something that get picked up just innately, just more common than you would think. The polarity of them, as long as the polarity goes like this when it folds, it will puncture and kill the display. I've seen it firsthand from a coworker that had that happen to his phone. I was lucky enough to where I would be able to pull the metal shavings off that were stuck on the magnets between the two halves. When it folds, they magnet together, and so there's neodymium magnets below that. As long as the polarity of those metal shavings goes like this when it folds, then it won't puncture the display. And you can kind of safely remove them very carefully, because it is a plastic screen. Yeah, whenever. But consider the fact that if you don't care about your phone and you want just like the most easiest transport, like if you're spending most of your time just carrying your phone, definitely consider one of the Z Flip series. I still recommend it. It's a solid phone. If you don't play games on it and you just use it to like watch content sometimes, reply to texts, use it as a modern smartphone, like the minimum requirements, it's very good at that. But when you start pushing it past that, or you get into less safe environments, you definitely really want to be careful where you put your phone. Like, you know, even if you just occasionally go into your garage, do a work, like on your workbench, you're like using your drill press or your vise and a Dremel or an angle grinder. It's like, don't have your phone in that area, because it will pick up those metal shavings just being around it. You don't have to like drop it in metal shavings for it to attract those to the metal or to the neodymium magnets and literally kill the display. It's scary. Yeah, between the Fold just really doesn't make sense. Like, and I think the Trifold really shows that. Like, the Trifold coming out is just a more practical device for the people that actually want like a phone that replaces a tablet. One of the things I considered doing, and this, you can buy them, but they're kind of dumb. They're like really cheap Chinese, like kind of manufactured stuff. You can actually find wristwatch like attachments for the Z Flip, and you can basically, because you think the front screen is really a smartphone or a smartwatch replacement. That's kind of what it's designed to do. So what keeps you from just mounting that on your wrist? Just having like a wristwatch attachment for your Z Flip that maybe it's quick detach. So then if you need to pull it off to use it folded, you can do that. But otherwise, it would be there, and you could use it like the front screen like a smartwatch. It'd just be like a big smartwatch. That's kind of where the Z Flip bridges, is it replaces a smartwatch for a lot of people, while being a full-size phone, where the trifold is like a smartphone that replaces a small tablet. Just in terms of practicality here, I knew someone. There was someone at my previous work that had a fold, and he seemed to use it, but then I do think it was really one of those novelty type things where he like used it, but it's like, was he actually using it to its full extent? No, because you're watching content on that, and it's doing a really good job at putting black bars and everything. As usual, you should capture targets like that when you're right below a sentry turret with your operator and not with your warframe. Takes a very long time to capture those. Okay, we're gonna extract on here. I keep forgetting to switch off of blind rage because I don't think that's gonna work.
Your will was greater. This is good.
Well, CR, if you've seen some of my afflictions builds, I think afflictions is more than competitive with influence. I think I show a lot of influence here, but one thing I can clearly do is switch to my other build variation because it is so good. It really is. The two main builds involves either afflictions, but you're primarily doing slash dash with that, and Exalted Blade's kind of a backup for heavy spamming. But the downside of doing anything other than a influence for an actual Exalted Blade build is the simple lack of AoE, but at the same time, Exalted Blade has really good AoE. When you think about it, the AoE of Exalted Blade comes from the fact that the waves pierce through walls, and the heavy attacks pierce through walls. So it's like, do you really need influence to make it AoE? And that's where, like, some of the other variations, if you see my exploration videos, I have one on retaliation and I have one on duplicate. And they're both powerful and they're both viable. And if you want to run them and you want to run that exploration, like what I kind of generally show, maybe make some tweaks if you have some preferences, then they're not bad, to put it simply. They're pretty decent. The downside here is I'm trying to think of what to even use. So we do want strength. Ooh. Strength. And yeah, there's really no good options for strength here. Because you think Augur Secrets, the value of Augur Secrets is not beat by 2 Archon Shards. And then instead of getting 150 max energy, we could get another like 400 max energy with Primed Flow. Let's just scroll through the mods. See if anything piques my eye. We don't need extra duration. I think that's kind of a waste here. You could do it if you want it, if that's your preference. I'm fully aware that you could help mitigate the issue with getting heat status by using this. There's actually a reasonable argument to see if triggering this prevents you from getting nullified. I don't think it does. Like, I don't think status immunity prevents you from getting nullified, but it would help you probably reduce magnetic. So this is, you could always do that, and then instead of Stand United, you could run something else. But the extra increase in health isn't really worth it. The armor isn't reaching like an optimal breakpoint, so it's really not probably worth it overall. Same with running a Gladiator mod. I imagine there's some synergy. I used to run Gladiator Finesse and Quick Thinking a lot on previous versions, like way back in like 2019, 2020 sort of time frame. And there's simply not worth it now. The There's probably some. I think I remember seeing on bug reports some like stuff about this breaking with persistence, but I haven't even bothered trying it, to be honest. I haven't found that worth. I think it's antithetical to the idea. The idea is you're not reaching 0 health with persistence. Oh, that was the other thing that I was gonna do. I remember now. If we can find something equating the health gain, I don't think we will though. Like 35%. Even that is not really worth it. Another almost not even 300 health. That's not worth 1 Archon shard for health. You think though, this is worth almost 2 Archon shards worth of health. Versus augmented. That's probably where augmented is the right answer here. Because you could just run, you know, you run your armor, you can run increased health instead. And then we really want to make the optimal trade here. Let's run primed flow. And then in our helmet, we get rid of max energy. I gotta get synthetics. Synthetics. Max energy. And then instead, why don't we use extra health? So like almost 3 seconds. That's pretty good. That's comfortable, right? 3 seconds. Some of the trades you can make. You know, this all depends on what. Throw in seismic slam. I do deliberately stay away from slam builds because I don't ever think that they were really worth the compromise to your mobility. And as big as the numbers could be, that's not the way I build around things. I build around doing the biggest numbers possible. I build around making the best balance between damage, survivability, mobility, like quality of life sort of things. So a Ren Hypercore is what I have the least of. Yeah, max like. Yeah, but and then at the same time, there's probably not that many compromises on survivability here. So my Gloom build is very similar to this exact thing I'm running. Except you run Arcane Impetus instead of Augmented, and then you can run your standard Exalted Blade build. Like the standard Afflictions Exalted Blade build. And then you can get higher strength than the 60% from old Augmented, and you get the negative efficiency, which is going to help your energy economy. So that's kind of where the difference here is. So that's the exact build that I'm running right now. Switch out Augmented for Impetus, and then go to the Heavy Attack Exalted Blade. Or the influence, a standard like stat stick influence build. I can actually show that. This is in fact, one thing I at least usually like to do is proc my Incarnon so that I get the extra movement speed because it feels good. What does Unaru give? Armor and bonus impact damage. Okay. I don't think I've ever looked at that one to see what that was. Yeah, you think 1,486 health is pretty comfortable. Like the value of that versus 30% strength is probably worth it from a quality of life perspective. And if you're getting tons of viral and tons of armor strip, it's like you probably don't need to meet those arbitrary requirements that I list for a level cap. That's something worth testing. Probably not tonight, obviously. Things getting a little later. I don't work tomorrow, but, or I guess today for some of you. But but I don't want to be up too late today. Oh, heavy impact. Yeah, the combo gain on, like, that's where on Dual Liquor it really isn't necessary to run Una, or like to run Naraman. At least I don't find so. I don't know what's going on here. We've got no enemies. The host is in fact a console player. Well, that might be why.
You're done.
Should definitely finish my tea. Oh hey, we've got the big slam. Let's do it. The Amar set bonus. Which one's the Amar set bonus? I don't memorize which one's which. Let's see. Amar's Hatred. Oh. Yeah, so that one works. It's buggy, though. I've noticed sometimes it doesn't detect if you're, like, not the host. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've really tested it. This might be one of those things that they also fixed since I was last testing it, but like it's interesting. I don't know if it's worth it unless it easily slots into like I think Amar's Contempt is the dagger one, and it's not terrible putting it on Dual Liquor, or not Dual Liquor, Okina. Putting on like Okina Prime and Garnon. But it's not the best value. I don't think I used this when I was supposed to. Where do you go? What? Well, that's rude. This Caliban's really tanky here. This is what I get for not running my Afflictions build. Come on, die. Oh, thanks, kitty. Look at that. Oh, it's my kitty doing things in the background. I think I was hearing her. Kitty's got the zoomies right now. You might see her running back and forth in the background. That Ash is Caliban. Yeah. Tanky. Also, are these the slam stacks? Yep, okay. So those, I have still 2 slam stacks. I don't remember there being a buff of that before when I first started using it. But I doubt that was something they hotfixed. It might have just been like too many buffs to tell. Yeah, and I do have build variations where I do use Raffle Advance, Triple Umbral, and Bellicose. So it gets you that nice 300%. It's convenient. In this case, you could use Bellicose. I'm just thinking, though, like, in the trade here, Bellicose is only 24% on Excalibur. And if we're running dual, like, if we're getting 250 health per channeling ability, that you would be better off running 2 Archon shards for strength than running Bellicose, and then running Arcane Intention. Like, if the trade here is between health and that, which is what we're doing right here. Yeah, so it's kind of like some of the math to consider. It's where it gets kind of fun. of doing the math between these. There's so many Archon, Shard, Arcane, and Mod combinations where it's like sometimes just doing the math to figure out which one's better in that scenario. Like, it's almost never worth if you're using Transient Fortitude and you do actually need duration, like duration is beneficial to your build. It's almost never worth using Transient Fortitude now because you think it's like you could just use Archon Shards instead and get so close without the negative duration. Like, the amount of duration you'd have to compensate for is at least 2 Archon Shards to compensate for the negative duration on that mod.
Contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
You'd be better off just making a trade with something else.
Transfer initiated. Well, look at this, Tenno. Got new orders for you.
I've been testing some with Nourish and Raffle Advance. Think Raffle deals more damage. Yeah. I think the difference with Nourish, breakpoints potentially. Raffle Advance scales really well, but I think you do need more crit damage for it. Like, you have to kind of send the crit damage up. But sort of like my recommendation before, if you can run with Raffle Advance and Furious Javelin, you can run as low as 200% strength without any crazy viral or crazy armor stripping and be just fine at level cap. Like, it's pretty impressive. I think I even have a level cap gameplay showing that with like only 202% strength. Like, it's triple Umbral and Bellicose. So I wasn't even on a level cap mission. I was like, just to prove the point, I'll run Bellicose instead, and it was more than sufficient. I think what I'll do... Let me see if I can fit one of these builds. I don't think I can fit this build in Prime, because if I'm running Primed Flow, I don't think it'll fit. We'll see. I think without the double Umbral polarities, it's not enough. Yeah, I think they're both very viable. I think the downside, though, for most people that you'll run into with Nourish is that most people are going to be running this on Umbra. And on Umbra, the difference of, like, losing Nourish versus losing Raffle Advance is massive. Like, Nourish is probably one of the most consequential because you think, especially if you're running Nourish with, like, Energy Nexus, you're somewhat reliant on the gain per second of that to maintain your energy economy. Like, you're supposed to come out of the net positive. And if you're constantly having to recast it mid-duration, then you're going to potentially run into energy issues. Where it's like, between Nourish on Umbra specifically, between Nourish and Bright Bonnet, I would recommend just running Bright Bonnet. Since it doesn't negatively interact with his sentience. And it's actually a feature on Umbra, in my opinion. That's where, like, Raffle Advance is a really nice one, especially if you're running base duration with Raffle Advance. Like, you don't have to run base duration, but at 10 seconds, like, you're recasting that so often already. And at least the way I do it, where you just have it set to scroll wheel down, it makes it really convenient for you to recast every time. Yeah, overall, like, Raffle Advance, best subsume on Excalibur. It's just It's kind of boring sometimes, to put it simply, where I used it for so long. It's like, kind of want to try other things and put a little bit of variety in here. Also, keep in mind, too, that your teammates can give you Nourish. Your teammates can't give you Wrathful Advance. Do I still have those slams? I think those got removed. Yeah, you can, in fact, nuke with Radio Javelin if you build it right. Which usually involves, pretty much involves giving it crit. And a lot of crit damage. There's a way to do it. I do have a video on it. It's like, I think it's one of the Mythbusters is like, Radio Javelin damage sucks. And it was me showing like, yeah, well, you can actually build it. I think it's like comments that I saw on the forums. You know how reasonable people are on the forums where they're like, yeah, there's no way to make Radio Javelin good. Like, it's impossible for Steel Path. And I'm like, no, it's not. Is it worth it? No. Is it possible? Is it impossible? No. This thing was especially tanky. Wait. Didn't we already kill it? Or am I not remembering? That'd be a pretty funny bug. It was just sitting there death looping, continuously reviving itself. Nah, apparently I'm just not paying attention. Oh. I forgot I had that on there.
It is vital to remember the war as it truly was.
Yeah.
You have done admirably.
I didn't remember whether it already did it or not. Yeah, it's a pretty comfortable build. You just have to be careful with some of the effects. Especially if you have teammates to help in case you do die. But I feel like Last Grasping now, with all of the extra nonsense, is not nearly as much of a problem as it used to be. I think it's really easy to Last Grasp now. So, let's see. I was going to run this on Prime. I don't know if it'll fit. I can actually tell just by going back to Umbra. Do I have at least 8 capacity? Yes. Well, yeah, no, it's not going to fit. There's no way for me to reduce that either. It's like Prime Flow. Prime Flow is what does it. But Prime Flow is especially not necessary if I'm going to run this on an Afflictions build. So let's go to Gloom. Let's use Impetus. Exalted Blade is going to be correct. Yes. See, I like using, because we get some extra crit damage here, I would rather run Sacrificial Set on a Slash Dash variation. Because of that, you're getting 56% crit instead of less than 50%. You're getting over 50% versus less than 50%. It's more likely to crit than not to crit. We don't need Chromatic Blade. Don't need that. Goodbye, Titanium. I'm going to replicate the same thing. Oh, no. Bad. I need armor. There we go. I would say if you don't have at least one Omni on a Warframe, I would say generally, if you care about running the Warframe or weapon, having like one Omni on it is going to give you a lot of flexibility. Between one Omni and then a bunch of the Matter-Eye polarity, let's see. Yeah, between that and Matter-Eye. Matter-Eye definitely one of the most common on like melee weapons, potentially Warframes. That's where you get the most flexibility, in my opinion. So here, what am I missing? I'm missing some strength. And I'm missing some armor, actually. So why don't I run a Mars? There you go. Ability, strength, teleport. So here's our exceptionally low value version of this when it comes to some of the mods that we're using. I could fit this, but that's generally not worth it. Don't need a snapshot into gloom. We're not casting Exalted Blade. This is probably where it's worth just running, instead of running the Archon shards for energy, just running primed flow, because you think the trades that we're making here, other than just running more range, I could just do that. It's not probably necessary though. I don't know, maybe blind rage is sufficient here when we got impetus. Maybe that's worth it. Run Nero's. No. There you go. There's some Nero's. Ability duration, increased slam damage. Oh. Well. I always forget about that. I think I always forget about that. Maybe this will be enough. Maybe because we have impetus, we can get our efficiency down to the point where 375 is not an issue. Especially without 2 channeling abilities. We only have 1 channeling ability. We gonna learn today. Because we're only using Exalted Blade as... or mostly using it as a stat stick. I would say if you have the plat or you have the Omniforma, Omniformas are worth, because then you never have to worry about it again. It's a surprisingly high strength build when you think about it. My base is 291. Yeah.
The tower's neural sentry has turned these soldiers into mindless attack drones. You need to take them out.
Let's see. Do I get the status or the teleport? I think the downside of the teleport actually might be useful in maintaining tandem bond, because it's a problem I run into sometimes when you go to do this, but even then, like, see, it didn't work. There it worked. So when you proc tandem bond, you need to actually hit a target with a heavy attack, and a lot of times I'll have to sit and delay my ability to proc a Tennokai or use the Tennokai because I'm trying to get into melee range. That includes Exalted Blade, if I remember correctly. Or Exalted Blade's bugged, so I wouldn't consider that. Like, it doesn't... It's kind of bugged with with proccing Tandem Bond.
Enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Feels like I didn't lose any energy doing all of this. I should be using Archon Stretch in this scenario, because Archon Stretch will in fact proc. And, well, actually, no, just kidding. I'm using Gloom, so Archon Stretch doesn't matter. Most of the time, it's disabled anyways. I guess if you wanted to use Persistence on base Excalibur, that health conversion variation I showed earlier would actually be viable. So running Fallout and health conversion in order to have a sustainable source of health orbs, being universal orbs. Stat sticks got nerfed recently. Are you talking about post Tekrot Encore? The way you stat stick for Slash Dash is your mods on Exalted Blade and then your combo on your equipped weapon. Whatever your drawn melee weapon is what it uses. So it's like if you have Duelicker out and your max combo, it'll scale the damage of Slash Dash multiplicatively 25% per combo multiplier. Which I believe still works with Venka. I think it was hard for me to tell when I did it with Venka. Like it seemed to DR. Like it was so small between 12x and 13x that I couldn't tell with the values I was getting. Okay. Barita. We'll do the Hunhalis. I'm not host, and the host is a console player, it looks like. Well, it procs off of Exalted Blade if you're running one of the Afflictions build that I run. That's the little pro tip for you. Yeah, that one actually let me click it. Well, what stacks am I at? I'm at 3 stacks. The other advantage too here is I will drop energy orbs in this build. Well, no I won't, because I can't. I'm not using Archon Flow. Well, dang. That's probably what I'd fit in this build. Instead of running that Mars, whatever. I just run Stand United to get to the 1400 armor, and then run Archon Flow to at least get those procs. Because this would be a lot heavier casting build variation. Which this is going to be pretty painful in this mission without that. Speaking of... yeah, this build will be a lot more comfortable with Archon Flow in it. Instead, to get energy orbs from that. Yeah, see, like that's why I usually just do this. Any ideas if it works for any other type of Exalted? Yeah, the Afflictions combo and Afflictions Impetus combo works on others. It's just on others, it's not as insane as it is on Excalibur because of the fact that you have 2 Exalteds, technically. Like Slash Dash knocks down, so that makes it convenient. You can proc that reliably. And then the heavy attack wave which is not just a melee ranged ability like the rest of them do. If I remember, Atlas's thing, like, it does in fact knock down, so that it'll work there, but it's not like 100% like it is on Slash Dash or something. So it's like, I'm pretty sure all of them knock down and will proc it that way. And then on any of the exalted drawn melee exalted weapons, the heavy attacks will proc it, just like it does on... It's just, you probably won't be able to get the wave to, like, fling them, which is an easy way to proc this, you know. I can just sit here, if I'm not going to get it with Slash Dash, I can just sit here and do this and start building stacks. Assuming there's status effects on the target that will in fact build it. Or I can just drain on my energy instead in the process of trying to do that. Yeah, I do think Gloom is still one of the best tools for this. I think it's just because it's the most... It gives you significantly more healing than Healing Return, but then also it lets your things like Radio Javelin proc it. That's such a powerful tool. I also should be I think my Smita or my build for my companion is proper, but I'd probably still rather take a modification of my Panzer build for this. Oh, look at that! It's a good kitty. I don't swear on either one of them. I think they're both useful. They're both practical tools between Persistence and Shield. I have different build variations on each one of them for a reason for that. I think Persistence, you have to force it to work on Excalibur. Like, it's the problem with Persistence on a Warframe like Excalibur. His base stats are not very good for it, so you kind of have to do extra stuff where, in comparison to the Warframes where Persistence was probably designed for, like Inaros, Kalervo, even some other ones, like probably even Chroma, Grendel, like these other types of Warframes with a lot better base health and base armor. It's a different story. Like if you can't get 1400 armor and at least probably 1500 health on the Warframe with just triple Umbral mods, then Persistence probably isn't worth it unless you really want to use it. Then you're basically having to force yourself to use it. Actually curious to just put the Fallout variation back on this build with the health conversion. That was an interesting one. You think too, if you did that on base Excalibur, that would also work. Since you're sort of overriding his crappy base stats with health conversion. I could probably sling up a base Excalibur version of that. Yeah, this is kind of annoying with how little damage I'm taking during this. I'm not getting enough energy to maintain my impetus stacks. It's just this game mode doing that. Yeah, I'm not even having Gloom up this entire time. Your companion will do a really good job at keeping your health topped up, and so you don't really need gloom. Like, you can just do this with elevate in order to survive, but if you want it to be automatic, gloom is by far the best option. That's also where Warcry comes in, if you've seen that build variation. I could probably do a Warcry. I might be able to fit in a Warcry, a Fallout variation here. Might try that. I think it would fit. Technically it would cap. Yeah, in theory, you know, in theory it would, but who knows how Hunter Adrenaline actually tabulates how much health damage you're taking. Because you think, depending on how the math works, Hunter Adrenaline could calculate its energy conversion from health damage before Persistence caps it. So it really depends. I don't know how I can't think of how I'd test that off the top of my head reliably. You'd have to, like, really control how much damage you're taking, and I can't think of a way to do that. Like, unless you could test that in, like, I don't know. Maybe you could test it at the dojo in the like, little PvP thing, but I don't remember if that uses Conclave mods or not. So that would be something to consider. Like, it depends on the way the math works for it. If Hunter Adrenaline calculates after Persistence's cap or before Persistence's cap, because Persistence could be coded that you're actually taking like 5,000 damage per second, but then just what actually hits your Warframe is less than that. That's kind of the root of my point. So it could be that it isn't artificially capped by it. It just really depends on how they calculate it. Or, like, which calculates first. Yeah, look at my poor energy economy. In the gutter. I do kind of like, if I were running a Fallout variation of this, I would kind of rather like just running Blessing than trying to force Persistence into it. I feel like that's a little bit more reasonable. So it's a shield build, the primary shield build, but it has a healthy amount of health and armor. But still not really a shield build, it's just you're using shields, you're using Grief Respite to tank some damage here and there. That's about it. So I might as well show that. I think I started off this stream doing that. I don't think they did. The Void, I was in a Void mission earlier and the lasers didn't proc Hunter Adrenaline. I don't remember them doing that. I think I remember seeing that and it wasn't the case. I don't think environmental damage. I think it has to be direct damage to count, if I remember. Worth a check. Oh, avoid the laser. I can actually get one shot by this laser in this. So let's see how much damage I do about this. Yeah, I'm doing basically all the damage. If I'm actually hitting it in the head. That's my Arcwing build. My Arcwing build, this is the same-ish build that I show in my Arcwing video.
Back your memories from the Void's corruption. lost this battle.
Yeah, I think the advantage too of that Fallout variation that I have is somewhat I show in the video, the like not Umbra friendly prime or non-prime build is I don't have to switch Archon shards between that and my Afflictions version with Nourish. So like between this build, I don't have to switch Archon shards, which is really nice. So I'm probably just going to switch prime back to these. So this one, I'm definitely not going to run. I'm going to run Vazarin on that. Naraman is pretty dumb to run on it. But what we're going to do is run Naraman on this variation. And we're going to go back to our Sword of a Thousand Truths. If you don't know that reference, Sword of a Thousand Truths, then I guess you might be too young. Someone tell me, what is that reference from? Yeah, this guy right here. Triple augment. Nice and cozy. You get a lot of health. And influence. See, I need to change this. I'm trying to think of what did I run for this. I think I was running dual. I think I was running that. That's what I was running last. Yeah, you can always run battery to drop prime flow, but yeah, yep, the South Park WoW Classic, yep. I'm a huge fan of South Park. Not the new stuff. The new stuff kind of sucks, let's be honest. Even if, excluding political perspectives aside, the new season of South Park is just kind of dumb. And they even get really meta on one of the episodes talking about how South Park sucks now. And like as a meta about South Park, but then also about the show. And then it's like on the nose, very on the nose about how bad it is. And yeah, it was still bad. Yeah, battery is still a viable option, but I think the whole point that I was showing is that if you don't run Blind Rage, if you're not running Blind Rage on the build, you can actually get away with running just 2 max energy shards instead, because you don't need all that extra energy if you're running if you're running that. So I'm gonna burn tons of synthetics here. My poor 14,000 Orkin cells won't be able to handle it. And I'm switching these all back to strength because that's what this build runs on Excalibur Prime. Oh, there's actually, I didn't realize how many materials synthetics actually takes. Is that synthetics? Yeah. Look at all this stuff. Isn't that convenient? And we're going all the way back to strength. Because between both of my builds, my like dual liquor nourish build, it runs literally this, and that is also conveniently the best option on this Blessing Universal Fallout build variation here. And I've been playing around with this. So you run this guy, and it kind of, because you want a little bit of attack speed, but you don't need a lot with running Warcry. You can just slot in this, and then you get a nice comfortable, I think this gets close to orange crits, if I remember correctly. So like 770 times 0.15. Yeah, nice and comfortable. 770? Yeah, 770. Let me do the math again on that. Yeah, it gets a nice comfortable crit. Because you want some attack speed, so then you might as well run a Gladiator. And then you want some crit damage, you might as well run a Gladiator. You don't want to put Electric on here so that you can get your benefit of radiation only on heavy attacks. You don't have to, but what could I do here actually? Let's do this. Let's test that theory. I think I was running this before I switched everything up. Because, like I said, you still need one Gladiator mod if you're running these. Now, remember something about the curve. The curve of damage gain. If you don't get combo because you're not hitting enemies, then you won't have as much crit. Like, you're not going to be reliably over into crit territory because you need that. You need that combo for it. So it helps flatten the curve. It's like the general theory here and just the core understanding is that in lower end missions, this can run into some pretty severe problems when it comes to stacking radiation to get your energy to actually maintain your energy economy in this build. Like, that can actually be a problem. And so the idea is you flatten the curve of damage. And I was using condition overload for that before, which is still a viable option, but just realized this doesn't scale well on the high end because it doesn't appear to scale at all with Furious Javelin. The testing I did that I have recorded, this does not scale with Furious Javelin at all, and you're better off just running melee damage. Okay. Ooh, we're going to do that solo. Can't test that energy economy here, that whole theory, because these enemies are tanky, and also I'm running a primed Warframe in the Void. Condition overload? Condition overload is over.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
As I mentioned in the build guide for this, you want to cast Exalted Blade first to get stacks drop, and then so you don't have that happen. Yeah, you don't want to burn all your energy with just Warcry. But you can see how fast I'm getting blessing stacks. Like, I'm almost at 50 already. I tell you, if I take this into like a low level sortie, it's pretty bad. Because everything just dies before you get enough stacks. Yeah, and even, like, we're not health tanking here, we're not shield tanking here, we're using shield mechanics with Brief Respite in order to soak hits to mitigate our health damage. I don't know what happened there. I must have dashed through a nullifier. And our equip melee, its entire purpose is to proc Exodia Brave to get us energy when we need it, so that we can get back to Exalted Blade. This is a very Exalted Blade heavy build, because you simply won't get enough energy using Fallout without having Exalted Blade drawn. Like, just trying to slash dash, it's not good. It doesn't proc enough. It's a very cozy build in this kind of content, like Steel Path. And with Warcry, we do get enough extra armor to make it not that crazy to take health damage. At 300% strength, I think it's like 150% armor, which on Excalibur, that would put you at about 800, I think. Yeah, it'd put you at like 800 armor. Like 180 is 888 or 882 because of, or 182%, something like that. You're thinking from Triple Umbral. So it's pretty close to that.
Additional life support has arrived.
We got Taron Strike. Let's go into the corner here. We'll use it. Yeah, if you had... That'd be kind of nice if there was a toggle. This would be really nice. If there was a toggle for different build configs to have different Archon shards. So for people like me, I could do that, and yeah, I could put, like, 30 Archon shards on Excalibur, but for normal people that don't only play one single Warframe, they could be like, no, that's dumb. Why would I put 30 Archon shards into one Warframe? That'd be kind of cool. They would probably never do that. That'd be... You think that's probably not ideal for their build philosophy, so it wouldn't be something they would ever do. But I would like that, and I would definitely use that if that was the case. I would definitely burn 30 Tau Archon shards and putting individual Archon shards on every single loadout on Excalibur, Excalibur Prime, and Excalibur Umbra. Just because. Well, probably not base Excalibur. They would only have... I'd probably still only have one build on him. But that would be nice. Yeah, it's where this build that I'm running, like both of these builds, this is what I would highly recommend. So kind of what I've been showing on Umbra, like you can run Persistence on Umbra if you've got triple Umbra mods pretty easily fitted on him. But if you have base Excalibur, I would mimic exactly what I'm using here. Similar to what I have in that build video that's for like, you know, not Umbra friendly. That's the idea behind that build is you want to run different builds. You don't want to have to be breaking your Archon shards and all that all the time on Umbra, so then you run this build because it's really not detrimental. Like you think I'm adding base armor, or really the armor isn't important here, and then also the health is being added with Blessing. So it's a nice and comfortable build. And goodbye. So satisfying. And look at that. Kitty's good to me. Because I'm good to Kitty. I feel like if you did the math for this stream, how many double drops did I get? It's probably more like 33% than... Yeah. Well, that's a whole nother conversation. Warrior's Rest shouldn't be a mod. It should be a toggle, if any. And then pretty much all of DE's problems around Excalibur are solved, but I feel like they would have already done that if it was that simple. That's kind of the skeptic in me, or the cynic in me, is that if it was that simple, DE would have already done it, and they would have figured this problem out already, but they haven't. And so there's probably more technical reasons than just DE being stubborn about making Excalibur not as good for non-founders. Like, that just kind of sounds scummy. Oh, ding. We're just going to fill these up. Think these reset on daily reset? I don't know, actually. I forget when these reset, if they have like an individual timer or if they reset over a certain duration. I don't remember. So I'll show this again, but I feel like at this point they should definitely know, and they think, or maybe they're ignorant and they think that Warrior's Rest solved the issue. That's what they want. I'm wondering if they think. So that's where I'm hoping people like me, who are absolute psychotic one-trick pony Excalibur players that have all three versions, that can speak about this, I think, pretty authoritatively on the actual differences between them. Be like, hey, D, you still need to fix this. This isn't fixed. This is a problem, even for founders. Because I would like that problem to be fixed on Umbra so that I can do exactly what I'm doing here, which is I have build variations that use one Umbral mod in polarity, and then I can have build variations that use 2 or 3 Umbral polarities as a requirement, because you simply can't run all the variations. Even with full Omniforma, you wouldn't be able to run all variations because of the way that Umbral polarities work. And Excalibur sits on that like middle ground of where his armor, his health, and his shields really have no given direction that you're supposed that it's telling you to go. They should probably upgrade Excalibur Prime and Umbra's base stats, I would say if those were at like in the 400s instead of 320 or in the 300 instead of 300s, if it was in the 400s, maybe 500s, then it would make it a lot easier to run different build variations. But base at 370 just kind of sucks. I think his shields is fine, but if they made his armor and his health higher, it would make more sense. Like, I don't see why Excalibur Umbra with triple Umbral can't be at least like 1200 armor and like 1500 health. Whatever the math comes down to get to that, that's what I would suggest. If they buff this base stats, I think persistence kind of makes that clear. You know, if Umbra with base without any other additions was able to get to like 1200 armor and about 1500 health without having to run extra stuff with just triple Umbral mods, then that would be pretty high quality of life increase on being able to run this. But it's the fact that you make compromises on both ends here. Like 1000 health is fine, but it's not great. And 888 armor, sure, it meets the minimum requirement, but then all it takes is a heat stack for you to lose and just get one-shotted because you don't have enough armor in even a lot of like base steel path to survive taking 1000 damage to health with only 800, or in this case, if you only had 882, you'd only have 400 armor with a heat stack on you. So it's just not worth it. And I say 1200 armor because then you could just run one Tau Shard or maybe even like Stand United and then solve that problem. But yeah, this right here, I think is pretty comfortable. Is that the Blind Rage variation? I don't think so. Yeah, you notice here, you get at least 100%. That's all you really need is that 100% base. But obviously you get more from Weeping Wounds, but you have 100% base status. It doesn't really take that much for you to get that with Chromatic Blade. You know, 192 strength is enough to do that. Not super important. You at least need 100% status chance in order with Exalted Blade and Chromatic Blade to say like reliably hitting electric procs. We could even remove this and just run. Oh, this is where I was talking about. Where if you do the math on this of like, well, what's more worth it? Health shards or like running health shards for 450 or running intentions for 500, and then instead of running bellicose, you run that only gives you 24%, you run strength shards. Matter of opinion here. You could probably even run fury here if you really wanted to. You could probably even do that if you really wanted to. It's gonna scale well. 3 times better than, yeah, 3 times better than running something else like your steel charge. Let's look through one more time. Make sure I'm not forgetting something. Like, you could run Blessing. Thinking about it. You know, you're talking long-term mission. That would be pretty nice. You know, you wouldn't have, like, some crazy way to proc it through this, but you'd eventually get it. You could even run on your companion. You could probably fit it in here somewhere to run Synth Deconstruct. You probably don't need the healing from your companion if you're running Gloom. So that would be an option. We'll make some build variations here. Now, you probably don't need that healing. And in this case, you could just run that. If you're not running the healing, then you could also just get rid of Tech Assault, Prime Pack Leader, free up another mod slot. You know, there's some variability here. Because I think Synth would still proc pretty reliably without these guys. So you'd run like Panzer de-evolution. And then you can run whatever there. Really doesn't matter. Yeah, Fury scales really well on Exalted Blade. Put it simply. But in this case, it's about value. It's about, like, in this scenario, getting that extra health. 1200 health. You know, you're talking 2.5 seconds extra survivability. And you're running Gloom. So that's quite nice. We might be able to run that. I don't know if Sense Fear will duplicate itself. I don't know if I've tried Duplex on how well it procs Magnetic Strike and Bellringer, because I don't remember if that can proc the synergy. Because you think being able to spread more of that would be nice. So we're going to try it. Dropping orbs. And so in this case, like I said, we're going to run Arcane Blessing. And then we're going to get rid of these guys. No. We're going to get rid of these guys. And we're going to give them extra strength. So 222. That's not bad. It's not great. Not bad. Oh, yeah, no, not it, you don't have to recast Exalted Blade. The only time you need to recast Exalted Blade is if you have a higher strength value. That strength value snapshots. The only caveat to know about this is it doesn't matter if you've got 1,000 strength snapshotted into Exalted Blade on how it affects Slash Dash's direct damage. So, like, when you have Exalted Blade drawn, Slash Dash has 2 instances of damage. It's the direct hit and the wave that results from that, since it kind of acts like a normal hit or a normal melee attack to throw a wave. The wave will scale off of, best I can tell, the wave still scales off of whatever conditional bonuses you have to Exalted Blade, but the direct hit does not. Now, how much does that matter? Basically, probably not much, unless you're running like an Afflictions build. But then still, so like Slash Dash doesn't receive snapshotted Exalted Blade damage, but the waves probably do. I think I remember testing that, and the waves still receive like a high amount. And there's only so far you can test conditional strength in this game to be able to really differentiate between that. Okay. We're going to try this. Just looking at this one more time, just to make sure I'm not screwing something up. Yeah, the other option too here is you can run Fury, you could run Strike if you want the extra attack speed, but we're going to try how this works with our Giga Chad, Selena Kyle, Orb Dropper. See, the fun fact about Slash Dash is that CO doesn't apply to it at all. So I believe it was confirmed that the other pseudo-exalteds that actually got a rework did in fact get that bonus, but Slash Dash does not. That's where, like, CO on Excalibur is actually just across the board bad. Like, it only applies to Exalted Blade. It doesn't get bonused. It only applies to Exalted Blade when drawn. And then it also doesn't scale off a Furious Javelin. So it's like, that's where I don't really like using it. I've never really liked using it because before I did all of my actual autistic level testing on it, it just always felt bad. Like, it always felt like it was worse than Prime Pressure Point. And after doing the test, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It is in fact worse. Yeah, you notice the difference in the amount of orbs we're getting. We've got 6 now. It's like at this point, I would have already had at least like 20. We're gonna let our companion die.
Life support on the
Come on,
way.
kitty. Oh no. Selena Kyle's down. Remember that. Much to Batman's dismay.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy him more time.
Do you prefer Gloom or Warcry variations? I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say. I think Gloom feels more comfortable because you have multiple ways you can heal with it versus if you're running Warcry, you're kind of limited to companion healing or healing return, where like Gloom just feels good. It's a toggle, is similar. Doesn't require a mod slot in order for it to be a toggle, because you think Warcry is basically a channeling ability with the, when you use the augment. It's just channeling ability with duration, perpetually refreshing duration. Yeah, this isn't too bad. 31 stacks. Is it necessary? Probably not.
Ready for a capsule.
But if you want to run it, you can run it. Blessing would be a solid drop-in option that would give you a lot of health. Although, consider we're only now beating... Well, that's quite a bit more when you think 700 more health for the same slot, you know, arcane slot, and then it's not conditional on whether you have casted channeling abilities or not. That's kind of nice. So blessing's probably a good option here too. You know, if you just drop that in, regardless of your team, it'll either scale nicely enough by the end of the mission or not. Like right here, it's fully stacked almost. And we're at over 2,000 health. We're getting into that territory where it's like getting close to Clairvaux. There we go, 2,200 health. Pretty good. And remember, we have a non-conditional 1,400 armor. So we can get a heat stack on us and we're not going to lose the buff. We're still going to be capped at basically 4 seconds of survivability. Assuming you don't do anything in over 4 seconds. And I guess in this case, if your companion doesn't do anything for more than 4 seconds as well. But I could probably do some little bit more engineering on that to fit both of those mods. I'm hoping my kitty cat dies. Kitty cat's doing a really good job at not dying. You could technically just get rid of, like, you don't have to run
I've delivered
both.
life support capsule.
You don't have to run both the one mod that prevents death and also Prime Pack Leader. Like, as long as you're doing melee damage, Prime Pack Leader will keep your companion overguarded pretty reliably. It'll take lethal damage sometimes, but maybe in that scenario, it's just go revive it if you AFK long enough.
Operative is making
You think it technically, just based on damage that my companion's taking, it's more likely to just survive with just health and shields than it is to, like, need overguard, I guess. But Prime Pack Leader, you know, I think the idea of Prime Pack Leader is nice too. Especially on a melee build. But if you weren't running this as just a melee build, because this is entirely viable for gunplay. Exactly what I'm running right here is entirely viable for just standard gunplay.
Hostiles! Contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
Heck, I can't even run this with Blind Rage if I really wanted to.
Takes care of that.
extract here. Kitty cat must have disliked my mod changes. It wants to be the melee murder machine that it was born to be. It did not gift me.
And so we learn the importance of clever.
Dispensary and persistence. The downside of dispensary is when you're playing melee builds, you're having to keep up with it. It's even, I would say the downside of that is even worse than Bright Bonnet, because Bright Bonnet at least gives you strength and sort of equivalent energy that you can spam proc if you need to. Like, sitting there waiting for dispensary to drop all of its stuff is a lot less convenient than just like, okay, so I need a bunch of energy right now. Bright Bonnet, bounce, 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 bounce. Okay, back to full energy. So I think, honestly, I think dispensary is a worse version of Bright Bonnet, and using that for just the Archon, or just to like keep this blessing or this guy up, is probably not worth it. Yeah, like right here, if we wanted to do this, we could even do this. Is there something that drops health orbs? No, we're going to keep that. I don't think there's any conditional thing that drops health orbs. Oh, look at this. Look at how sweaty this is going to be. I should really not be doing this on my influence one, because... yeah, I don't think there's anything that comes close to the value of Blessing and Blind Rage to switch health and put, like, Impetus on. That's where I could go back and put... yeah, so this is the build that I was thinking about running. Where I run Archon Flow, Blind Rage, and then run Arcane Impetus. That I can't run on Prime right now because I physically can't fit it. Yeah, we're not going to do that. That's a later problem right there. Well, just put in perspective, these are somewhat similar builds. Well, these are completely different builds, but kind of in the same spirit of, like, we're running Blessing, we're running Chromatic Blade. It's just, this is running Fallout instead of Persistence, and then we're using an increase in health, some slight shield hit negation, I guess is the way to describe that. Oh, yeah, let me make sure I have this set up right. Yeah, we want that. That's what I was going to change. I think what I was going to do was I can get Hunter Recovery on this build just fine. I sacrifice Tech Assault, which is very powerful, but most of the time these are redundant. And I think if I had to choose, Tech Assault is very good, but Prime Pack Leader, you think as long as you're in constant melee, it has both Overguard, but then also its shields as backup. So when you're not actually melee attacking, this also makes sure it has full health no matter what. Versus this, which this procs, you think it's more likely to proc this than not, and then give 4 seconds immunity. This is very powerful, but I don't think it's necessary. So we'll try that. Unaru is also nice for this, because you think you get a bunch of universal orbs when you do proc it. Huh. I have not done solo level cap. I generally don't find that very fun, and so I stay away from that personally. I'll usually do it with a group, and hopefully the group doesn't break my build. The thing I didn't try, I'm actually curious about this. I don't think the shockwaves count as Taron Strike after this to be able to, like, keep the buff up, but I might as well try that while I'm thinking about it. Here's also obviously a source of healing. That's very powerful. Magus Elevate. Not running Bazarin recently, that's kind of been the default. Alright, I think this is good to go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of nullifiers in... That's the downside of persistence. There's a lot of nullifiers in fissures. So when you're doing like a level cap, steel path, void cascade, there's so many nullifiers in that. It's painful.
They're trying to chop the route. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Right. Who wants some?
Alright, let's see how many... Maybe I should let my kitty cat hit some things. You gotta paint these targets there, bud. Oh. Get him, kitty.
I'll be right here.
See, it doesn't even really need the Overguard to survive because it does such a good job at knocking everything down. Like, you think how much of knockdown is this thing doing with its abilities? Like, look at this. This is dumb. I feel like at this point, I've tested enough Panzer to really make a concrete video about it and show that. Oh, the nullifier bug on abilities 1 and 2. Yeah, that's seemingly just a consequence of running without Warrior's Rest, which is a big problem. Like, without Warrior's Rest, you don't just run into that issue, but you can also run into the issue where your ability 1 and 2 just doesn't work. Yeah, get him, kitty. I'm still waiting for my Panzer to die. Drop 15 health orbs for me. Or I'll give him some Overguard. Here we go. Get some Overguard. There we go, 2200 Overguard. I am pretty sure the assistance counts here. The synth deconstruct assistance, because I'm at 29 already, which is pretty good. You think if you're in this in circuit too, this is a little pro tip here. So if you want to run this exact build configuration in circuit where you don't get a companion, you would be very comfortable because you can get that kills drop health orbs, and you'd be able to stack this to 50 stacks super easily once you get that. And that's something to keep in mind. So those are things I actually consider when I make builds of like how well does this scale in circuit without a companion. Like, I don't want to be so reliant on my companion to survive and make the build work that I do build around that. Like, genuinely build around that. Yeah, I would say this is worth it. Yeah, the thing about nullifier bubbles too is at least Exalted Blade, it's a little bit more convenient as long as you don't flash dash into one accidentally, because you can just sit there and break it with Exalted Blade. Not, you know, crazy convenient, but fairly convenient. Bam. You know how safe this build is? Don't you just feel safe watching this? Yeah, we're gonna Tar on strike. Oh, apparently not. This is just so cozy. We don't care about no heat procs. We got a lot of extra protection from nullifiers. Unaru, we're about to get a bunch of armor as well. Look at how much damage that does. It's insane. Unaru, a better melee school than Narman right now. Joke's on Narman. Okay. Oh, it does. Look at the duration. So I got 300%. Now watch what happens when I slam. So we're gonna do this so we don't break our combo. See, did that work? There you go. It does work. So the slam counts as Taron strike for Unaru. So yeah, I would highly recommend running the 300% status chance, because as long as you space out your heavy slams, you can keep that 300% up probably the whole time. Depending. You can at least keep it up a lot longer than 30 seconds, because those slams do in fact count. And they do kind of absurd damage too, with absurd range. So that's worth it. Remember, those drop universal orbs too.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause.
This is what I get for letting my Panzer do most of the work. I only get 500 kills.
There really was no need for that.
Yeah, I wish there wasn't as many bugs between client and host, because the other problem I run into, and this is a problem that some people might not be aware of, and I haven't properly tested this in quite a while, but if the host has a dramatically higher frame rate than a client, then there's a lot of things that don't work as a client. Like one that I actually tested was poise. Someone had a theory. This wasn't my theory. It was someone in my clan who had a theory that it was their FPS that was causing poise to not proc, depending on if they were a client. And that was in fact true. They did not get poise when I was hosting at the, like, in Plains of Eidolon, where I can get 240 FPS pretty easily. That they physically couldn't proc poise. They would knock themselves down, even as operator, because of that. So a little fun fact for you. So I run the game at quite an extreme, like, you know, in this pretty enemy dense mission, I'm running at over 300 frames per second. I would frame rate cap it if it made sense, but unfortunately, I found that frame rate capping actually provides a lot of frame rate inconsistency for me. Like, I can notice frame rate dips down to like something lower, and it feels like if you, as long as you just hit the frame buffer with everything possible, it works just a lot better. And frame rate capping seems to mess with that pipeline, and I don't like it. So even if I cap at 360 FPS running at 240 hertz, it's still not good. It's still noticeable. It's a skill issue. Just don't ever buy a 240 hertz monitor and you won't notice this problem.
Let's get to business.
The GPU, so I've had a 4090 since launch, so I still run 4090. I've actually thought about this. I forgot about this today. I was considering on making a video that shows off my rig, because my rig is very interesting. It's not a standard-ish build. It's a fractal design ridge that I had to permanently modify, which I've had to do a couple times on a few builds. And I think the fractal design ridge I've had to cut apart a couple of times in a few builds that I've done. But then I also have my 4090 de-shrouded and the backplate cut in half to be able to fit into this rig, because with the backplate and the shroud, it's too long to actually fit in this case. So then I'm running case-mounted 140mm fans instead, as a nice, like, full push, almost or half push through design. And then I had to chop the top because the 12-volt high power didn't fit in it, so I had to actually chop apart the top of the case in order to actually fit the 12-volt high power. Yeah, so I can record that pretty easily on my phone, so testing up my iPhone, and then just pull out my rig, because I need to pull it out and dust it out. So then it's like, if I'm pulling it out and doing that anyways, then that was something I was considering. I thought about doing it today. There was something I figured. I was like, there's a video I wanted to do today, but then I decided I might as well just stream instead while I test some things. So for those wondering, I'm going to pause on this while I take a quick bio, and you guys can copy this as needed. This is very comfortable. So, and then we'll get to the companion build and all the other stuff. So anyone who wants to take screenshots or whatever, feel free to do that here. And this is probably going to get a video of a slight variation. The Blessing, very comfy 2200 health variation of this build. Oh. Yeah, I'm a huge. I guess if I mentioned this a few times, I'm a huge PC hardware enthusiast. Uh, I don't know if I have any of my really old stuff ready and handy, but like I even have an EV bot, an EVGA EV bot from back in the day when I was running 780 Ti's and SLI, running them with DIY mounted water coolers, overvolted, using an EV bot, had multimeters hooked up to them. There's actually some really old videos I have on my YouTube channel that I have delisted that were back from 2014 of me showcasing these builds because I was able to hit like top 50 in 3D Mark and get in the Hall of Fame and stuff because I was able to overclock these 780 Ti's to 1.33 gigahertz, which was absurd. They're base clock. The overclocked models base clock was like a gigahertz, so giving them a 33% increase in clock speed from an already overclocked version was just nuts at the time. And I did that on without using LN2 or anything like that. So I was pretty much competing with people that were using like phase changers and LN2 with SLI cards. And overclocking SLI cards was a nightmare. You had to like really tune and figure out, well, in 3D Mark, are you crashing on an even or an odd frame to figure out which card it was, since SLI worked by doing this with frame rate. You weren't sharing GPU resources. You were actually having your SLI cards render every other frame. And so you'd get these weird issues with like differences in frame time latency between different parts. And it was especially noticeable when I got my first G-Sync monitor, which I got way back in 2014 because you had to buy a particular Asus monitor and then buy a dev kit from NVIDIA and then mod the monitor yourself to get G-Sync. And the inconsistencies in frame time latency between the SLI cards and like Battlefield 3 was awful. Like it was literally unplayable. It was a better experience just running a single card than it was running SLI just because of that. I'm so glad it's dead. It was awful. The only people that really cared about SLI were people that were doing like XOC crazy high-end overclocking, because then they could basically pay to win their way to the most to the highest scores. Like, okay, you can't compete with your single card because this dude's running 4-way SLI with these like $1,000 cards. Yeah. Okay, so I think what we'll do as a comparison there is we just ran a bunch of that. I'm wondering too, if I run the synth build for that and get more health orbs, how fast can I get to 450 stacks in this mission?
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors death.
This is the only downside of this build. Your starting energy isn't great enough
Support has been cut off.
right off the rip.
They're trying
I think
to
it's
kill
good
me.
now. I think it's plenty.
I'm sending auxiliary life
Bam,
support.
bam, bam. See how long in mission it takes for me to get to 50 stacks. I'm already at 35, and we're not even a minute in. Ran out of enemies. Murdered all of them. Thing too about this Fallout build is you definitely want to modulate how much you're using Furious Javelin, because if you don't have enough energy to like cast that, and then also when you do that, you're less likely to stack them to, you know, like here. So it took us like a minute and a half for us to get to full stacks. It's pretty nuts. But yeah, you want to modulate your Furious Javelin use on a Fallout build so that you don't like burn your ability to regenerate energy. especially in lower level missions. You just basically don't even bother using it in lower level missions. All you're going to do is prevent yourself from getting universal orbs with Fallout. These viral procs kind of act as nice hit markers too. So I could see him through the wall and be like, okay, there's an enemy.
Life support on the way.
And I'm not saying you can't run this build variation on Umbra. It's just
Another life support.
not as convenient, to be honest. You obviously don't need... You can run Unara on this just fine. So then you can run Unara, Warrior's Rest. I could probably show that. This specific Warcry variation with Blessing. You know, you could technically run this just fine. Unaru probably works just as well. You know, you would just be more reliant on the health procs. This isn't a shield-dependent build, put it in perspective. Oh boy. All the numbers. So when you get to higher end content, if you end up relying more on health, then that's when you just death loop with Unaru, which I think I've shown before. Where you just die as operator and then you just get a kill. Make sure you clear your stacks. I think, let me try if I can see this. I'm pretty sure transference stacks only scale off of base health. So we'll see. Oh, well, you know, how about we'll do this? I should do this the other way. Oh, I'll die as operator. That's the proper way to do this. Come on, kill me.
Life support has arrived.
Yeah, you notice? Oh, I should probably not die after showing that. So you notice how my health didn't go down fully from transference stacks because it only scales like the plus 1200 you get from Blessing doesn't get reduced the same way as it would be if you were just getting raw health. So like with that single transference stack, I'm still at 1177. Like if I remember, I do the math on that here in a moment.
This will help our cause.
Oh, look, Kitty. Kitty did a good thing. Transference stacks or whatever. Huh, 800 some kills. This is definitely an optimal tile set because usually I wasn't even like really going ham there. I was kind of messing around. Probably could have gotten like 1,000 from this one. I was really going ham.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Yeah, I have some other weird rigs. I don't have them out here in my office area. I have them kind of in my storage spare room. But I have like the Silverstone Sugo 13 was a rig that I built a lot in for a very long time. And that was back when GPUs were normal sized. So back when I had like a GTX 1080. And the problem with the Sugo 13 is it only fits 10.5 inch cards, and most cards, even like mid-tier cards, are like 12 inches long. So yeah, that is in fact a problem that exists with some of those older case designs. But I did some weird stuff to it. Like right now I have a rig with it's got like a 3950X in it, and then I have the power supply front mounted in the case, even though the power supply usually goes above the motherboard, and I have it mounted on the front using the 120mm screw holes through the fan in the power supply. I have a DIY modified internally routed extension cable to be able to use the cutout with an old power supply that I chopped out the back of to mount basically like a space or like a filler to be able to plug in the power connector. And then it's got an Intel Arc A380 in it, which is a decent card. But it's kind of just like a little test rig kind of, but it was like I have a bunch of spare parts, just might as well build this. Sugo 13 that I don't really use anymore. Yeah. So I think the synth deconstruct was probably redundant, but here's a fun argument with this. This is a consideration that I've talked about on this build, which is if you find yourself having energy issues, just throw in one of these and you should get, the sacrifice in strength is probably worth that conversion. So then the nature of that is if my companion's dropping a bunch of orbs, if I'm not attacking, then I should have at least enough energy to be able to maintain without pulling out Exalted Blade and proccing Arcane Blessing, or Universal Fallout, I mean. So we'll see. That's something I've wanted to test. So I'm just not going to pull out Exalted Blade, and we're going to let our companion do most of the drops and see how many stacks of Blessing we get and how much energy we get.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the
Which is going to be hard when I'm using a weapon that generates energy.
They have just shut down all systems.
I just can't heavy attack with it, I guess.
Capsules your way.
Yeah. Maybe not worth it. In comparison, see, I got 10 stacks. That's pretty good. Now, Panzer does do a good job at proccing synth deconstruct. That might be worthy of an entire build variation. Definitely not enough energy to make it worth it, though. Like, conversion 75 energy from that many things. That's simply not worth it. Let's say synth deconstruct is definitely a nice worthy supplement for if you're running Blessing. On that build that, this, not this Prime build, but that other build, that's definitely worth it. Just to be able to proc your Blessing higher, a lot easier.
Activating it will buy you more time.
Yeah, like, where am I at? I'm almost stacked up at 2 minutes, and I haven't pulled out Exalted Blade at all. Well, except for that one time, but I didn't kill anything with it. I don't think. Alright, now we pull out Exalted Blade. And I also just abort, because we're going to try that on the other build. There's an argument here too, and I've talked about this before. When you're running Chromatic Blade, Precision Intensify scales really well. You obviously lose Radial and some armor and attack speed, but 86 versus 73, like 13% attack speed. Armor increase is nice, but not necessary. 36 versus 43, 6% per. I've thought about that. This would be the recommendation if you're running this on base Excalibur, which this is a very good base Excalibur build. This doesn't rely on his lower base stats for anything in particular. So this would be a solid option. Downside here is, though, if I remove that Archon, Nourish definitely likes you having Umbral Intensify versus that, because you're less dependent on Exalted Blade. You're more dependent on this and this. But this would be a really solid option if you're running it on base Excalibur. I'll probably stick with that. And I'm going to remove that shard because I definitely don't need it. It's a nice little feature add, but not necessary. Having more ways to drop health orbs is definitely interesting. I probably won't run that on this build, though. I feel like Tech Assault's probably going to be more useful overall than Synth Deconstruct. Maybe. I don't know. I'll find out later. We'll test that. But this, on the other hand, this is definitely worth it. We're going to find out. Oh, this all looks right. Yep. No. Whoops. Probably do this one last mission and then probably sign off so that I can go to bed. Ooh. Ooh, okay. It's very tempting. I don't need to run circuit though. I ran it to 5 so that I could do the mission complete, but Prismascana and Excalibur Prime on circuit is very tempting. I don't think I want to spend an hour in circuit just to play around with that. I will do circuit sometimes just to test the build in circuit, even when I don't need it, because it's fun.
Are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
See, we got 1 stack. We're gonna let our kitty cat do some murder things. And we'll see how many stacks we get just from that. So like 4 stacks. It's pretty good. 6 stacks. Up to 9. That viral is really spreading. And I don't know if the Vicious Bond actually stacks. Like if Vicious Bond counts towards that health. Or, I mean, the Synth Deconstruct. That's something I haven't figured out yet. That's something I haven't isolated test control though. So Vicious Bond, that Bond mod, that strips armor. Vicious Bond.
Life support incoming.
So like this guy, I don't know if this counts, like that armor strip, if that counts towards Synth Deconstruct. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. So then if Synth Deconstruct really drops health orbs in this way, because every time I radio javelin, it just spreads vicious bond pretty fast between the targets.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Let's see. Look at all them health orbs. This is really comfortable. This is nice. I actually like this quite a lot. I think with the viral and the armor strip from Panzer here, you're far less dependent on getting 300% strength if you were to run this at level cap. I think it would scale fairly well that way because of that. How many stacks of, or how much is 200% Raffle Advance worth in stacks of viral? Probably 200% strength. Probably 200% crit chance is probably worth similar to 10 stacks of viral on a target. Just thinking of the math for it. Separate multipliers. If you weren't getting any viral before, it's probably very, very similar.
Life support on the way.
Howdy there, Gold Dagger. Doing one final build test before calling it on a particular slight variation on Gloom that maximizes health by using Blessing. So we're getting like 2200 health, which feels very comfortable. We have full non-conditional 1400 armor, like 200 some strength, like 220 some percent strength, but Panzer seems to be compensating for that in terms of damage output for how that would affect at the top end. So that's what's going on. We're gonna do our Tauron strike. Hey, fun fact. So we'll see 92%, 184%. The shockwaves. Wow. Okay, so that mod is really good on Unaru. That definitely gets my recommendation. We're gonna slam this guy, and that refreshes the stacks for it. So I have 4 more slams. Yeah, Unaru, very good. Unaru still gets my, like, if you had to choose one right now, what's the best? Because you don't even have to heavy slam to proc that. So as long as you stagger out your slams, you can reliably, and think of here, we get so much armor. These are like, this is basically health conversion that you can get from those slams. So then you can maintain an insane amount of armor. You get insane amount of health. You're probably close to, what is that? 450 times 5. So that's like 2200 armor. 2250 armor, I think. Is that the math? 5 times 450. Yeah. Yeah, 2250. So then you get the extra 200 as well. So, you know, you could... Yeah, I still think it's worth at least without even... Because you think Unaru, you get so close to it. You still have to run those 2 Archon shards for health. Even if you're running Unaru, you get the 1600 in, like, 7. Because, you know, it only gives you 200. It doesn't give you more than that. So, something to consider. Well, let me look, actually. The way I usually tell how conditional armor works is you put on battery. Battery is a really good way to figure it out. And then you just take what battery gives you in that moment and then divide it by 0.3. And then that gives you how much armor you actually have. Hover around you in ruined fashion frame? Oh no. Not the fashion frame. I can't even tell. I'll be honest. I haven't even noticed that. But I use black emissive on Operator and Drifter for that reason. Because it's obnoxious with Guardian Shell. When you have Guardian Shell up and you have this big thing blocking your view of little particle effects, It's awful unless it's all blacked out. So that's what I generally do. Let me look. So, like I said, so even this scenario, we could get rid of Stand United. If you wanted to get rid of Stand United, then you could do that. So we'll do that right now. We'll put on Steel Charge because you think we're gonna get 1532 with Unaru. So then you might as well, like, you can't sacrifice the 2 armor shards, but you can sacrifice Stand United because you'll get the 1532. The conditional bonus from from your Unaru focus school doesn't apply in this context. So that's yeah. Throw in Skiajati on this guy just to make sure. Just for the fun of it. Okina is a good option here too, obviously. You get that increased movement speed. Solid build variation. Nice little stat stick there with the increased movement speed. So if you guys want to copy that, the important things that just changed on this is relative to what we've been using. Blessing, very comfortable, getting all of that extra health. We're over 1500 or 1500 armor when Unaru's up. Unaru's going to give you even more armor. It's going to get you, into the 3000 some range, like 3700 range armor. That's pretty good. Let me calculate that out. So 2250. 32 plus 200, so 3782. If we 3782 divide it by 30 or 4082, so 92% damage reduction, 92.7% damage reduction. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. So you might not even run into the 500 per second cap having that much armor. Obviously that's conditional armor getting all the way up that high, but you've got a lot of health. You got over 2200 health, so you got solid 4 seconds of survivability there. That's pretty good on Excalibur. That's pretty comfortable. And then to show the companion build, because this is where the major thing was, is instead of running Tech Assault on this Panzer build, just run Synth Deconstruct, and that'll increase your health orb drop pretty significantly to make that worth it. Best way to get health on Excalibur, put it simply. I still think you really want to run Triple Umbral here to get that good base health and base armor, and then supplement that with Archon Shards and something like Blessing. Blessing is going to be it's clearly the best way to increase the health on Excalibur. It increases its health more than Triple Umbral. It's pretty powerful. Yeah, very comfortable. WoW like HUD add-ons. So here's a fun fact. When I played WoW, I literally used no add-ons. Like, I got some screenshots. I got some screenshots from back in the day. Let me go to my Google Drive. I was just looking at them for another reason on my Google Drive and realized that I made a bunch of these. Let me see. Is there anything sensitive on this page? Not really. Definitely don't want to open some of the things that are in here. I should probably just download these instead. I've got some old photos. These were when I was taking let's see. Got some old photos of my old rigs too. Let me see. Download. Go to my downloads. Okay. We'll minimize this. I'm going to switch to desktop. All right. So here's some fun things. So here's one of my old rigs, but unimportant. This is when you take a Silverstone Raven and mount a 240 millimeter on your Titan X and a 120 on your CPU, and then bolt them to the outside of the case. Kind of ridiculous. And then let's see. Here we go. So here's getting into some of the. This is what my UI looked like. So this is the last like legit season that I played in WoW. And the only thing you don't see here is under this menu is where I have my this is where I have my like players, so like my teammates, and then I would have the enemies show up here, I think. I'm trying to remember if that was even possible. No, it would show up by default. The default UI had that. But this is the last season I played. And this is my UI that I played at, playing at the rank that I was playing at. So this is probably the most ridiculous I've seen. My battlegrounds, I didn't get to 2400 or 2500 that season. That was 2 seasons before that where I got hero, literally pugging my way to 25, 26, and then I got my hero. In this case, this is what I got punished for in WoW, which was, notice I don't even have all my gladiator wins yet, because we went from like 1,000 rating all the way up to that, because I figured out, if you can believe this, I figured out a really interesting build on Guardian, and comboing that with Fury Warrior during this season was so powerful. If you didn't know how to counter it, there was a very easy way to counter it, and no one figured it out except for one. There was one team that figured this out during the season, which was the #1 RMP. For those that know WoW arenas, Rogue Mage Priest, the #1 RMP in the entire world, who was like rank 1 all the way back from TBC, the same people playing. They figured out this comp the second time we played it and how to beat it, and it was super easy once they figured it out. And when they did, I was like, oh no. That's how you counter this. All they had to do was just wait for me to come out of bear form and stun me, and then I was dead. That's all I had to do. And it was one team that figured that out. And this is how ridiculous it got. And really, I got punished for doing this. I broke the meta that season, and Blizzard punished me, and I quit over it. But it was definitely going out on a bang. In 2s, actually, the reason I got to 2400 in 2s was because I ran Guardian Affliction all the way up to 2400 in 2s with one of my buddies that I played with a lot. And it was not easy, but it was a lot of fun. It took some skill, it took some cool coordination, but that's the I saw this screenshot earlier, and you talking about WoW HUDs. This was literally my UI. Playing WoW for 15 plus years and playing in high-end arenas, this is what I used. Or high-end PvP, since, in this season I didn't care for battlegrounds, but previous seasons I did. Yep. So that's my WoW story there. Yeah, see, like right here, like notice this. So we're at 2567 and 12 out of 50 gladiator wins. You only start getting credit for those at 2400. So we were still figuring it out here, but we figured it out by this point. And we were playing against like the top 10 players at that moment while they were streaming, and really pissing a lot of people off. I got like whole forum threads that were made about how Guardian shouldn't be able to play, and people gatekeeping, being like, well, you're playing a tank spec in arenas. You shouldn't do that. And it's like, clearly it's working and it's fun. So sorry, Mr. Fun Police. If it wasn't intended, then Blizzard shouldn't made it viable with their own balancing in game. So for those of you that have played WoW, that's what got me to finally quit that game, and it was a good thing, because that game is a giant waste of time, to put it simply. Okay. Well, enough about that. Just gave us a way to retrieve the numbers on the HUD. Yeah, I would personally. I don't even use Electroframe. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. Like, obviously, that would be. I think you could see that if I was streaming it. Like, I don't use Electroframe. I don't like it. I don't want to use that. I didn't use add-ons in WoW. I used Recount. That was the only add-on that I used was Recount. For those that recognize that add-on, it's the only add-on I ever use because I don't want to. Especially with my account, I don't want to risk Electroframe being a problem, and I obviously don't need it to make platinum. So it's like, it's not worth it to me. I don't recommend it. If you feel like you need it, then go for it. If that's the difference between you having to spend money in the game and not spending money in the game, it's probably worth the minor risk of having an account action with how prolific it is. Just be aware that all you have to do is make one change in that for it to flag anti-cheat and or become a problem. And now all of a sudden you have an account issue. Oh, that's why they ban you for the arena rating in Shadowlands. They knew you didn't have add-ons and we're like, nah, bro, this can't be real. Yeah. And they didn't, you know, I just guess to be specific, they didn't ban me. What they did was they actually took my gladiator. They disqualified me at the end of the season after like the first week in season 4. They just disqualified me and suspended me for 30 days. And it's like, okay, well, even monetarily, there's no, like, putting it into perspective, the people that I was playing with, the two that you saw there, the priest was, all three of these people were 2,700 experience prior season, like within the last 2 seasons. We were all multi-gladiators. The priest that I was playing with, I've literally played with for like 5 or 6 years at that point. And the warrior wasn't looking for group pickup that wanted to entertain this ridiculous build. Because no one wanted to entertain it. All these people are so like dogmatic in what they will accept as an arena comp that they don't even want to try it, even if it is extremely successful. Yeah. That's what got me to finally quit the game, was literally the first ever account action I ever got, which was suspending me for RMT when there was clearly no RMT happening. And it was like, that Thick Biscuit guy, he ended up getting rank 1 a couple seasons later and stuff. Like, he was really good. But he even got suspended and DQ'd, if I remember correctly. Like, all 3 of us did. And it was because he had talked to someone, he knew someone at Blizzard or something, and he talked about how the reason we got suspended was and DQ'd that season was because we climbed rating too fast. Which that tells me, okay, if your comp is if you're too successful, you get punished for it. So it's like, what were we supposed to do? Like, not like intentionally lose games, or like stop playing after 20 games because if we keep going, we're just gonna get flagged and banned, like, or suspended. Ridiculous. And I'm probably, the irony behind it, this is the absolute irony, is getting suspended for RMD when I was literally the only person I've ever known that's never bought gold, like literally genuinely never bought gold in the game through RMT. Like, never. I've never risked that. And was a vocal advocate against even gold boosting, because I will tell you though, the priest did a lot of gold boosting in Raid of Battlegrounds. He was a pretty prolific part of the group that was doing Raid of Battleground gold boosting, and may or may not have done RMD, but guilt by association was always the thing I considered there, of like, if he was doing RMT boosting in Raid of Battlegrounds, and even though I never played Raid of Battlegrounds with him the last 2 seasons, or even 3 seasons, I think, maybe guilt by association. So you do have to be careful who you play with when you play at that high of a level, because the problem, this is the big problem with World of Warcraft and why it's just simply not worth, especially retail. You run into guilt by association because you basically, unless you play with people that aren't in the same caliber as you, when you're like, you know, basically you've been above rank 1 and you could have gotten rank 1 multiple seasons in arenas, it's almost impossible to avoid the scumbags in that community, the people that are willing to buy multiple accounts and do them for boosting and do actual like pilot boosting and stuff. It's so prolific. It's a huge problem, and it's not worth it. did I ever drop Warframe for more than a year? For me, I think it was largely the 2015 to 2017 timeframe where I just didn't have the time. That was when I was going out to sea. I was deep in the training, the insane training pipeline that I was in. And then also, I was going out at sea, and I didn't really play Warframe that much. When I would hop in, I'd play for a little bit and then come back out. But there was a previous stream I actually went through my Steam achievements because there was like literally a few years where I was at MR7, and it was because I would hop in, I would play content with my exact build, and then just like, okay, cool. And then I wouldn't like craft anything, I wouldn't build anything, I wouldn't level anything. And it turns out, even if you're getting the components and you have all the materials and you're not building the things and then leveling the things, you don't get mastery rank from that. So I literally sat at MR7, and it wasn't until Rivens came out that I was like, or when I started getting into Rivens, which was probably a decent bit after that, after Rivens came out, that I was like, hey, I should probably, I think it was when Daiku Amalgam came out, and I was getting Daiku Rivens, and I was getting Safun Rivens. And I was like, I need to be at MR8 to do this. Okay. And then I would buy a bunch of MR8 ones, and they were just not, like, I was so limited on what I could buy because being restricted to MR8. And I was like, I should probably go higher. And then I would got to like 16. And then when I got to 16, I was like, well, I might as well go to 30. And so then I like pushed to 30. And at that point, it's like I didn't have to farm it for anything. I maybe had to farm for like a particular blueprint or component here or there. But I had basically infinite resources at that point, just playing the same thing over and over again, not spending any resources, that I just didn't run into that problem. Yeah, the WoW community itself, that's what's like, the WoW community, that was a great example where I can probably still even find the post, and it probably didn't help, and I wouldn't be surprised if I got mass reported from the forums from people like Mud, who is a well-known like multi-rank 1 warrior, literally having like shame posts on the official forums. Let me see if I can find it. Probably can find it pretty easily. I'd be surprised if I can find it at this point. About running Arcane Persistence, if you're trying to run alongside Arcane Reaper. Yes, the problem with Arcane Reaper is that if that's your... it's not a awful tool to get to 1400, but consider the fact that it's conditional, and it doesn't take very much for you to run into an issue where you lose that condition because there's no enemies around you to kill, and then boom, you take a heat stack and die instantly. That's a very... yeah. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, this is going back very far. Yeah, it turns out people playing tank specs in arenas is still a problem, and people try to gatekeep the fun out of other people playing and testing builds and stuff. Clearly, I don't think it's that far of a stretch to say that when I was playing WoW, I never ran a meta build for Boomkin, for Feral Druid, for Guardian, playing in arenas, or even Resto when I would play in, like, when I'd heal in raids. And it wouldn't be a far stretch for you to think, well, I like to make my own builds. Let's see. Did I find it? I found it. Okay. Let's see. We're going to mitigate this. We're going to switch this panel. There we go. So, like I said, Nerf Guardian Druid Lamau, because he took the one game where I actually didn't beat these guys playing against Toe Gap, Leslig, whatever, these guys at like 3000 MMR. Like, almost beating him in damage. But you notice that healing done. So this is a great example of how ridiculous this build was. The healing done and damage done is basically equal playing Guardian. And then I almost beat out basically a multi-rank 1 warrior in damage. It was hilarious. And part of this was he did so much more damage than him. He gapped him by 1,000,000 because in this time I was running Kyrian. And Kyrian, when you linked it as Guardian to someone else, it did like this damage reverberation. So then I was able to dramatically boost his damage just because of the Kyrian link. So there was a very particular build that I had created, and I basically broke the meta because then a bunch of people started playing Guardian after they saw me beating these guys in stream when they were streaming. Like thousands of people watching me beat them with Guardian at 3k MMR. And then the probably thing I shouldn't have done, which might have not helped, was I started trolling because someone told me about this post. I think it was like the priest or something was watching their streams, and then people linking my account. So one thing I was doing too is I was logging out as Boomy so that people couldn't scope out my Guardian build. Because if I logged out at it, they could just see it. And I was like, I don't want people trying to figure out what we're doing here. Yeah. But the problem I ran into is I started trolling them when I found that. When I found this post. Wow. Where do I begin? There we go. Yeah. I started trolling them. Since Guardian kind of sucks at pretty much everything, then trolling streamers. Yeah, I'm trolling streamers at 3k MMR because it's very effective. So that was the problem I ran into. But like it was fun. I basically quit WoW after 15 years on a bang where I basically broke an arena season and the meta for that season. I don't know if any of you guys were playing World of Warcraft during Shadowlands Season 3, but if you ran into problems with Guardian, that was my fault. Sorry. Yeah, Happy New Year. Time to start writing 2026. Yeah, so this notice on this build, and if you guys want sort of early access to this will probably end up being a build video, but running 2 armor shards, 2 strength shards, and casting speed. And this is a Gloom Exalted Blade, Chromatic Exalted Blade build. And we're running Arcane Blessing to give us more health. And the companion component of this is important because we're running Synth Deconstruct. But just to sort of hover over this for a bit, take your screenshots as needed if you want to get this a little early. This is obviously on Umbra. And then Unaru and Exalted Blade is just, you're stacking a bit more. You really want at least one Gladiator mod when you're running these. This kind of scales a little bit better over the long run, you'd think. You get more crit damage this way, but you could run Sacrificial Set and then Gladiator Might if you don't want the extra attack speed. But this is just kind of a nice little synergy right here. Standard influence, but then the companion, you're running Viral Quills, Prime Pack Leader, and Synth Deconstruct. And this is what's going to get you to that additional 1200 health pretty easily. And your companion's still there healing you. Yeah, base Excalibur. That's where if you want to run it on base Excalibur. So this is a really prime or a really Umbra friendly build because you really want to run Unaru on this just in general to get that extra armor. It's really nice, really comfortable. Unaru is just really good. And then if you want to run something on base Excalibur, that's where you just run this, you know, triple or quadruple strength, casting speed, and then this. And this doesn't really care, you know, you're adding base health here. Doesn't really care about, you know, Excalibur's lower base armor. If you don't want to run Arcane Blessing, you could very easily run this exact setup with just expertise instead, and then more rely on shields. Blessing I'm running because the armor increase on this feels really nice. It's not required, though. Armored agility. I would rather use an Archon shard than take up a mod slot to use armored agility, to be honest. That 40% is not nearly as valuable as a mod slot. You know, armored agility. I would rather use an Archon shard than use this to get extra armor. Because 40% is not very much even on Prime. It's just simply not enough on Prime. Like right there, you get, like, that's not even a non-Tau forged, thinking about it. Like, that's less than a non-Tau Archon shard, which is 150, and that's 126. Yeah, I can do math. So I would recommend not running armored agility and just taking an Archon shard slot for it. And you could even run a base Archon shard if you're not having an extreme amount of Archon shards like I do. So yeah. I imagine the extra movement speed also feels kind of good, but I would rather just get that from an Incarnin, like an Incarnin stat stick that you can get the proc the Incarnin form of, and then get like 100% or a lot more than that. Even running like Okina baseline, I think would be better. Like I run here, where you get this extra 20% sprint speed, 20% parkour, and then also 30% movement speed just from having this proc Incarnin. Even baseline, you get the extra movement speed. But don't really pay too much attention to this build. This is an interesting one. But if you want to copy it, you can go for it. The Riven here, just swap it for Gladiator Might instead of this Riven. This Riven is basically slightly better than Gladiator Might for a couple thousand platinum, pretty much. Yeah, you can get primary sprint speed from Amalgam. Amalgam's solid to drop onto like a Daiku if you want to fit that in there and use it with the lifesteal from the Lakanas as well. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. The game's a lot more flexible nowadays at build crafting to where you don't need to like sweat out min-max it for base steel path. Very easy to build around base steel path, which is like 99% of what most people do in this game. Even what I do, the vast majority of the content I do is base steel path. So then building around level cap is kind of overkill. So if you can sacrifice some strength for some quality of life and survivability, then it's entirely worth it. Which is exactly what like this does. Like sure, you could get rid of blessing and you could run augmented and get more strength, but is that going to help you in base steel path or even like long survival missions? No. Do you really even need that extra strength out? And then if you do need it, then you can snapshot it in with from a fissure bonus where you probably would need it. Yeah. Even talk about circuit. You don't need strength for circuit because you get tons of strength from circuit. So there's no sense in stacking a bunch of strength for circuit. So then even considering that, it's not really worth it. Is this set up properly? Yep, okay. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend. I think making it unconditional 1400 plus is pretty nice. Obviously, this is 1400 with the additional 200 from Unaru that doesn't show up in the sheet to start. But I can confirm it does work. Yeah, I have a Calervo build on my channel that uses persistence. It's a really easy option. I don't have Valkyr though. I've had Valkyr since like 2013 or 2016 whenever she came out, and I've never played her. I never really cared to play her. Other people can you can look for other builds. Yeah. I don't plan on touching Valkyr. Did you see what I was saying about Sonic Cord? No. I don't think I've ever really used the Sonic Core outside of power leveling it in ESO. When Valkyr Prime, it has been out for a long time, like probably close to a decade now. If I remember, she came out like 2016 or something. And the rework for her seems to be quite nice, especially considering that crazy amount of armor you get or whatever. And then, yeah, the crazy amount of armor you get and then persistence existing. Persistence is probably what maybe persistence was built around getting Valkyr back to how she was before, because you think you could put Gloom or whatever. I don't know. I don't even really know what all of Valkyr's ability are. I know she has Warcry, if I remember, that's one of her subsumes. You see, this even has lifesteal. There you go. You don't even need it. Easy enough. Maybe I'll play with her at some point. I don't really know. I feel like there's plenty of people that can make pretty powerful melee only builds for her that don't require my my input, to be honest. She has Warcry by default, so there you go. Yeah. Yeah, but if you want to be really safe, I guess you could use Persistence, and she should be able to innately proc it. Like, I think you noticing here, I feel like I bought her Prime Access when she first came out because of needing Platinum way back in the day. You know, I didn't figure out a Riven market till about 2022. So I spent quite a bit buying Platinum back in the day. Yeah, look at her base armor and base health. It's just so much better. She's even just a better persistence host if you even need that. Like, clearly she's built around that. She has enough base armor to proc this without triple umbral. And then when you give her triple umbral mods, she's getting more than 1400. So, yeah, triple umbral on her persistence if you really don't want to care about dying. Yeah, 1k base armor is nuts. So it's just kind of to the point of, like, you have to make so many compromises to make persistence work on Excalibur. Doesn't mean you can't. It's just you kind of have to make some compromises. Here, we're compromising on strength to be able to get blessing, to get that extra health and make it really comfortable. And it feels good, I'll say. Give it a shot. Blessings is very, very easy arcane to get. They're probably dirt cheap thinking about it with how easy it is to buy them with Thrax Ghost. Like, I could probably buy, like, 20 rank 1 or 20 rank 5s at this point with how many Thrax stuff, you know, if you've done a bunch of conjunction survival fissures, then you just have like infinite of those. So I'm going to switch back to this and we'll check that out. As a reminder, you can just buy that arcane. I forgot entirely about this until recently, but yeah, I'll show you the easiest way to get Arcane Blessing. I'm pretty sure it's in this shop. Yeah, you'll see. So if you go to Yanta, Raxplasm, there's Arcane Blessing. How many Arcane Blessings can I buy? I can literally build, what is that, 12 rank 5s with how much I have. That's very easy to get. So I would, if you don't have Arcane Blessing, go to Yanta. And if you've done like any number of conjunction survival, then you should have an insane amount of Lua Thraxplasm. Like, these are some of the easiest arcanes to get because of that. It's just super cheap. Like, maybe it wasn't before. Like, before these were fissures, these were kind of annoying to get, but this is probably one of those sleeper ones. Like, if the price on that is not a bottom, then feel free to flood that market. Yeah, they're only 3 platinum a piece, so other people have figured this out. 35 platinum for a max rank 1. yeah, I'm not gonna burn all of that resource for 350 platinum or 420 platinum approximately. I'm not gonna do that.
I suppose you could always come back when you have something.
Might as well buy opinion while I'm here.
Whatever damage time has done, we can. Let's open
So yeah, I think that's more than likely you'll see a video. I'll probably make some videos tomorrow. I'm playing on the computer video. I only have like one thing I'm doing tomorrow. Otherwise, it's a day off for me. Took the day off. Have a massage therapist fix a weird muscle on my back that I probably did from things, working out things. Neza and persistence. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't even know what Neza does.
readings are normal. That's nice.
Don't let master rank fool you into thinking that we'll put this puppy back on. Don't let my master rank and time playing this game fool you into thinking I know what most of the warframes do, because he's got like a chakram thing. Something like that. Yeah, I'll show you my Neza build, my Neza Prime build. There you go. There you go. It's my Neza Prime. I didn't even bother putting an orc and or a reactor into him. There you go. Now he's got. I've had this guy mastered for a very long time. Everything is MR fodder to you when you're an Excalibur main. Even looking at my Valkyr. Do I even have a catalyst in this? Oh, I do have a catalyst in this. There you go. Look at how old this build is. That's how old this is. Yeah. Consequences of being an Excalibur Prime main since literally the beta. Yeah, at some point I should just actually put builds on everything, so if I go into circuit with it, but at the same time I have enough stuff with builds on them to where if I go into circuit and I don't have one of these options, then I just don't do it because I don't need to. You can see my 2016 Valkyr still has her little pimple on her because that's how much I played her. Definitely the last time I touched this Warframe was 2019 because that's when I put on this whole set of Tennokan pack. I don't know what happened in 2016 or 2019 for me to do that, but I did it. All right. Well, I think that's a good conclusion there. Like I said, expect probably a video. You guys get early access to that this Gloom variation on Umbra. I think that was a lot of fun. Yeah, when I go ETA, EDA, I just use my normal build because I don't need Archon shards. A lot of times when I do it, it's to help friends, like help clanmates and stuff. So I just go in there and carry, where I just play my normal build and do it for fun. You know, they're fun with as long as the mission type isn't trash. It's kind of like a sortie. Like, better do it with what you find fun. Like people kind of don't really understand. You don't have to use the equipment and the modifiers. You can just kind of go in there, take the base reward, and then have fun doing it. That's what I do. Yeah. MR fodder when you use 7 Neza primes. Yep. Well, hopefully you don't have to use 7. You can narrow that down to like 3 with Omniforma and not having to modify your Archon shards. Just having those fixed. The 30-second Neza comprehensive guide. Yeah, I don't think I'll need to make more comprehensive guides. I've considered making one about persistence on some of this buildcrafting that I've talked about, just as a general, because even then it's probably not necessary. I think it's really only a problem for Excalibur and Umbra. So yeah, that's Roth. Yep. Well, I thank you guys all for coming, and stand by for videos tomorrow about some of these things. Maybe my computer video too. We'll see. We'll see if I get time around tomorrow to do it. Definitely this weekend. Clean out my computer, make a video showing the ridiculousness that is the absolute min-max small form factor fractal design ridge with a 4090 in it. It's not easy. There's a lot of testing I had to do with particular fans for particular static pressures on certain components. Yeah.